Yup. I'm gonna use the utter woke nonsense. I just find this so funny. There's something so funny about that picture. I'm gonna use the utter hours of the stream notification. Graham. Calm down. Hey, Wasim. Thank you, Sarah Lee. Ah, my nose is so dry, y'all. It has been a rough week, man. I've had a nasty sinus infection, man. I had fever, and it happens every year. I get sick once per year, but it kicked my tail, man. I had to work throughout all of it. Yeah, so it was something. Hey, Tom. But yeah, sorry for not streaming. My nose is still dry. There's like a freaking dry skin from my nose. It's been a rough week. Yeah. Ouch, Diesel, that sucks. Hello, Mocha. Sync. Hey, Jackson. Thank you for the 7 months. 66 pucks today, maybe. There's a lot of things I want to talk about first. What's the tier list about? Best heroes to pick in Season 4? No, it was inspired by a Reddit post. I'll pull it up in a little bit. I think you guys are going to want to see it. It talks about, like, it basically lists all the hero releases down through the years. And I think it's super interesting because it goes, what we'll do is we'll do a tier list of, like, hero releases, basically. What's up, Grandma? How was the 6v text? You played it yesterday? I played it. I didn't play it yesterday. Yeah, I don't think I played it yesterday. No. I played it the day of a little bit. I was really sick, so I didn't stream, but I played a couple games off stream. It was fun. It's fine. I mean, I played a lot of 6v6. It felt like what I played. It's kind of sucky when you have a anti-synergistic tank combo that doesn't know how to play. It's not just the anti-synergistic tank combos that don't feel good. It's also then when you have an anti-synergy tank combo, and then one of your tanks tries to play like a tank that he's not. Like, if you have, like, Roadhog, Malga, or something, and you have a hog that's, like, not taking a flank, it's like, bro, what are you doing? Like, because I think the Roadhog rework kind of threw people for a loop too. Like, the rework gets undone on the 6v6, so you basically have flank hog again. There's just like a lot of like little things like that where people are like, or like, let's say you're playing Ryan Zarya or playing into a Ryan Zarya and you have like Ryan Sigma. It's like, we're not going to win the frontline trades usually, so we kind of have to open up our angle with Sigma. So yeah, I mean, but you know, it was fun. Like, it was fine. Like, I think support was like, okay, you do have to heal a little more, but that's not a surprise to me. You can still have impact. I think people that are saying that like you have to heal bot in 6v6 only are just, I don't think that's true. I think you have to heal bot more, but I still think there's like plenty of space. And from the DPS games, yes, they were more compressed, but I still felt like I had enough agency to take angles. And with most DPS, you can poke out tanks reasonably well. Like, I was playing a little Rat, a little Cassidy, a little Echo, and you know, you can punish tanks. So it was fine. It was fun. I've always been kind of more on the fence because I like feeling like there's more positional choices sometimes. And I've always been, especially like as a support and DPS player, but I think this kind of cements to me that like peak 6v6 is just peak Overwatch, and bottom 6v6 is just the worst. Like, just consistently the worst. Like, maybe you could argue that like when counter watch tank and 5v5 can be really bad, but I consistently have situations where there just doesn't feel like a good solution. I played some Ryan, and on bad maps, like I had like a Rhine Hog and he just goes hog and I'm like, they're a functional tank combo and then they're running like a sniper and I'm just like, I shield bot. You just shield bot like the entire game. Yeah. But I think peak Overwatch is probably still 6v6. Nice, Renazi. Yeah. I don't think tanks were overtuned, though. I think tanks were fine. I think what we could do is maybe we'll look at the patch notes later and kind of break down my initial takes on the patch notes, because there were some really spicy decisions in the patch notes, like really spicy decisions. Like so I got to play test the 6v6 a little bit. And this was the same time when I play tested Hazard. And this was obviously after I had did the full 6v6 project and whatever. So after I did the 6v6 project, we had the play test and whatever with Hazard. And it was pretty fun, but I didn't, there wasn't like patch notes or anything, so I didn't really know what was changed. I actually obviously don't know. There was probably additional iterations of that after the patch notes. So, or after we initially play tested. So I wasn't really sure what was all going to change. But the one thing that I did know about was the Roadhog undoing. And that was like the first thing that I asked about, and that was purposeful. And you guys will be happy to know, that I was the first player in the 6v6 playtest to go Roadhog and hard flank and kill everybody. Just murdering developers. Yeah, I won't say who else was in the playtest, but I was like, oh, rework Roadhog. Oh, now, dude, and you guys know me. Like, if I have to like really focus, I'm like, dude, I'm gonna make it happen, dude. It was New Queen Street, and I was just like, dude, I'm gonna make people pay, because I got my alt fire back, man. We're gonna hurt people. So that was fun. I was also the first person to lock Roadhog in the Overwatch Classic test as well. But I did much less in that game mode because I didn't remember how vape worked. You just had to stand there. So I thought I got rooted a couple times, but yeah. But yeah, it was fun. So 66 is great. I think if you want to give it a shot, there's a lot of criticisms about like season 9 health pool reworks, which we can have a conversation about that sometime. I told you guys, by the way, that's why I play tested on a readjusted workshop mode post season 9. Because I knew that they weren't going to do it. I didn't like, not like I had insider information, but I told you they wouldn't revert season 9 for the 66. So when I did my test, I did it on that, and everyone's like, "Oh, it's not an integrity test. You're lacking." No, shut up. They're not going to revert season. I mean, they might revert season 9, but we've had no communication that they would. So why on earth would you expect the 6v6 test to revert that? So people were like giving a hard time about testing integrity, and now they all look like stupid idiots. But whatever. Dot not reducing the tank reduced ult charge passive. It's weird. I don't know if it was just me, but I felt like I generated ults really slowly in that mode compared to what I was expecting, but maybe that's by design. Where was I going with this? I was being a I told you so moment, and then I just killed myself. I can't where'd my thought go? It just literally just died. Oh, season 9. I don't remember. Frick, man. No. Did they say they were willing to do balance changes for the 66 test? When I interviewed Alec and Aaron, I'm pretty sure they said they'll evaluate it. You said they look like stupid idiots. Right. I'm the greatest. No coaching on Thursday, too? What does that mean? I mean, I'm done coaching for the year. Yes, I'm sorry to lose my memories. Yeah, season 9 health pools. Yeah. I mean, I'm not a season 9 fan by any means. I think in hindsight, like, it was fine to test for more breakpoint tweaks, but every one shot's back basically, so it's pointless, which is fine. Like you had to test it, but I don't see really any reason to keep breakpoints anymore, because I think I don't know. It's just. It's not good because they haven't even done like the full ammo rechange. They still haven't buffed things like Winston's alt fire, like, so they didn't really fully commit to it either. But 66er support's even more important. I mean, I made a video about this the other day. You should check it out. Give me ad revenue so I can feed my children. But heal composition matters more in 66. Yeah. Well, the thing is they can't just simply revert the Season 9 changes without like doing a lot of additional tweaks. Like a lot of non-aim related damage sources are going to get nerfed way down, like Fire Strike damage, for example, which got rightfully buffed. You're going to need to, even things like Winston landing damage, right? You're going to need to nerf melee damage. You're going to need to nerf Junker Queen Chop. You're going to need to nerf all that crap. You're going to need to nerf, go back and readjust the bullet hitbox sizes, because that's the only, like, because those are now more forgiving. That was the main reason why I didn't like the workshop code, not just because of integrity of testing, but they didn't have a way.
Roses are red, violets are in tow, Spillow's gone mad, hooked by roadhogs, whoa.
It's one of the weirdest poems I've ever read, but thank you for the sub, Loof. But the problem was that they had Season 9 health pools, but post-Season 9, or pre-Season 9 health pools, but post-Season 9 hitboxes. So, like, you died faster than you did pre to Season 9, so it was just weird. So, yeah. Oh, I know. It was the criticism about the no Season 9, and people were talking about, like, the quick play versus ranked. I think people are I'm kind of annoyed at like some of the mainstream content creators. I think people need to be more forgiving of them for doing that. I don't mind the criticism for some of the other tweaks, but like this was always just going to be an experiment. Like maybe you guys can say that like they could have put more effort into like the competitive side of this experiment, but really all the 6v6 test is supposed to prove is that people like playing 6v6. And the thing for the sub, now you could be like, well, people don't like playing non-competitive rules, and I think that's the really good point. I think that they should have implemented competitive rules, or maybe a competitive rule set from quick play. I'm not really sure, but you guys get what I'm saying? Like, I get not wanting to have like a full competitive ranked ladder and finding out if people want to play 6v6. But I'm wondering, could they have done the competitive rule set? They did that before. Were you guys playing during the beta? There was during the Overwatch 2 beta, they had competitive rule set in quick play, right? Right? I know at one point in Overwatch 2, there was competitive rule set in quick play. Yeah, so maybe they could have done that. But yeah, my point being is that like you can nitpick Season 9 health pools. There's like legitimate criticisms for sure. But the main point is that this is going to be approximately what 6v6 is going to feel like, even if you got your perfect world. So if you like 6v6, you're going to play it. If you don't like 6v6, you're not going to play it. And that's pretty much all there is to it. I'm seeing a lot of people that are like shifting goalposts a little bit here. They're like, oh, you didn't even do Season 9? Well, I'm not playing your test. I'm going to play Marvel Rivals. I'm like, well, it's just the vocal minority, you know, like it's like if it's not a perfectly implemented test, there's still value in it, right? It's, you know, they played the freaking workshop code with broken hitboxes and yet nobody complained, you know? So if you like it, you like it. You know, if you had it perfectly your way, it would probably feel better, but it wouldn't feel night and day. How do you feel about the DBS passive? I actually don't think it's necessary. I really don't. Maybe I'm cooking a little too much, but I haven't played enough of the 6v6 test. So I'm kind of combining experiences with like my previous test, but I really don't find sustain all that strong. Maybe that's me. And that's a compliment, but I think like sustain is like pretty balanced. Maybe I've been playing too much Marvel Rivals, because everything compared to Marvel Rivals feels like the sustain is balanced. Maybe that's because of the passive? Yeah, maybe. Yeah. So I don't know. Not sure. I actually don't know. I don't think I have like a clear opinion on that one. Final highlight of the year. All right. Ooh, okay. For a second there, I was like, okay. Sigma male. My shill for Blizzard, yes. Nice angle slam shots. Nice punch. Completely unnecessary, but excellent, excellent, excellent shot. That was a good shot, mate. We gotta see that shot again. I am Blizzard. Ooh, okay, nice. Yeah, that was good. I can see arguments against hitboxes and breakpoints. I agree. I think the biggest argument against Season 9's changes is how shoddily they've been implemented over the years. Like, we still, to this day, have damage sources that still have not been scaled to where they needed to be. Like, it's crazy to me that we're this far. In fact, Torb Hammer, I know it's like Torb Hammer, ha ha ha, but like, come on, guys, it's been a year, and Torb Hammer was not scaled up with Season 9. Like, how does that get overlooked? You can literally go through. I don't want to be a negative Nancy the whole time, but like, seriously, like, it's crazy to me. It's been almost a year since Season 9, and they still were forgetting damage sources that needed to scale up. Winston's Allfire, yep. So to me, it's like, that's like, of course, people's impression of Season 9, because it's been like a slow trickling catch-up mode to actually implement it properly. And then that's not even considering things like ammo clips and stuff like that, you know? And then basically what we have now is post Season 9 is we have all the one-shots that Season 9 was supposed to fix. But now you have awkward clip management, changes of breakpoints for important characters, and a bunch of damage sources that just don't punch the same way that they used to. Brigitta's Shield Bash, Winston's Alt Fire. So it's just like, what was the point? What was the point of all this? You just broke a bunch of stuff and didn't do anything with it. You didn't even deal with one-shots, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, I think every criticism versus Season 9 is very deserved. So. I was going to lab by Aaron Keller. Yes. Genji Dash. Yes, exactly. Exactly. So I don't think even adding the one-shots back was necessarily a complete mistake. I think for some characters, yes, because I hate those characters. But I understand a character like Hanzo not feeling good at all without the one-shot. I understand. I don't think it's an easy solution. But then, you know, it was a good experiment. What's next? Right? Yeah, people look back at Season 9 as positively just because of the characters that were meta. Which, shocker, when anybody tells you that meta characters, honest characters are boring to be meta, you agree with them a little bit because any character that's meta for a long, long period of time gets boring. But hey, not all metas are created alike. Zen, Lucio, Ana, if I remember correctly, Tracer, Genji, Ball, Winston. I mean, there's a reason why people liked Season 9 initially. It's because those characters were meta. And the reason why those characters are good to be meta is not because they're objectively fun, but because they have relatively high skill floors. So not every brainlet and gold can just pick the character and make everybody feel helpless, right? It takes a certain level of skill. So if you want to play those niche characters, you can still play them versus people that aren't that good at those characters. You get what I'm saying? Whereas when niche characters are like easier, cheese characters are meta, anybody can abuse the aspects of them. That makes them strong. Well, Aerothal, it's funny that you're here because Symmetra was one of the biggest victims of Season 9, right? Killed her breakpoints. Bringing back 6v6 too early? No, I don't think so. I think they need to at least gauge the interest or whatever. How cooked would different phases of Overwatch be? I mean, they've already said that they're very interested in changing up the game for better or worse. And the live service format, that seems like the way to keep people engaged the most. Which I'm always on the fence of because I'm a boomer. I'm like, give me my content occasionally, but make game good. Make game competitively fun. Strategy. But I don't speak for the majority of the player base. Case in point, Marvel Rivals. Completely imbalanced nonsense. Utter woke nonsense. But a lot of people are playing it because it's exciting, it's flashy, it's new. And it sounds like that game's going to commit to that identity. We have to understand that there's a certain percentage, there's millions of people in the world today that are not Overwatch, CSGO, Apex, Valorant, Minecraft players. They are gamers. And they will pivot to whatever the flavor of the month is, enjoy it, and then move on. And they will chase whatever the trend is. You know? And that's really what you're competing with the live service thing. For me, I'm definitely more of a slow boomer dude. I don't play very many games. I've only recently branched out and played a lot of solo RPGs. I almost exclusively, I do exclusively research all my games ahead of time. Only play the best of the best of the best of the best. You know, but I don't. I'm a vast minority of people, right? So I'm not playing Astrobot. I don't think that game is my type of game. But I've played Elden Ring, Sekiro, God of War 1, or Ragnarok, God of War 2018. I'm playing Red Dead Redemption 1 now. Played Age of Empires 2 as a kid. I still play it. I don't really play it now. I just watch it. That's pretty much it. I literally never play a game unless I've well researched it and know it's worth the time. I've not played The Witcher 3, but it's on my list, so we'll see. Is Hazard good against Ryan? Excuse me as I blow my nose. This is going to happen off and on throughout the day. I'll mute myself. I think Hazard is fine versus Ryan. I don't know how I feel versus that matchup. I feel like relatively unsure. Because it's fairly easy to avoid Reinhardt using your verticality. Your mobility, in terms of like your horizontal mobility, isn't that good to avoid Ryan, but you can utilize your wall climb and verticality. But Ryan does pretty good when he gets isolated. His shield's really good versus Hazard. His ult can also be good versus Hazard, and his shield is also good versus Hazard ult. So I'm not sure. I think Ryan is it's probably fairly close. Did you like God of War? Yes. I think the game itself was decent. I didn't find the game to be all that amazing. The gameplay the combat is fun. It's unique. It's clever. It's not perfectly balanced. It can be a little bit awkward, even in Ragnarok. But I found it fun, engaging enough. But the story is like, it's great. You don't play that game for the combat necessarily. Some people do, but yeah. I'm about to be 22 and I feel the same way as you. Spawn out a boomer, take it to you misunderstand. Yeah, exactly, Techie. I like games where like, see, every game that I have played, I almost without exception, has left like an impact on me. Like I still think about it. It was a great experience. I generally take my time. I'm kind of not fully completionist, but fairly completionist. Like I platinumed Elden Ring or whatever. All endings, all the bosses. Same thing with Sekiro, all the bosses. I enjoy the experience. I take my time through it. Hey, D-Man. God of War was a great example. So God of War, spoiler alert here for a side final boss here. But shoot, what's her name? Sigrun. 6 hours. 6 hours. On the hard difficulty. Not the hardest, but the hard difficulty, because people said that was like a really good challenge. 6 hours. Very fun experience, though. Very like methodical, very unpredictable boss, constantly changing combos. Was the hardest boss fight I've ever had by far out of Sekiro and Elden Ring. But I loved it. It was just very satisfying to slowly improve. She's just so unpredictable. Sigrun, yeah. Yeah, now listen, I've beaten every Elden Ring boss, no summons. I've beaten every Sekiro boss. I don't think there's anything cheesy you can do with Sekiro. No cheese, no nothing, just beat Sekiro. Not a single boss in Elden Ring or Sekiro outside of there is an Elden Ring DLC boss. This can't be spoilers anymore, right? But that I beat prior to their big nerf. Took me 3.5 hours to beat that one. Because I didn't want to use a shield. I didn't want to use any broken weapons. I wanted to basically just use honest bleed weapon. No, not bleed weapon. It was just I don't remember what I used, but it was just like a typical normal weapon. And I basically did no damage, but I wanted to figure it out. That one took me 3.5 hours, but that was not good. I hated that boss. You guys who played the DLC know exactly who I'm talking about. Garbage design, crappy. Was a sense of relief beating it, not a sense of satisfaction. Terrible. But Sigrun, almost every time I died, I was like, that was my mistake. Yes, much harder than Millennia. Millennia is just hard okay, you guys ready for a hot take? I'm sorry, we're getting a little off topic here. Millennia is not a well-designed boss. You heard me right. Everyone likes Millennia because she is a cool person. Her story is cool. She's very visceral and unique, but she's not a fair boss fight. Her waterfowl dance is visually inconsistent and does not provide clear except good feedback. And there's a lot of ways to cheese her. Yeah, Millennia cheats. Millennia is honestly, Millennia is like, you guys know what I'm talking about with the human services, like flirting or unspoken Riz versus whatever. That's literally the Millennia and Radon. That's what it is. They're almost the same boss and not quite as bad, obviously, but it's like the same thing. But because Millennia is cool, it's like, oh, you know, not a simp. She's just a gimmick. There's a lot of aspects of her that are really good, but then Waterfowl is just garbage. But I think Elden Ring largely is also not. This is going to be a hot take, but I think Elden Ring is largely a really poor combat game in general, outside of the flashiness and the uniqueness, which is really fun because there's a lot of weapons that you can use, which are really fun. But it's not a game that you should ever go into and play for the combat or for the balance, because it's not a balanced game at all. It's very, very easy to cheese. There's way too many hard weapons or fun weapons that are really bad. There's way too many bad weapons that are really good. Now, Elden Ring's combat is extremely lacking. Besides the unique weapons, which are the greatest start. But it's not a very fair game in that aspect. I look at Elden Ring. Elden Ring is the Marvel Rivals of RPGs in terms of the combat. Exciting, and if people like the combat, it's usually because of the cool things you can do with combat, but not because it's balanced. I haven't played Bloodborne. It's not playable on PC. It's not supposed to be fair, that's the point. I'm not sure what you mean. Far more cinematic and less mechanical, exactly. Exactly. And there's also like a point in time where the balance side of things was kind of a lacking point where like a lot of the cinematic weapons are just really bad. And you're like, man, I don't even get any reward for all that wind up, right? Which is kind of a bummer. Currently finding in Masters 2 in Overwatch. Any tips? Take breaks, go in with goals, don't worry about it. Exposure therapy, mate. Exposure therapy, you'll be fine. Rolana versus Milady. Have you played Hollow Knight? I have not. I've had some recommendations to play Hollow Knight. Would you ever be interested in more combo-oriented combat? Potentially, yeah. Yeah, they cooked with the Avatar collaboration. They really went the extra mile. Yeah, Elden Beast is crappy. Elden Beast is crappy. Freaking, dude, I'm so tired. What is the main boss's name? No, Elden Ring. Final boss, golden dude, Radagon. Yeah, he's a good fight. I think Radagon's a good fight. That's a fair fight, I think. Did you fight Gna? Yeah. Kind of easy. I don't know if it's because I was over leveled or what, or I just had good gear or what. I thought Gna only took me 2 tries. I beat the crap out of her. But I think, your mileage may vary. Did you do all your patch notes and scan reaction stream? No, I didn't stream on Tuesday. I was really sick, so I kind of missed it. Yeah, Radagon is a good fight, I think. Radagon is good. Mesmer, I think, is good as well. Mesmer is a good example of like a really over-the-top cinematic fight that still remains relatively honest. I can understand people not liking some of the visual clutter, but at least it feels... there's some feedback on what you can do. Like, I was able to solve the Mesmer fight. Another example is the Madness dude. That was another one that was like a lot of crap going on, but it felt relatively fair. And also, he's a really cool character, too. Am I going to play the new Elden Ring? I'm not sure. I agree, Tectus. Morgoth's a good fight. But yeah, the Elden Ring doesn't always do the big cinematic fights well. Case in point, a lot of the dragon fights where Bale is just a horrific fight. Bale is just a terrible fight. Carried by the epicness of who you're fighting and who you're fighting with, but it's just a horrible fight. It's not even a hard fight. It's just a terrible fight. which is probably why I don't think I'll replay the DLC. I think that DLC, there were more bosses like that than there were maybe in the base game. Plagiarisax, yeah. Exhausting. Top 10 bosses, Elden Ring, Sekiro. All right.
You're supposed to be doing a Christmas cookie tier.
All right. Sekiro, boss fight, tier list. It's been a long time, chat, so I might forget.
Sorry. It's
Oh
kinda
my
boring
gosh, that
today.
looks... No, freaking potatoes is good.
I have to head out, but I will be back.
All right, love you.
Love you.
All right, chat, we're getting so sidetracked.
Kissy, kissy.
Hardest or best made? I love you. Love you too. I don't know. That's a good question. Clone?
Tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise.
Yes, I have. Thank you for the subscription. Maybe we should do... Oh, there's way too many of these tiers. Delete row. We could probably get away with like 4, I think, would be fine. I love you too. I'm gonna forget some of these. And I'm gonna do this in terms of... fun and fair. Like a balance of fun and fair. All right. Great Shinobi Owl. Is this the father? No, this is the poison dude, right? This is the one up top. Yeah? Yeah, okay, so I would say good. I don't think he's that great. Kind of boring. So I am going to say this is not going to be all about like, oh, perfect fairness of combat. That's going to be a very important variable, but also like the cinema, how it feels, right? True Monk. Is this the first one you run into? It's fine. Shut up, Zelly. Oh, this is Bridge. Oh, I'll say amazing, honestly. I'll say amazing. I think it's super cinematic. Not a particularly challenging fight, but it is a very fair fight, and it feels super cool. I like this fight a lot. I love the sound effects. It's genuinely eerie, and the setting is beautiful. Good fight. Great fight. Divine Dragon, I'll give it good. It's obviously like a really boring fight, but it's beautiful, so. Owl Father. What is happening to my mouse? I think amazing. Okay, hot take. Maybe only good. Maybe only good. Here's why. Very challenging. Okay, hear me out. You guys, it's the fire room, yeah? Repetitive. Extremely repetitive. The thing that makes Owl Father difficult is his freaking health pool and stagger pool. It's a challenging fight, it's much more challenging in my opinion than Great Shinobi Owl, which is why I liked it. But also it was like war of attrition. It was a war of attrition, and not in a good, it wasn't unique. It like he does the same moves, for there was very few variations towards the end. Yeah, the bird is a different dynamic, but I don't look forward to fighting him again, necessarily. It would just be kind of like, all right, well, I have to play perfectly. He's top 3 in terms of challenge for sure, but yeah, not my personal favorite for factoring in cinema. I think Demon of Hatred probably is like a good example of like, I find him as challenging of All Father. I find him a lot more bull, but he is a lot more cinematic. So I'm honestly... I might move these around. I'm not really sure. I get why people don't like Demon of Hatred, but I had a decent strategy going in, which is basically stay on his cheeks. Stay on his cheeks. So I think Demon of Hatred... frick, man. I don't know. Thank you, Alpha. Yeah, I don't know. I like Inner Father, guys. I'm just saying, like, compared to the other fights, like, he's just not the most interesting thing. All right, I don't know. Genichiro is great. I think Genichiro is great, definitely. Ishin's Peak. Inner Genichiro. What is the difference? Are we talking about, like, the last Genichiro you fight? I don't remember. I don't care. I'm just going to put the one Genichiro that matters. Nobody cares. I don't also Inner Father, Alpha. I don't know what the frick. Don't know what, you know, yeah, all this stuff I don't know. The one before Ishin, I have no idea. I don't care. This is just random crap. Gyobo is great. Very cinematic, very fun. I think Lady Butterfly is very fun, but she kind of coasts off the fact that it's just your first challenging boss. Holding Stream Monkeys, I mean, yeah. All right, you guys ready for a hot take? You guys ready for a hot take? First off, we're not splitting up Guardian Ape and Headless Ape. That's just dumb. I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it. Come on, dude. It's just so cool. It's just so cool. It may not be the most, you know, perfectly... I mean, he throws poop at you, okay? Yeah. But come on, it's just cool. It's just cool. It just is freaking cool. That's what it is. That's really what I'm looking for in this tier list more than anything else. It's cool. Yeah, and he's genuinely challenging. And the thing is, like, he's genuinely challenging, but unlike Demon of Hatred, you can actually see what's going on, and so you actually kind of get mad at yourself when you mess up. You're like, man, I should have seen that coming. You know, I could have done something about that. Like, you actually can see what's going on. So, and there's like a lot of ways that you can approach this guy too. So, I think Guardian Ape is like, I still think back and be like, man, I remember the afternoon that I put like 3 hours into beating him. It was really satisfying. Corrupted Monk will just kind of, it's just a worse version of the True Monk, less interesting. Emma is, I don't know. Emma feels like just a really good, solid, honest sword fight, but I have a hard time putting her above this. I'm not putting the Headless anywhere. I think Headless in general are pretty boring fights. Basically, you just have to, you know, buff yourself and then that's all. Yeah, this is where I do. I think you could definitely move around Owl Father, maybe Demon of Hatred deserves down, but I'm definitely confident in these guys. I'm definitely confident in these three, and definitely confident with these. Parry everything or die by status effect, or still, you still get status effect. Ishin Ashina. Oh, you're right. I think that was amazing. I think it was a little cancery. I think it was all the fire, yeah. A little cancer, but still fun. Oh, good to know, Autumn. Okay. If the arena was bigger, it'd be peak. I agree. Feels a little congested. It feels kind of bad to have 4 fights in that same stupid arena. It makes sense with Genichiro, and story-wise, it's repetitive to have 4 fights in the same room. But Ishin was peak. Guardian Ape was peak. Okay, and this is not a hot take, I think, but this is a community hot take, but this is not a hot take for anybody that's, I think, played Sekiro through. Ishin is not that hard. Ishin was like my 4th longest boss to beat. It took me longer to beat Lady Butterfly than it beat Ishin, because by the time you get to Ishin, you're just really good at the game. You're really good at the game. So, yeah, we'll get the rivals in a second. But yeah, he was really fun. Yeah, you're prepared for the fight by the time you get there. Yeah, Zelly. Yeah, it's Genichiro. Yeah, that's Genichiro. Same thing, Genichiro. I hit a wall with Genichiro. I hit a wall with Guardian Ape. I hit a wall with Lady Butterfly. And I hit a wall with Owl Father. Those were my most difficult fights that all took over 2 hours. But a lot of the other fights I kind of breezed through. I will Jag. Yeah, Genichiro is the parry test 2.0, right? He's just like Lady Butterfly, but harder. Immortal Journey? Probably not. Probably not Autumn Sun. I don't really have a lot of interest in speed running. Yeah, Guardian Ape is challenging. It's different, is what it is. Let's do an Elden Ring one, and then we'll call it there. Elden Ring boss tier list maker. Let's see if we can do this one is going to be really spicy, I think. And I will Man, do I even want to do this? No, I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do it because I don't remember a lot of the bosses, and because so many Elden Ring bosses go by so quickly that you probably won't even remember them. Like, if you actually took the time with this boss, you would actually like it, but you burn them alive, and so then therefore... Like, last time I fought Millennium, I was doing a fire build. Well, actually, I wasn't doing a fire build. Basically, what I did the last time I played before the DLC, to warm up to the DLC, I did my first New Game Plus. And I literally changed builds, like, every day. Like, I'd play, like, not every day, but, like, every time I played 5 or 6, 7, 8 hours, I changed builds, change outfits, change builds, change outfits, change builds, change outfits, just to be super casual, super silly, super fun. And it was great. It was so much fun. Some builds were better than others. I tried a strength heavy build with a heavy weapon. I was like, okay, this is really, really easy. And then I did like a dual blade with like a white cloak and like a creepy mask, and it was sick. But by the time I got to Millennia, I was coincidentally on a fire build, and he just died. So yeah. Anyway, let's talk hero design, because that's why you guys are here, right? And I want to reference a tweet I made last night. I was inspired to make last night, and then I'm going to simultaneously talk about Overwatch at the same time. So we're gonna segue from Marvel Rivals into Overwatch, and we're gonna go from there. That's not why you're here, okay? Let me pull up Rivals really fast, and then I want to do a tier list on what was the best year in Overwatch hero design, and we'll discuss some takes. Wait, why does it say Marvel Rivals is playing? Marvel Rivals is not playing. Is it downloading? Oh, it's doing a patch. Whoops. You like my takes on Rival. How does it feel agreeing with the DJ and Sim main? Hey, man. I think Sim mains are not too bad. I mean, I think you're a DJ. I think that's irrelevant to the discussion here. Borrowing content from that cow post? Yep. I'm going to pull it up here in a second. I think it was a great post. It's a great idea. Oh, actually, Rivals is patching instantly, so we can actually just launch. Ultimate karaoke go-to for Spylo. I don't have an ultimate karaoke go-to. I've only done karaoke once with Patreons. And then everyone was being really quiet. Judo Punch, 6 months. Thank you very much. Congrats on the new batch. Appreciate the sub, mate. And everyone was being really quiet, so I had to break the ice and sing something really silly. I sung a song that I didn't actually know. I didn't know how the melody went, so I just made it up. Versace on the floor. I don't know what that song is. What would be my ultimate karaoke go-to, guys? What do you guys think? Bruno Mars? All right, well, I don't know the song. All right, I'm pulling up Rivals. Remember when you guys said that you can run Rivals or run OBS in administrator mode and it will do game capture? Remember that? You guys weren't gaslighting me, right? Let's find out. No. I said display capture. Wait, hang on. Wait, chat, it's working. It's working. Let's freaking go. Let's go. Let's go. It's actually working, I think. It's not freezing. Nice. It worked. Okay, I'm gonna turn down the music just a little bit here, or the audio, so it's not blasting. So, I'm gonna pull up my little tweeter here, because I did a tweet last night, after grinding Winter Soldier, Who's Peak. And I was sitting in the shower yesterday, and I was thinking, man, Winter Soldier is so much fun. Why do I like Winter Soldier? And it kind of comes back to a video idea I wanted to do a few weeks ago. Just a fun discussion about why what makes good hero design good. And I'm not like a professional here. I'm just a casual. I'm an amateur. I'm an educated amateur, right? Somebody that's been analyzing games like this and just games in general, not just Overwatch. That's just been a big passion of mine even when I was a kid. And I came to three foundational concepts here that I think are like maybe a good way of looking at it from an outsider perspective. And number one is going to be visual consistency. And what this means is that essentially what the person looks like they do, or what you should be doing, is what you actually do, right? And this one is tough to nail your finger on. I don't know if you guys remember Conquered, but there was a really interesting series of videos that I watched there's a guy that you guys probably have seen the video. The guy broke down and compared Conquered, gave the problems of Conquered visual design, and then compared them with Overwatch. And it was really, really, really cool. It was from a professional game designer and hero designer, and he had some really interesting insight into the process, and it really cemented to me that like a lot of, the way that I like to look at it is that we're all role players. We're all role players. We don't know it all the time, but we're all role players. We all like feeling like the characters that we're playing. And if you notice something, that most people play characters that they like the character that they're playing. That's not always the case. You know, I know a lot of Kiriko players that hate Kiriko, but they like the gameplay loop of Kiriko. But most of us are more attracted to characters that we feel that we can relate to. I know for me, Ana is a more mature character, not the flashiest or sexiest, but I appreciate her perspective. I appreciate Zenyatta's mindfulness. I appreciate the intensity of Genji and Reinhardt, especially initially. And I think that's just generally the case for a lot of people. And so having not just visual consistency, but character consistency about how they function, how they feel, how they look is exciting, right? A lot of people like playing Spider-Man and Marvel Rivals because it's freaking Spider-Man, guys. It's freaking Spider-Man, you know? Captain Marvel is great. Captain Marvel is a great skin. But it's visual consistency. So a lot of us, you know me, guys, bounce. But it actually really, I think, starts with visual consistency. And this brings me to my next point, which is intuitive playstyle here. So what that means is essentially what you do feels natural. It doesn't feel easy. It just feels natural. A great example of this is Spider-Man. We just talked about it, right? How do you think Spider-Man should function in a first-person shooter? How do you think he should play? If you've ever played Spider-Man, it's exactly how you're supposed to play him. Crazy mobility, in and out, speed, zoom, combo, bam, right? It's literally Spider-Man. I mean, they did just a phenomenal job. You know, whether he's good or bad or balanced or not, that's irrelevant to what we're discussing. It's Spider-Man. It's freaking Spider-Man. You're playing Spider-Man. You're really Spider-Man right now. And that just feels great. You play Genji, you're a ninja. You are a ninja. It is literally, you are playing a ninja right there. That's him. That's him. Reinhardt, same kind of thing. And you can even get silly with it. Wrecking Ball. What does Wrecking Ball look like he does? That's what he does, right? That's exactly what the character does. So, like, if you're unable to do what Wrecking Ball is supposed to do, you get annoyed. Not necessarily at the character, maybe sometimes, but you're like, I should be able to do this because I know this character can do it, right? It's literally, you can visualize it, like, if I could just do that, you know? And so I think that's really what you want to do, is you want a play style that makes sense with what the character looks like it can do and what it can do. So the play style feels intuitive. There's not like, oh, you're actually not supposed to do that.
Sounds like he should be swinging, taking up weird vertical angles, and dropping on people and making them freak out, ruin their entire garage, and then die of a heart attack.
Thank you, Brax. Yes, die of a heart attack. Exactly. That's the crucial last step there. But basically what happens is we don't want playstyles that don't feel good, that don't feel natural. When you're picking this character, I have certain expectations, and if I'm unable to do those expectations, I get irritated. And it's very important that you don't have that. And the last one here, and this is the big Spylo catchphrase, right? It's dynamics. And I just don't think that there's a lot of argument about this. This doesn't necessarily mean that the character has to be super hard to play. It doesn't mean the character needs to be super complicated or super advanced. You can have a character that's relatively simple in their gameplay loop, but that there's at least choice with you want to do this or you want to do that. Your choice. You want a damage boost or do you want to heal? And when you look at a character, and I'm going to use Winter Soldier kind of as an example here, especially for this last one, there are certain characters that do this really well. I think Ana Grenade is, like, to me, is the consistent, eternal, great dynamic ability for both offensive and defensive value. And I know it's not always the most popular ability, but I think another great one is mobility. You can go in, you can go out, you can deepen, you can flank, you can disengage, you can push. Deflect from Genji, while we're on that topic of dashing and mobility, is an excellent offensive tool and an excellent defensive tool. We're going to talk a little bit more about Winter Soldier in a second, but right off the bat, a character like, I forget what his burst ability, his E, his little AoE thing from Winter Soldier, it does a lot of things. And not just random free value things, but things that if you mess that up, you might miss the opportunity to secure a kill. You might be caught reloading, or you might fail the 1v1, or you might let the enemy tank walk away for free, or you might miss out on spam down choke, and you might miss ult charge. So it's basically, there's an intuitive playstyle about it makes sense to play this way, but also I have to think about what I want to do because what I want to do is not obvious. But yet when I pick up the character, there's no question generally how the gameplay loop should generally play. It makes sense visually. This is not always the case. I think that there's characters that might have some depth. There might be some sneaky, cool ways that you can adapt your playstyle. But these are the general rules of good hero design. Character like Lifeweaver is somebody that has visual consistency, but the intuitive playstyle of Life Grip and then the dynamics of Life Grip in its current implementation is a great example of how not to implement character design, because Life Grip really only does one thing with the cooldown that it has right now, and that's pull people from safety. The pedal and the idea of what you can do with pedal and with pull never really plays out the way that you want it to. And so what you end up having is you have a character whose visual consistency and intuitive playstyle are direct odds with each other. While I do think Overwatch hero design is really good, but really the intuitive playstyle and dynamics are just complete odds. So anyway, long story short, this is what we're looking for. And now let's look at Bucky. Let's look at Bucky here. So actually, you know what? Let's make this easier. Let's just go into the practice range and let's talk about Bucky. So I knew from the day I played him on closed beta, I was like, dude, this character's rocks. This character I'm looking at the ability breakdown, and I'm like, yo, there are like 7 different things that I could do with this character. So the intuitive visual playstyle, mid-range shooter, right? And so if you play this character like a mid-range shooter, you're gonna succeed. You're gonna have a good time. He looks like one. Whether you love the soldier look or whatever, it's not the flashiest or fanciest thing ever. Not everything is made for everybody. What's up, Caduceus? Appreciate the sub, mate. He does what you think he does, okay? Then we go into intuitive playstyle. What do you think that you should do with Bucky? You should shoot. You should use your abilities, and then you should use your hook, right? Pretty intuitive. There's nothing that's incredibly, it makes sense to do this, but actually that's not what you want to do at all. Pretty much mostly intuitive, straight up. Then we get to the real juice, okay? For me, this is the dynamics of what this character can do. And I broke this down in my tweet. We'll give a quick hash down. All right? Weapon, clip management. 3 bullets. That is freaking weird. That is incredibly unique and makes you put a lot of thought into something that normally you never think about in first-person shooters, almost ever, at least within the Overwatch headspace. You don't think about clip management like you do with this character. It's freaking weird. You have to think about when you shoot. You can't turn your brain off and just shoot the enemy tank because you might be caught reloading when you need to, right? Let's move on from there. His hook, right? People don't like hooks, right? Well, what if you're only able to hook people directly in front of you instantly, right? To get any sort of hook distance, you have to charge it up. But then when you're charging it up, you're not shooting and you're not putting out pressure. And then if you miss that charge up, it's not like an animation cancel that you can just use to reload your weapon. No, it's an opportunity cost, right? And now you're vulnerable to that window of time, right? Additionally, onto that, shift. Do you use shift for damage to line up easy shots that you're going to miss and stream, embarrass yourself, and then your mother's going to write you off and you're not going to have a Christmas anymore? Or do you use your shift to reposition yourself, to disengage? Do you use your shift to bully the enemy tank for CC, or do you use it to take a high ground, right? All of them are good. None of them are bad. Like that's the thing. It's not bad to do any of those things. If you choose the wrong thing, you're probably still going to get value. You just got to question whether it was the best thing, right? His E, I don't even know what it's called, guys. I'm not gonna lie with you guys. I need to pull up my tweet. What is it called? Of course, it's called the Tainted Voltage, right? Damage is decent. It's not great. It cleaves, whatever. But the big thing is the slow. Oh yeah. I'm dumb. It's the slow. It's the slow. So you go, chat, you Overwatch students in there. Damage is more useful on who? Debuffs are more useful on who? What's the rule? What's damage more useful on? And what's debuffs more useful on? You guys should know this. Debuff, tank, damage, squishies. Yes, exactly. So now you have damage component on a debuff, which means it's really good in a 1v1, but actually using it on an enemy tank is also very useful as well. And because it cleaves, it's good single target, but it's also good AoE down a choke. It's good ult charge. You know what I'm saying? So now you have the real choice about how do I want to use this. Oh, and by the way, all your abilities reload your weapon. So you can just focus on min-maxing your damage uptime by layering your abilities, but then maybe you don't want to do that. Maybe you want to reload because you want to hold on to that ability. And then the final thing we'll talk about is obviously the ultimate, which is just unbelievably complex. The idea of it is relatively simple and intuitive. You establish a mark on somebody, which means that, okay, I just kill people, but like you get them to a certain HP threshold and they die. That's cool, but it does damage and it repositions you. And I believe, does it reload your weapon, chat? I believe it should reload your weapon too. Hey, Rebel. 1, 2, 3. It does. It reloads, of course it does, right? So every aspect here. I've used this ultimate. I've only played this guy for like 7 or 8 hours. I have used this ultimate in so many different circumstances. I used it just yesterday. I armed and dangerous, go in, get a kill. They use the portal. I use my reset to get out, right? I used it the other day to win a 1v1 on a flank. I used it the other day to force a support ult, disengage. I used it the other day as a combo off of my enemy team, or off of one of my team's pushes, just for general AoE pressure. Because guess what? Everybody can capitalize off of the HP thresholds. And you know what, guys? It's fun. It's really fun to use. It's very easy to counter. It's very easy to shoot the guy. I'm not invulnerable when I do it. Psylocke. There's an opportunity cost. I can sometimes die using it. I have died using it many times. But it's fun, and there's choice. And I think the dynamics aspect of that, like, hero kit priority is what makes this character super, super well done. It trips that hero fantasy while still giving you, like, if you die with Bucky, you're not like, oh, this ult sucks. Usually, at least if you have any brain cells, you're like, shoot, I should have done that. Or I know occasionally the pop Luna Snow ultimate, and I am a little angry about that, but you know, that's a different problem. But you get what I'm saying? It's fun. It's great. It's cool. It's skill. It complements everything that you do. The AoE aspect of the kits, I personally like. I know some people don't like it, but to me, it rewards you for taking better angles because you can cleave with your abilities. I understand that people have like the hook shouldn't be more than multi-target. I understand that, but even little things like the shield regen, if you use your abilities, is really good. I think so. You give yourself a little bit of sustain without being unkillable like an Iron Fist. But I don't know, this character just flows super nicely. There's so many dynamics. I don't love, I mean, honestly, I used to not like the fact that he's projectile, but the more that I played it, it actually adds like a little bit of extra thought into how you aim. And you know what, I think that's kind of cool. It's different. I think this character's great. Yeah, its punch doesn't get enough distance. I agree. It's also partly part of Marvel. You'll also catch off of stuff, and you don't actually go up, right? There's a lot of moments with Marvel where like you will catch ledges on stuff, which is like equally the ability and the thing. But yeah, I think this is probably, in my opinion, the most creative, if not the best design in the game, which I'm coming from a point of bias because I really do like playing him. He's certainly the most unique character in relation to what you'd expect him to be. When I saw him, I didn't think I was going to like him because it's like, this is just going to be a shooter character with some generic utility. And he's a combo-oriented projectile, quasi-hit scan, melee, poke range dive character. It's just, but yet at the same time, it's not a convoluted mess, you know? And maybe this is where we have like our extra credit detail where like less is more is less, you know, in many ways. Like the kit doesn't feel bloated like some of the Marvel Rivals kits do, where there's so many things going on, because a lot of the bloat with his kit in terms of like, you know, the shield generation and the reload, it just flows into the, it's not something that you have to manage. You just do it. So, right, he very easily could have been Punisher 2.0, right? I think this is why I'm gushing about Winter Soldier, is because Spider-Man is an impressive achievement. They did a good job with Spider-Man, I think. I think he really fits that hero fantasy. But it's crazy to me. It's almost like, the analogy here is like the Andor. You guys seen that show? It's like you go in no expectations for this character at all, and they hit it out of the park, right? That to me is like, you gotta applaud that in of itself, right? Like, it's just freaking Winter Soldier. Like, this isn't like a huge, crazy fan favorite character. He's just a guy with a pistol, and all of a sudden, it's like one of the more unique takes on a shooter mid-range character that I've ever seen. Magic is better. I don't know if I'd agree, but I do agree that Magic is really good. Magic is really good. I won't go into a side tangent about some of my nitpicks with Magic. I think one of my nitpicks with Magic, if you want to get really nitpicky, is this ability right here.
Me? Just a demon.
And it's not what you think it is. My nitpick with this ability is it's somewhat redundant with this.
Come, my minion.
Because this is an AoE pressure. This is an AoE pressure. You get what I'm saying? So whatever choice you make, there's not as much choice. You get what I'm saying? Because they both do somewhat similar things. That being said, this character is really fun. Yeah, no. What basically, here's what I would propose instead. This whole, like, where's her dash? Is it E? Yeah, the E dash thing. I would prefer if you could fade out and you had like another little dash ability or something that provided something that wasn't AoE spot centric as her other choice coming out of Portal. You get what I'm saying? I get what you're saying. I'm not saying that that's completely true. You guys are definitely right. It is different. It's just not as different as I would have liked. But yeah, she's great. Like, I'm really splitting hairs here and doing so from a position of not complete, like, most ignorance. Just a thought here. I love Black Panther. Well, I don't want to talk about Black Panther right now, but I love Black Panther. Now let's contrast that, I say, with Thor. You guys aren't ready for this one. All right. What's this character gonna do, guys? What does this character do? What does this character do? Now, I'm gonna go in disclaimer here. This character has potential. You understand me? He has potential. I don't think he's fundamentally flawed or unfixable. I think there's really cool aspects of this character, but his current implementation is poor. He's smashed with hammer and lightning and... Here's what you do. All right, guys. Mjolnir. How many of you guys are Mjolnir heads? Right? You guys have played God of War, right? What do you think is going to happen to this robot when I throw my hammer? Come on, man! Give me a break! Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? What is that? Are you joking? So it's lacking a lot of the dynamics because there really isn't a lot of dynamics with how you use the right click. Because the damage is so low, it is exclusively used as a finishing blow on targets that you cannot reach. Because this goes into my next point, and really you guys are nailing it. The reason why this character's gameplay loop doesn't make a lot of sense, because it is the antithesis.
At the very minimum.
Yeah, it is the antithesis of dynamics, where the character almost exclusively plays for this. Overhealth, nice range damage, it's good pressure, it's great damage, and it's a lot of fun to do, but that's it. Everything revolves around that right now. So much so that you're not even encouraged to use your other abilities unless you have to. Because, first off, they have a shared cooldown, which is a crazy decision in my opinion. But also because it takes away the hammers that you actually need to charge up your next iteration of your supercharge mode. So now I'm like, well, I don't want to use my hammer throw here because now I can't get away, but I'm also, more importantly, I have to wait until I build my F again. There's no dynamics of this character's kit. It's not that there's no dynamics at all. Potentially. There's a lot of potential dynamics. Okay, imagine a world where Thor, F was a normal cooldown. Maybe there's some sort of resource management they can play with, but just for a second, this is not a finished cooking thing, right? But that shift, right click, and F all had just, cooldowns. Normal cooldowns. Their own individual cooldowns. Well, gee, You know what I'm saying? You can actually use your abilities. You can actually go, bam, and then bam. I can't even use the ability. I can't even use the ability. And then bam, you know, but I can't because shared cooldown. I can't even use the ability when I'm in my F, dude. It's just the worst design decision they possibly could have done with a character that's very popular and has a lot of potential. He just feels awful. And it's not just everything revolving around F, it's also the fact that there's a shared cooldown between both of his abilities. Like, who the frick thought that that was a good idea? Even his F goes on cooldown when you use an ability, even if you have the resource for it. They have this concept of resource management like Bucky, but unlike Bucky, it doesn't actually allow you to layer abilities and combo. It's just there. And so the funny thing about Thor, though, is Thor is a character that has potential, but really bad execution. You know, even things like Thor Hammer, like really all I think you could do is you could just maybe make it do more damage. Maybe a little bit of a knockback. That would be cool. I mean, that's lore appropriate, right? It makes sense, right? By the way, speaking of missed potential, what the frick is this? What is this? What is that? What is that? Is that just a worse version of like literally every other ultimate in this game? Maybe that might just be a skill check for me, but in my experience, this ultimate is cheeks. What is that? It's not. What is that? What is that garbage? Anyway, long story short, you have an aspect of the character where it's not just the dynamics part, because I know we're talking about dynamics a lot. It's not intuitive. It's not intuitive. You want to use your abilities as Thor because they're kind of fun, you know? It's like, it's really fun to hit your skill check. It's fun to dash around, right? I even think the implementation of the hammer dash is kind of neat, right? It's omnidirectional. I think it's creative, but you're not allowed to do it. What the frick, man? I want to play Thor, man. I want to do Thor. It's not intuitive. In fact, it's so unintuitive that the first game I played, and you know, obviously not everyone picks things up immediately, but I'm a coach, right? The first time I played this character, I was like, man, this character's really bad. And in the back half of my first game on beta, this was in closed beta, this wasn't live, I realized that, man, F is really strong. And then I go, oh no. And I realized, because I was already kind of feeling kind of bad about the shared cooldown, and I realized that I actually could not utilize my abilities if I wanted to play around my F. It's terrible. This guy's freaking Thor, the god of thunder. He's got Mjolnir, okay? And this is what you telling me? This is what you're telling me? So, anyway, that's my complaints with Thor. So I think the nice thing about Thor is that you have a redeemable character design that needs some more tweaks. I don't think you need any fundamental, complete reworkings of even how the abilities work. It just, the layering and the resource management is really clunkily done at the expense of dynamics, at the expense of intuition, and at the expense of fun. And I think you could say that about a couple of characters within the Marvel Rivals design. Great idea, bad execution. But what if you had a character that was not such a great idea, not such a great execution, and actually got worse the more development that they've put into the character? And I wonder what character we could be talking about. Any guesses, chat? What's a character that has gotten started, had some potential, but has progressively gotten worse the more development? Let me give you a hint. Let me give you guys a hint. We're not on Rivals anymore. One of you guys got it. Now, obviously, that description could apply to a couple different characters, to be fair. It's Orisa. It's Orisa. So we talk about a character that went from basically being an unkillable shield bot at mid to long ranges to an unkillable armor bot and short to mid ranges. Now, again, you guys aren't wrong. Like, if you get and guess Orisa, I'm just chat engagement and all that kind of stuff. So let's talk about Orisa. So Orisa starts off in Overwatch 1. She has a shield. She has Fortify. She has Bongo, which is an AoE ultimate. Hero Fantasy is kind of mid, right? Not the most engaging character of all time. But she has one really, really, really redeeming function that feels fairly intuitive, but just really scales well with practice, and crucially has that big D, the big D word, dynamics. Halt. You could do so many things with Halt, right? Now, it was a very strong ability, and it was an enabler in many ways of double shield versus dive. I don't think it was the bad part of double shield. It was the most interesting part of double shield for sure, but it was a very skillful offensive defensive cooldown. Like, you could pull people back, you could pull people out of position, you could pull people closer, you could pull people further away, and it was a lot of fun to use, and it had a lot of choice of how you wanted to use it. So they go, the shield character, AFK spam, probably not healthy for the game. Double shield, Overwatch 1, 6v6, ha ha ha. Let's axe it, and let's go with this whole horse. Let's get this horse mindset. Let's give her a javelin. She's moving. She's more proactive. And my favorite part of Orisa is how she really encapsulates everything wrong with hero design, which is really rare in Overwatch, because Overwatch usually gets the first one right. The visual consistency. Like, what a character looks like, it kind of does. Orisa's definitely a hunk of metal. Like, let's not exaggerate here. I'm not going to force my point here. But what the frick is the horse thing supposed to mean? What is this whole javelin jumping? Like, that's not how she plays at all. She's a static block of granite. I would get that more with a character like Reinhardt. But this is not what the Orisa rework is supposed to play like. Why is this? And the funny thing is if you look very carefully here, there's a lot of old aspects of Orisa and even current aspects of Orisa that hint at that vision. How many of you guys know, most of you guys in my chat probably know, how many of you guys know that you maintain the movement speed from javelin spin for, I want to say 2.5 seconds? After javelin spin's over? Look, I'm moving faster. A lot of people don't know that. A lot of you guys might know it because you guys are all nerds, but most people don't know that. How many of you guys knew, now you guys definitely know this now because it's come to light, right? How many of you guys knew, or at least didn't know back in the day, about the cooldown reduction on her weapon from Fortify? So you see the little meter there, you fortify, and that cooldown slows down. That's gone now, but that was a thing for years. Most players played Orisa didn't know that. So there's aspects that you could tell that they wanted a character that could aggress, that can move, right? Maybe couldn't actively leap. Well, it didn't work out that way. Unlucky. That's okay. We can do some tweaks. Well, do you want to give her a little leap? A little short leap? Do we want to do the Spylo silliness and make her fly with javelin spin? Do we want to give her, a charge, right? Do we want to lean more into the javelin spin? No. What we're going to do is we're going to keep tweaking her armor and health numbers for years, over and over and over and over again. Yep. And then Fortify, we're going to keep tweaking Fortify health, over health, HP, damage reduction. Yep. And then, because we don't like this character, people don't seem to like this character, we're going to, that Fortify cool, like the key reduction, the thing that nobody really seems to know about or use. Well, that's a problem, right? Nobody uses that. So you know what we're going to do? Let's take it away. Let's just take it away. Let's just take it away. Nobody uses it anyway, so let's remove it. She's like an unkillable block of concrete. So let's just make her an unblockable block of concrete. Obviously the vision didn't really pan out. I assume that was the vision. I'm cutting them some slack here, right? So instead of fixing the issue, let's just lean into the misery, right? Why not? Sure. Oh yeah, Fortify, right? Way too many people are being proactive with fortifying, getting in people's face and bullying them. So you know what? Let's make her move slower while she's fortifying so that she's even more of an unkillable block of granite. Because she's annoying when she does that, right? So instead of making her less granite-like, let's make her more granite-like. No dynamics. No intuition. Gone backwards. No. Her visual design, the horse, I understand this is not going to be a dive tank. We get that, right? But look at Hazard. That's what we expect. Anything that even remotely resembles that. Nope. No horse. No horse for you guys. No galloping. Nope. You're gonna take your lack of dynamics, your lack of choices. You're not gonna be able to move as fast. You're not gonna be able to take as many positions. Even the rare situations when you could arguably orderly fortify to get that extra pressure early in the fight. Nope, those knee situations are gone too. Get gone. And I understand why they made those changes. I'm not trying to be like a complete hyperbolic like monster here, right? But it's because it wasn't utilized that way, right? It wasn't utilized that way. But that's the problem. If it's not utilized in the way that you're intended, you don't just take it away. You fix it so that it makes sense to use it that way. Orisa has been, in my opinion, and I'm not trying to sound like flats here, but one of the more disappointing up there with Sojourn balanced characters in this game, because it shows that they just didn't really have a vision for her that was ever well executed. And it really feels like they let her out the pasture and just were like, well, she's going to always be annoying, and so we do nothing to change it. And I don't think it's even that particularly hard. Gallop, jump, lunge, dash. One of the reworks I did a while ago, I actually did a rework of this character off stream. We did some discussion. There was some discussion about gallop, dashing, little short jumps. And there's like lots of little ideas I had about, leaning her away from fortify, being in this invulnerability cooldown, being able to take little short cooldowns trades, making Javelin spin a more interesting part of her kit instead of just kind of standing still. Maybe even changing the ultimate, right? A kick, right? There's all sorts of things that you can do. And it saddens me, really, because there are aspects of this character that are a guilty pleasure for me. I think that there's aspects that are fun. And this one's been a real blot, So yeah, I think that there's aspects of this kit that have a potential, and this is not even going back to the halt, right? Which, by the way, if you guys ever played the Emong patch of this character, having halt with Orisa was actually pretty fun. It's just a mess. It's a missed opportunity, I think, and I think like that's kind of like what saddens me, because it's not just a missed opportunity for people that have to play versus Orisa. There's also there's people out there right now. If we changed to Orisa to be more not lore appropriate, but to be more intuitive with her visual design, to be more dynamic, some of you guys would be Orisa mains. You would go like, man, this is actually kind of fun. I might be a Orisa main, but it's a missed opportunity. This is why when we defend crappy hero designs, like, well, there's some people that like playing it, yeah, but think of all the people that don't. Think about all the missed opportunities here. And so that's kind of what saddens me. It feels like they've just kind of shelved her entirely, and I don't think that there would be any crazy rework. So yeah, that's a missed opportunity here. She doesn't check any of the 3 boxes of good hero design, and for me, that's my opinion. But yeah. So while we're being a negative Nancy, let's talk about the good. Let's be a positive Patricia. And let's talk about Tracer. Boy, talk about archetype of hero design here. What does this character look like she does? Maybe not with this skin necessarily, but speed, man. Speed. Freaking speed. Freaking speed. Quickness. Dashing. Movement. Dueling. What does she do? Okay, so I actually have a distinct memory of playing Tracer for the first time. My brother-in-law's PC. He wanted to play Overwatch. I actually played Tracer before I played Genji. I tried Tracer. He said she was really hard, probably too hard for me. I tried her. I got my teeth kicked in. But you know what's funny, chat? And I had no experience with first-person shooters. I played Tracer correctly. At least I tried to. Because I was like, you must move around and be sneaky and stuff. It's intuitive. It makes sense. You look at her and you're like, oh, I know what this character's supposed to do. Even the freaking name, Tracer. It's Tracer, man. It's Tracer. You move around, you blink around, you duel, and you aim really good. It's intuitive, right? It does exactly what you think it's supposed to do. Now, there's a lot of complexity to it, and that's where the dynamics comes into play. But I think dynamics are most beautifully experienced when it actually makes sense. Let me give you guys a good analogy. I have salty egg subs.
I subbed and robbed me with an ad immediately.
Shut up, salty egg. I'm gonna keep shooting the shark. One word, sushi. Let me give you guys the best example of intuitive and dynamics. How many of you guys have ever seen a good murder mystery movie? Right? You guys ever seen a good murder mystery movie? What is the first thing, the most important thing of a murder mystery movie, okay? The murder mystery movie is oh, yes, that makes sense, right? You might be surprised. You might be, oh, that was unexpected, but it makes sense, right? Oh, no offense. This is why I think Glass Onion was such a crappy movie compared to some of the other murder mysteries that I've seen, because nobody could possibly, like, it basically played, it lied to you, right? That's another story. But basically, it's like, oh, well, that's consistent, or oh, I could have guessed that, right? Like, you're there. You're like, oh, you could actually make sense. So with Tracer, it's like there's a lot of dynamics and complexity of the character that takes a little bit of time to figure out, but it all makes logical sense. And even when you first start playing the character, you already have a general idea of what you ought to be doing. You know what I'm saying? That to me is the beauty of Tracer. It's like a murder mystery. You know what you're supposed to do, but you still find yourself surprised. Right? And I think that's the beauty of Tracer. She's intuitive. Her visual design is just peak. It's Overwatch. Overwatch is almost always great at visual design and consistency of playstyle, even with the characters I don't like.
A sort of grounded charge. X. You
yeah, maybe.
Running start, and then when you release it, you throw the spear. Faster you're going when you throw it, the faster the...
Yeah, I mean, it's a good idea. I agree, Brax. I appreciate the bits. I think 100%. And then the last one is the dynamics. And I think like characters like Tracer are such a beautiful example of less is more with the dynamics of the kit. Like obviously Winter Soldier, we talked about like having a really, really technically bloated kit, but one that flows together very nicely. Tracer's an example of a really stripped down kit. Like she doesn't have anything. Even her passive is just kind of movement speed. Like you don't really think a lot about it, but blinks. Do you use it to reposition? Do you use it to disengage? Yes, yes. Do you use it to juke cooldowns? Yes. Do you use it to juke damage? Yes. Do you use it to dodge? And yes. Do you use recall to hold an angle for longer? Do you use recall to dodge a cooldown? Do you use recall to go for an aggressive angle and then recall back to the more passive angle? Yes. Everything that you could possibly scratch with this character. There's like 4 different ways to use every single basic cooldown, and there's nothing complicated about understanding what the cooldown does. It's pretty intuitive that that's what it does. But how do you use that? That's where it gets really complex. Even Pulse Bomb, right? Pretty self-explanatory, but who do you stick? Do you go for the high-risk high reward or the low-risk one? You know? And this is why there are a lot of... it's funny. There are a lot of people that I wouldn't describe them Tracer mains, because I think one of the weaker aspects of Tracer's kit, and this is not an insult, because I think this is more subjective. She doesn't have like the most charismatic personality of all time, right? Which I think is fine. I'm a big Ana fan, and she's just a little nuanced. She's not Genji, sure, Ryan, or Mercy, who have these big caricature personalities necessarily. Mercy in terms of like the support, right? Not caricature personalities. But people still play Tracer because she's fun. She's still fun. She's just fun. Like I know a lot of Tracer players, but I don't know a lot of Tracer mains, because people just want to play Tracer, even though they don't really identify with the character that much, because she's just fun. You know? And I find that pretty cool. You know? I think it's cool when people want to play a character because they really like the character's personality. And I think it's cool when people want to play a character just because they really think the character's fun. I think Winston's a great one for me. I don't really care about Winston. I think Winston's kind of goofy. That's part of the appeal. That's why a lot of people like him. To me, that's not really my cup of tea. I'm glad they have it in the game. But you know what? I really love the Winston gameplay loop, man. I love the Winston gameplay loop. You know? And I think also for the personality side of things, this is kind of a tangent. I think it's really important that you have a lot of different personalities represented in your game, not just like cultures and stuff, but like, you know, I think like the goofiness of Venture is really what makes Venture appealing, you know, and I'm glad that they have a Venture-like character in the game. And I'm glad that they have an edgelord, right? I'm glad that they have a grumpy character. And I'm really sad that they have a total douchebag like Kiriko. Kiriko's completely unredeemable, man. I freaking hate that character. But yeah, besides that, you know, not everyone has to be super charismatic and super suave. Not everybody's cool, you know. I think that's maybe why Kiriko is so genuinely unlikable, is the fact that she thinks she's really cool and she's just a total jackass. She's not charismatic or interesting at all. She's a total Mary Sue and completely insufferable about it. But characters like Venture and Reinhardt and Torbjorn, a little awkward, a little clunky, but cool in their own right. You know, where they're confident in their own skin. And, you know, I think that that's what makes those characters really endearing, even if they're not endearing pandering to everybody. I was really annoyed when people were like, look how ugly Venture is. Bro, who gives a frick? I'm glad they made Venture look goofy. You know what I'm saying? Unconventional. You know, I think that's like, you compare that to like what Conquer did, and people are like, oh, Conquer failed because unconventionally attractive. No, Conquer just didn't have a cohesive hero design. Now, Conquer just didn't have a cohesive visual hero design. Venture's hero design is really good. Very consistent with what you expect, right? Having unconventional or unique things is not a problem, right? You kind of have to appeal to all types, right? That's the whole point. But the point being is that there's good execution and then there's bad execution. Unspoken riz versus sexual harassment, right? Like that's kind of the idea, right? So to me, that's kind of like the real takeaway for me here. So anyway, that's like, I guess that's kind of my mini rant here.
Like a goober and acts like a goober. And
right, exactly. Like goober is exactly the word for it. That's maybe a southern phrase for some of you guys, but goober is a great word. Kind of goofy, but lovable, you know? And there's a lot of characters that kind of fit that, But where the attractive type, I mean, that is a good point. I'm not as familiar with the Conquer type, but there were a lot of unconventionally attractive types. So you can fail by trying to be too alternative because there's a lot of, like, people want to play the hot guy, right? People want to play the hot girl. People want to play the cool svelte, not even the hot guy, but the cool guy, right? Guys want to play a guy that looks like this, you know? I like to think that I'm a complicated, nuanced teenager, right? We all are inside. But I liked Kenji. I thought he was kind of cool. You know? Thought he was cool. You know? So, anyway. I think Overwatch does a great job with their visual design. I think that a lot of times that they lack in dynamics sometimes, and they lack, not always lack an intuitive playstyle, but yeah. Literally me, mom. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I have Kamario. I'm hoping they lean away from Kiriko's just obnoxious playstyle. The thing is you know what's funny? People don't mind villains. People don't mind bad attitudes, but people don't like, okay, you know what the worst crime, okay, I've learned this in the last like 4 or 5 years of my life. You know what's worse than being evil? What's worse than what's a worse adjective than evil? What's the worst adjective than evil? Annoying or cringe. Yes. Annoying or cringe. Yes, exactly. Literally. It's not just in games. You guys remember Skylar from Breaking Bad, right? She has pretty reasonable, no spoilers here, but pretty reasonable reactions to what's going on around her, but she has a couple of annoying moments, and man, people hate her for it. And I think she's way overhated, honestly. I think she's a fine character, and I don't think the annoying moments are that much. But people don't like annoying, man. Marie is more annoying? Agreed. Agreed on that one. 100% agreed. But that's a great example, right? No spoilers, but Marie does some annoying things as a part of her character development, which even makes sense within the story. But man, I hate her for it. It's a weakness that I don't like. Right? And in Kiriko, it's not a weakness that I don't like. She thinks she's a strength, and man, she's just total lack of self-awareness. Yeah, I definitely agree that Skylar is way overhated. Agreed. But my point being is that annoying will always be, people are always sensitive to annoying. People are always, or whatever they perceive as annoying is people hate it. People hate annoying more than evil. At least in their media. People like charismatic figures, you know, confidence, you know, Venture, unapologetic. You know, Venture can be annoying to some people too, I think, but like, you know, yeah. Yeah, Kiriko is just mean-spirited. Kiriko is mean-spirited. Here's something else. You know why I think Junkrat's personality has gotten worse in Overwatch 2 from his Overwatch 1? You guys tell me why as I blow my nose. What's changed in Junkrat's personality from Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2? You guys tell me. Yeah. Junkrat was a little unhinged, right? Silly, but unhinged in kind of a scary way, right? Now he's just dumb. Now he's just silly. He's like the annoying 10-year-old. It's like, dude, come on, like lay off. Enough. And everyone's mean to him too, which also just puts a bad thing on it, right? So Junkrat is actually a lot nicer than he is in Overwatch 1. And yet, for me, I don't like his personality as much. He's just stupid. Overwatch 1, he was a lot more malicious and a little bit smarter. He's crazy. He's like somebody that's, their brain is damaged, but they're clever. He's almost like a sociopathic, almost, really, in a lot of ways, right? Like, he's not, his actions don't always, his actions always follow a logical trend, but it's off, he's going the wrong direction with it. Yeah, kind of like Joker, right? Like, kind of like, bro, are you good? But like, you know that he's manipulating you, you know. Now, that's giving him a little too much credit. I don't think he was that level in Overwatch 1 by any means. He was always a little bit coked off the gills, but they really cranked it up to a caricature. And that's why, to me, I think a lot of people, for me anyway, don't like Junkrat, because he's just silly now. And it's overly silly, and it kind of kills the whole... It just feels like cheapened. It feels like Disney-fied. You know what I'm saying? It's like, man, we had some edge to this character, and now it's gone. Even Sigma, right, loses a little bit of his edge. Yeah. So, yeah, I agree. Most hero personalities got worse. So, it's kind of a bummer. It's why I like Idiari, because it's heavy, you know? It's heavy. I mean, some of the voice interactions are not always executed super well. I think there's an interaction between Idiari and Genji, which is really, really poorly done. But, like, I mean, I don't mind the heavy. She's a little immature with it, but, you know, she has a lot of burden with that. And, you know, I don't know. I'm really going off topic here, but... I mean, that kind of stuff is like, you don't think it matters, but it does. It does. You notice it. You notice it. I have tried 6v6. I liked it. Yeah, I think Sojourn's legit. Sojourn's just a war-torn soldier. I know people don't love Sojourn's personality, but I think Sojourn's a bit of a vanilla character, but it fits her personality, and she's just mature about it. She's just experienced, mature, you know, whatever. I don't think it's bad. Not everything has to be super engaging or interesting or creative or clever. Sojourn's character arc is she's just a recalled soldier, right? She's a little like Ana in that aspect. Maybe she's got a little bit more of an edge. I don't know. Croissant? Yeah, so anyway. I'm going to eat. I'm going to eat. And then, guys, do you guys want to do the hero design tier list? And then I want to talk about Marvel Rivals meta. Because shout out to Jag in chat, who I know has been waiting almost 2 hours now for me to break this down. We'll get to that.
To me as Genji trying too hard to mimic Zen when he really isn't Zen and doesn't have the sort of wisdom.
Yeah, exactly,
on
Brax.
how to target it. That Zen do.
I mean, maybe you could argue that's character development too. That Genji's trying to be the guy and he just isn't him yet. But it's hard. It's hard to have like microdose lore and it feels clunky, you know. You sent a newer message with more data, by the way? All right. I don't remember Symmetra's personality in Overwatch 1. I really like her personality in Overwatch 2, Aerithal. What changed? Juno's annoying just because she's a trope, not because she's not well done. It's just a trope. Makes sense, Aerithal. Alright. This is going to be one of those takes that's spicy for those that don't know, and ice cold for those that do. You know who is an underrated personality? I want to see if you guys can guess who I'm thinking of. There's only a few people that I think. Alright, you ready for this? Freaking Life Weaver. Freaking Life Weaver. I'm gonna let you guys sit in that one for a second. Freaking Life Weaver has such an underrated personality. I told you, it's a cold take for those that know. But initially, a lot of people are like, wow, Lightweaver. Maybe I'm wrong with this, but I feel like Lightweaver is like a good dude, but he really is willing to do whatever it takes to get what he thinks is right done, and he just doesn't really care. I think that his moral compass is so strong that he's literally willing to break any rule and do anything if he thinks it's what necessary. Like, no matter how ethically questionable, like, he straight up, you know, like, if you know it came down to it, Lightweaver would kill you if it was the right thing. He would just shoot you dead instantly. Right. I wish violence never solved anything. Yeah. He has that edge, which is a little unexpected. Like, he's very edgy. Like, you feel the revolutionary aspect of his personality pretty viscerally if you pay attention to a lot of his interactions. It'll be Overwatch Zucker Golf. I'll change the category for now really quick, but we will be going back to Rivals later. It's not embarrassing if you're shameless. Yeah, dude, I freaking love so many of his voice lines. I didn't think I would. But they did. They added a nice little bit of... That to me is like, that's... dude, the nuance of things, man. Nuance makes things so much fun. Both with how characters play and how they... and their personalities, right? I think Doomfist is great, too. I really like Doomfist as well. Doomfist is a great example of a character that has no nuance, almost very little nuance, right? I don't think Doomfist thinks that he's doing the wrong thing. I think it's similar to Symmetra. I think he's quite confident he's doing the right thing. But he has no questions about himself. Full confidence in himself. What's your opinion on Hazard? Did somebody ask that? Hazard's personality, it's hard to say. It needs time to develop. I haven't heard enough voice line interactions. I don't fully understand his purpose. I love the comic. I don't know why he's here, or what he does, or what his purpose is. I don't think he's supposed to be a goober. Okay, I know this is a bit of, not a hot take, but it's going to be a hot take for some people. I love the voice acting. I love the over-the-top Scottish. I freaking love it. It enhances my experience. It makes it more fun to play. But I don't know where he falls into the larger story. Not really a criticism just yet. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah. Calls Overwatch teammates bootlickers. Dude, I freaking love that. He's just super disrespectful. I really like Hazard's personality. I just don't really know what he's supposed to be doing. Thank you, Michael Myers. Yeah, he's just great. I've been playing a lot of Hazard recently. Obviously. And doing quite well, actually, by the way. Chat, we're doing well. We're almost to Masters. We have like a 64, 65% win rate. We're getting there. Yeah, he does look funny. I don't mind him being a generic white dude and not looking like the original concept art. But he looks a little like Buzz Lightyear. And once you see it, you can't unsee it. But honestly, you could definitely be like, oh, come on, Overwatch, you're better than this. Like, character design. Usually Overwatch is like super sleek. Like, I mean, even characters like Like, I mean, even this guy, right?
A gun in each hand and a smile
I mean, come on. It's well done. It's not the most creative thing in the history universe, but it's clean,
Hazard
right?
is like.
Hazard's
Take
not
the
clean.
terminally online
Hazard's
edges,
kind of messy.
Make them big.
Hazard's
Make
a
them
little
aggressively
Hazard's a little
Scottish.
bloated,
Add spikes.
right?
Add more spikes. Add even more spikes. Oh, and make.
But his voice acting and his gameplay loop is really interesting. So I don't really care. Your criticisms are fair, but I don't care. Yeah, exactly, Stefano. Okay, you guys ready for this? Hazard's execution is what Malga should have been. Obviously, completely different kit, so it's an unfair comparison. But it's the hero fantasy in my brain that just never happens with Malga. This insane, intense energy, and just and then you just stand there and shoot the tank. But with Hazard, you feel like you get to live that fantasy a little bit more. But my only complaint, okay, you guys ready for the biggest complaint with Hazard? I think I gave feedback on this. Do you know what my biggest complaint with Hazard is? Listen. You hear that? Listen again. Give me a freaking break. That's what it sounds like? Sounds like I'm chopping them with a butter knife. You know, this isn't a London character. It's so mid. The chop sounds. No, I'm not talking about the grunts. I'm talking about the chopping. It's like so like I need like you know, like I want the juice, man. I'm chopping them, bro. I'm freaking chopping them, man. And usually Overwatch is freaking amazing at that. This is like actually, Hazard's a weird example because Hazard visual, people are critical of the visual design, which is fair. And then even like some of the sound design, the sound design in the wall is great. That sounds amazing. Even the block sounds amazing. But there's like a weird, it's weird. He's a great character, but it's like some of the little things that you're used to them doing super well, they don't do super well. And I expect that to change. I'm gonna keep harassing the developers about it nicely because I think it would be more fun to play Hazard with a big chunker. Yeah, Jungle Queen sounds great. Jungle Queen sounds great. Yeah, I don't know. I've had a lot of fun playing Hazard though, I will say. And we'll get to this in a second, but 2024 has been a really good year for us for hero designs. Hey, Gavin. Yes, people like you. Skywriting, carpet bombing, random phone calls in the middle of the night. I don't know anyone's phone number, but I'm just going to start dialing numbers until I find somebody. But yeah, I've had so much fun playing Hazard recently. Very challenging character. I'm going to have a little more beef. And then we'll call it. Different things each game because you'll get bored after the first couple of games and then stop practicing properly. Yes, it's all Gavin's fault. Knows our intro? Gavin's fault. Battle Pass price? Gavin's fault. 5v5? Gavin's fault. Season 9? Gavin's fault.
There are only 10 billion of them to go through. Sounds
World of
like
Hunger?
a useful thing to do
Gavin's
with your
fault.
time, coach.
I've spoken with them several times about it. I was like, dude, this whole economic collapse stuff, you gotta lay off. Nope. Only 10 billion of them to go through? Yeah, exactly, Brax. I want to blow my nose again. Give me a second. Ah! Am I pro 6v6 now? I mean, I never was anti 6v6. I've always been the fence sitter in terms of format. I've had moments where I feel like 5v5 can function with more experimentation within the tank role, but I think 6v6 can function as well. I don't know if there's a really easy answer there. The good news is that I think like no matter what format that you choose, that there's some objective measures that really apply to both. And I have enjoyed playing 6v6. What is Stefano saying? 66 balance fault? Yeah, it's my fault. Yeah, I mean, it just depends. It just depends. Yeah. It's just different. It's just different. Like, I think 66 definitely, I mean, we talked about it already, but I think definitely is peak Overwatch. And so I think some people are just always going to want that peak, and some people are going to not want the Orisa, you know, whatever, Hog double off tank, you know? Or they're going to want to have more autonomy as a support. And I don't think you can really say anything objectively about that, really. People also heavily Halo affect a lot of what their experience is. So I have generally more fond memories of 5v5 than I do 66 because when I was coaching a lot of 66, it was a lot of sweaty pro coaching, a lot of tough times for me personally, which means that I'm probably more favored towards 5v5 because a lot of my content and stuff has been around 5v5, and it's been a pretty fun period of my life. And people are going to be nostalgic about 66, and so everything that's revolving around 66 is going to be more favorable, and some of the negative aspects of Overwatch 2 and kind of Halo affected, and it's just not a bias that you're really able to avoid, myself included there. So I don't know. I don't envy the developers with this kind of stuff. It's a tricky one. I feel like the end of 66 was relatively okay, better than the vast majority of Overwatch 1's life cycle. Well, technically, if you wanted it, you would be 11 versus 11, 6v6 and 5v5. Okay, let's do our hero design tier list for Overwatch 1 for year annual, and then we'll get into some of the rivals meta discussion stuff. Yeah, the last 2 years of Overwatch were just dead in terms of content. Like, totally dead. Totally dead. Yeah, Frito will say his truth unapologetically. He's at that age where he just doesn't give a frick what other people think, really. So you're gonna get his unfiltered opinion for sure. Let's do this easier. I'm just gonna use the Reddit thread. I'm not gonna actually do a tier list maker because it visually would be a mess. Can we get the React thing up? I think I can. Okay, no, I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna do this instead, I think. Let me change my headline. There. Okay, let's do this, like right here. I think this is a good one. So credit to Son of Gary. 2024 is arguably the best year ever for new hero releases, and so yeah. So let's go back. Let's go back and see if we can remember how good. Let's try to order them. Let's try to order them. Well, Samito's doing really well with Marvel Rivals, and he's having a lot of fun. So of course he doesn't care. What do you guys think? So we've got Ana Sombra, Orisa Doomfist Moira, Brigitte, Ball Ash, Baptiste Sigma, Echo, which, whatever, Sojin, Kiriko, Jungle Queen, Ramattra, Lifeweaver, Ediari, Malga, and then 2024, which we'll have to kind of pencil in there, right? So what do you guys think? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and in this year is 8. What number, 1 through 8, 8 being the worst, 1 being the best, would you give 2016? I think I have a guess. Type a number. What do you guys got? 1 through 8 for Ana Sombra. 1 through 8 for Ana Sombra. 3, 4, 6? Group Up podcast? I don't know. I'm not sure. It is tough, isn't it? Because there's a real stinker in there, isn't there? I know there's some Sombra mains out there, and I think the concept of the character is really interesting, but man, she's been a stinker since then, right? Both playing as Sombra and playing versus Sombra. My hot take, okay, this isn't a hot take. Initially, my thought is this. This is my ranking, nothing objective about this, right? I think I'm putting 5. I think Sombra's really bad. And I also want to give credit to, at the time, I think Ana brought a lot of baggage with her at the time too. I don't want to let's compare to where they are now. Let's compare to where they are now, not where they were. I think that's like a fair assessment of hero design, because that gives you time to balance the character properly around the design that you already had, right? So we'll start with 5. I might change this as we go back. I think Sombra was just a real stinker. Okay. But I'm open to changing this. So this is just like a gut. Orisa Doomfist Moira. Wow. Yeah. I think it's a step backwards. I love DPS Doomfist for the same reason that DPS Doomfist feels like a Marvel Rivals character. Completely broken, but so much fun. Like, really fun. Like, really unique. And the problem is that the floor and ceiling, it didn't work out. It didn't work out. And remember, we're comparing this to like what they balanced with the character over time, not his initial release.
Big number bad.
Because that would be unfair.
Good.
But yeah. Big number bad or big number good? Big number bad. But yeah, Moira's a mess, still is a mess. Orisa's a mess, still was a mess, still is a mess. Doomfist has done quite well. But to be fair, he's received almost a complete comprehensive rework. But we'll give it some credit that, this is not a gutter tier design, because I think Doomfist is like, he's still annoying. He's not perfect, but I think he brings a lot of joy to a lot of people. And he is not the most unfair or annoying tank to play versus, in my opinion. He's fun. I get it. He's like one of those characters where, like, yeah, he's annoying to play sometimes, but you could say that about literally any character in the game. I get it. If I'm going to be annoyed, at least you're having fun. Brigitte, Ball, Ash. Oh boy, this one's tough. All right, now this one you guys are going to have to take your blinders off of. Do your best to remember one. Okay, maybe that's a little spicy. I don't know, guys. I don't know if I agree with that. But remember, this is the design of the character and how it ended up. Not how... Because obviously Brig was horrible. Maybe the worst hero in Overwatch history on release. Literally worse than Orisa, worse than Sigma, whatever. But how she's aged with the basically the same kit. I honestly want to say... Oh man, there's no way I say this, right? There's no way. Guys, I think it might be 2. just because of the position that Brig is in now, where she's still, the burst heal for armor pack and rally are still but Brig is aged much better than Sombra, Orisa, Moira, Bap has. Honestly, even better than Sojourn, Kiriko, or Ramatra. Ball is great. Ball is peak. And Ashe is peak. Ashe is what snipers should be. Clip management, repositioning. Ball is aged worse because of 5v5. Yeah, potentially, but it's still ball. You know what I'm saying? Ball is still ball. Anybody that tells you that ball can't function at 5v5 is mad coping. The problem with ball is more to do with the accessibility of easy CC. But the design of ball, like, here's the thing, guys. Even if you don't like ball in 5v5, which is a fair take, right? I'm not saying that ball is great in 5v5. I do think he's worse. It's still ball. It's not his fault. He's still a greatly designed character. You know? He's great. It's like saying Lucio is bad hero design because he's a little harder to play in 5v5. It's ball. Come on. I think there's aspects of ball, like inability to counterplay certain forms of CC, which they've never really addressed that. Well, Brax, you're not supposed to spoil it. But yeah. Thank you for the bits. You got to keep your opinions secret. But ball is interesting. Ball is a little bit like Doomfist on crack. Well, I know, Brax, I know. But we got to keep it. You got to keep it a secret. Yeah, horrible circumstances instead of bad design. Exactly. I agree. Okay, Baptiste Sigma. I mean, this one feels pretty easy, right? This one is tricky because you have to remember how things have aged. But I still think... Oh man, this is tough. Okay, hear me out. Do we give it 6 and swap the Orisa Doomfist Moira to 7, or do we give it 7? Baptiste is unredeemable, but Baptiste is almost unredeemable. The kit is a disaster. His weapon is great. That's it. But Sigma's aged a lot better in 5v5, and I would say he's a relatively balanced tank and a relatively challenging and fun tank. All right, I think I've just talked myself into it. It's 2 bad versus 1 bad. And I know you're like, oh, but Bap is super cancer. Yeah, but we're talking about currently. I'm going to give it 6. I'm going to go back and do this to 7. Bap is not as bad now as he used to be. He just doesn't work. You know why Bap's not bad is because he's inoffensive, right? He just kind of shoots, you know? Like, he just shoots. Like, he isn't all that great in 5v5 because basically you can only use your abilities selfishly because everything is so far spread out. But, yeah. I think Sigma deserves 6 because Sigma's done fairly well and Bap is... I said with Bap is like as offensive as Moira is, right? So like you have Moira plus Orisa. Yeah, no. I mean, 2020, what do you guys got? Echo? I mean, this one feels pretty easy, right? This is like, to me, the definition. I'll go ahead and put my number in here. The reason why I'm going to explain my score here in a second as you guys type in. This is like the definition of like inoffensive. She's fine. She's good. She's well designed. She's not like you're not going to be like, oh, I desperately want to play Overwatch so that I can play Echo necessarily. Like most people won't. Like she's not a Genji or a Tracer or a Winston or an Ana or a Lucio in that aspect. Or even, the only reason I'm not grading her higher is because you only released one character. You know what I'm saying? Like, it feels hard to reward fully for releasing one freaking character the entire. But she has aged well. She's actually done a lot better in 5v5, I think, because her stickies and tank pressure was like absurd in 6v6. So I don't have a problem with Echo really. I just there isn't enough good things to say about 2020. Yeah, Echo was really strong on launch. Echo, like, I don't think there's a single character besides maybe Ashe, and to a lesser extent Ball. Chat, was there a single character in Overwatch 1 that wasn't broken in one way or another, in either a bad or a good way, on release? Like really OP or really brain dead. I think it's just Ashe, right? Ball was kind of not very good initially. No. I'm talking about DLC characters. So Overwatch 1. Ana was super broken. Sombra was not broken, but just weird, wacko ult charge from, like 5-second hack. Sombra is just atrocious. Orisa, Doomfist, Moira, no. Brigitte, no. Ball was tough. Ball, maybe, yeah. Ball and Ashe. Bap, broken. Sigma, broken. Echo was broken. Echo was very broken. You get, at least at the pro level. I don't know unranked. But Echo was basically one-tricked for when she was initially released. She was unbelievably strong. Full tank HP copy. Stickies, I don't remember how much damage Stickies did, but it was like 300-something damage. Full Sticky just basically killed tanks. Beam DPS was a lot higher. She got a lot of nerfs. I mean, she wasn't like Brig strong by any means, or even Bap strong by any means. But she would like, think about it this way. I think the best comparison would be like almost launched Sojourn, maybe? Sticky's always at 180? All right, whatever. At the time, it was basically a one-shot. It's probably the best DPS in Overwatch 1? I mean, yeah, easily. She was definitely better than Ashe. She was definitely better than Sombra. And she was, I think, probably better than Doomfist on launch. Certainly easier to get value out of initially. But yeah, it's been a while, so maybe I'm wrong. But I know she was strong. She was very strong. She was a little tricky, which is kind of kept her from being immediately abusable like some of the other characters, but yeah. Okay, next one. Sojourn, Kiriko, Junker Queen, Ramatra. Oh boy. What do you guys got? Yeah, we were kind of narrowing things down. Everyone's starting to agree with me. Yeah. This one feels pretty simple. I'm going to give it a 4. This is a perfect, like, middle of the road patch. I describe this as okay, you know what I do? This is the disappointing year. Because I don't think there's a single character in this list that has, like, that doesn't have potential. Like, you got a hypermobile duelist support, which we had never had before. You got a quasi railgun mechanic, which we never had before. Verticality soldier, which every part of her kit feels visceral and fun. You have Junker Queen, who's just, Ramatra, who's lore and the managing forms, and just there's still aspects of the character that are fun, right? It's not. But to me, this is the one, if I had to grade missed potential, this one would be number 8. This one would be number 1 in terms of the most failed potential. I look at characters like Malga, Yari, Lifeweaver, Orisa, Moira, Sombra. I get it. It's hard. Those are pretty ugly designs to begin with. This one is just like, dude, we've talked about these characters a million times. I'm not going to rehash old things. But come on. You have so much potential with these characters. Patty, thank you for the sub. And we've made no progress with a lot of them. Ramatra's made marginal improvements. Marginal. Sojourn has made marginal improvements, but has also moved in the wrong direction recently, which is really concerning. And Kiriko has also made marginal improvements. So it's just like, bro, we've been 2 years of development, and these characters are still have a lot of the similar problems that they did initially. I don't think Sojourn's hard to find an identity with. I've given them the solution over and over and over again. This is hubris on my end. I understand, but I've yet to hear a good reason why it's not a good solution. That's the whole delay between railgun and primary fire. You don't need rail to be a finishing blow if you can immediately resume firing afterwards. So the gameplay loop doesn't become around finishing rail. So then it doesn't matter if rail's damage is not that high. It's still spiky. It's incredible to me that they haven't figured that out. You will never figure it out until you get to that point. You will never will. You will forever float around between, is this character one? Never. I know she has to be the verticality, quick mobility soldier. That's just how it is. So, anyway, some of the things with Ramatra and like how useless his poke form is, like a lot of his abilities just don't function fluidly as well. Yeah, no. So anyway, this one's a disappointment for me. This one, I feel like there's a lot of really interesting and creative character designs, pretty high skill characters in here as well. But just, yeah, big old stinker in terms of opportunity. I mean, yeah, point proven. We have nothing to say there. Disaster. And I literally said this from day one. Everyone was freaking sucking up to Iliari, and I'm like, are you guys? I'm like, dude, am I missing something? You hold an angle and you shoot. You literally do nothing else. Like Malga and Lifeweaver, everybody knew those guys sucked right from the get-go, right? And to give credit, I think the funny thing about this here's the best part about this. All right, this still deserves 8. Okay, let's be very clear. But you know what? This character's gotten better, like noticeably better. And this one has too. Not by as much, but it has. Like he has. You even saw it in Stockholm. The way the Malga meta worked was a direct, minor, but a direct change from how Malga metas have worked in the past. The cardiac change, the slam change, it changed how people played. And it was more fun to watch. Yeah, I was in Ilari recently, initially, and then I realized how boring her shift was, exactly, and then I realized, oh, okay, you just AFK and shoot an angle, and immediately goes, okay, well, that's it. So, I give credit, talking about wasted potential with these characters have evolved significantly better than the ones before, but they're still stinkers. And Iliari has made no progress almost whatsoever. I cannot get into Iliari, like, at all. I literally would rather play Lifeweaver over Iliari. There's more thought required with Lifeweaver. Which is crazy. They're so bad they can't hold it. Yeah, I think Iliari is probably the top 5 most fundamentally flawed characters in the game. In terms of, I don't know what you would do to fix her, right? Up there with like Roadhog and Widow and stuff. I don't know what you would do to fix Iliari. We'd have to put a lot of thought into it. Like it would require major changes, both to her like beam range, probably the duration of her pylon and how it functions, almost certainly how her shift works as well. You wouldn't necessarily have to start from scratch, but you would probably have to make adjustments to every single aspect of her kit. Weapon, shift, pylon, pretty much everything except her ultimate. And honestly, I agree with Haha Good Meme that I think that she also needs something too. Like she desperately lacks utility. So like you probably would want to give her a little something too, like a passive or something. Yeah. Okay. 2024. So I mean, I'll pencil this in. Probably should do a different color here. I feel like, for me, you guys already know where this one's going, but we got to give it our effort. Juno, and Venture. I think this is number 1 for me, for sure. You guys can vote here if you'd like. I'm curious what you guys think. I'm going to put number 1 for me. Not that they're all perfect, but probably the best year we've had in terms of hero releases.
Do the visual design on her make Solari so disappointing. I was
For me, it's 2. Fair.
Gunbit would be a bigger part of her kit versus a fun skin for her quick melee.
Yeah, the quick melee is another example, Brax. That's a great point. I freaking quick melee is such a disappointment. Bap Sig is at a 6 for me because of how they've aged. I think Bap is annoying, but Sigma's aged okay. Could be worse. Yeah, so this one's a number 1 for me. Hazard is too really early to call outside of initial impressions, which are mostly positive. Pretty skillful, lots of counterplay versus him and against him. Wall is really his saving grace because it allows you to like actually outplay CC and burst CDs. Like I can actually play Hazard into Ana Zen Hog. Mauga you can't. Not Hog specifically, but you know what I'm saying, right? Like you have actual outplay opportunities around CC and stuff. So I've really enjoyed Hazard. He's been a lot of fun to play. He's a lot of complexity. Not initially easy to solve either. A lot of dynamics, and yet still feels relatively intuitive. Because basically the way that I play, here's the way to think about it. The way that I played him in the playtest, the first time I ever played him, I think it was like Midtown versus Yeatle. I played him that game the same way I play him now. From the very first day, I knew what the character was supposed to do. I felt right. I'm way better at it now. I was very bad at it then, right? But all of us were. Me and Yeatle, everyone was making mistakes, but it felt intuitive, right? Juno, I think, is underrated. I think she's overhated right now because she's very popular and also has been very strong for a long time. Tromi HXD, thank you for the sub. But I want you guys to picture this. Imagine we had a Kiriko meta for how long has Juno been out? 4 months? How long has she been meta? Just forever, right? Just forever. She's been around for forever. 3 months? Imagine if we'd had a meta where like Mercy was for 3 months, right? I mean, that's like Overwatch 1, right? People would be losing their minds, right? Like absolutely losing their minds. And yet it kind of feels like, life goes on because it's Juno and, she's fun. She's engaging. She's interesting. I think Juno's biggest design flaw is her ultimate, which initially I was skeptical of because I didn't feel like you could use it as much selfishly as I would have liked. And now it just turns out that the AoE sustained damage boost, how long it lasts, it reminds me a lot of a Marvel Rivals support ult in terms of just general AoE heal damage boost lasts 7 years. I think Juno is very dynamic. I think Juno has a lot of choices. I think Juno is very interesting. I think Juno is very unique. I think Juno is great. Just the ultimate's too much. Ultimate's a little too much. I still think that like there's some tweaks that like I think speedring should reach a little further. I still think not being able to shoot while torpedoing is still annoying to me. She doesn't need it to be a good hero, but there's like certain aspects of the kit that are a little not perfect, but I think she's good. Yeah, the ult is probably the weakest or least interesting part of her kit. But still a good hero. Because again, like imagine having any support be meta as long as she has, and people haven't like gone crazy. I know some people have, but there's not many characters that, I mean, even Ana, when we had an Ana meta for like 2 or 3 months at one point, people were going more crazy than they were over Juno. Venture is definitely probably the more controversial of the three. They're very unique, operate very weird. They could be a bit of a cancer combo character. I think the way I look at Venture is, I know people talk about this from like a gameplay standpoint, which is partially true, which is like the DPS Doomfist. And it's definitely accurate in the player perception. Because the idea is that you basically have a character that can combo people, but it's very hard to do so, and very high risk if you make a mistake. So Venture is like kind of one of those designs that I can't really hate on because it's unique, it's clever, it's very skillful. It's not going to be for everybody, and there's going to be moments where it gets really annoying, and I understand that 100%. But I do think it's them flexing their creativity muscles, and I think that's just going to be the case. Not every character is going to be a good old honest Genji Winston. There's going to be some weird stuff. They're going to try some weird stuff. I think even Hazard and Juno are good examples of that. And I think I think as long as you check a couple of skillful boxes and choice boxes, then I think like that's just how, not everyone's going to love every character all the time. So when I played Venture to Masters, it took me quite a while. They're pretty challenging. It was fun. There's a lot of thinking involved, a lot of strategy involved. I think Venture is our best version or a good version of a combo-oriented DPS or a DPS Doomfist. You guys know Iron Fist from Rivals? Feels a little similar, right? Not in terms of necessarily the gameplay loop, but in terms of you have a character that does have some self-sufficiency, does rely heavily on mechanics, and can be punished. But Venture's harder than Iron Fist. That's just how it is. Venture's much harder than Iron Fist, so Iron Fist, you feel more cheated sometimes. So I think Venture is it's never going to be a very popular character design because it is a niche, but it's well done within that niche. Let's put it that way. Well done within that niche. Black Panther, Iron Fist? Oh yeah, for sure. In terms of design, yeah, Black Panther infinitely better than Iron Fist, in my opinion. So I'm okay. Like, I don't think every I look at Hazard and I look at Venture, and I can pretty much predict that those characters are never going to be wildly popular. But man, I'm glad to see that. I don't know about you guys, but like, I hope that devs never feel any sort of external pressure to make generic hot women and generic armored cool dudes. And they can just do weird things and try creative ideas that may not appeal to the masses, but they build dedicated fan bases. Remember the argument people were talking about, like, oh, Spilo, you shouldn't hate on warrior mains because not every character needs to appeal to everybody. That's such a bastardization of that argument. You know what I'm saying? Because when you have characters that are like niche but well designed, like Venture and Hazard, in my opinion, Ball, another great example, right? Sure. Sure, I'm down. I think that's what keeps people playing the game. You get that 2%, 1%, 0.5% of the player base that really dig, no pun intended, that kind of play style. And man, it's an experience you're not going to get anywhere else. You know? I like Juno's gameplay loop. I think her gameplay loop is really cool. I'm not criticizing Juno's gameplay loop at all. I think it's very creative. But, you know, at least from a hero design standpoint, she's bubble butt, brain dead, you know, whatever. And even characters like Sojourn, they're fun. They flow really nice. But let's be honest, Sojourn's not going to keep you from playing Valorant. You get what I'm saying? It's unique, sure. It's well done in some aspects, sure. But it's kind of a shooter guy, you know? But Jargreen, that's freaking weird. You know what I'm saying? Freaking Ball, you're not getting that anywhere else. Freaking Venture, Hazard, you're probably not going to get something like that anywhere else. And I think that's, as long as I want them to have the creative freedom to do something, to do things that aren't always mainstream, you know? Because there's a difference between, here's the thing, there's a difference between popular and done well. There's different tastes for different people. I love the Bahubali movies. I love old westerns, The Big Sleep, Citizen Kane. I love, freaking Lawrence of Arabia. I love the Lord of the Rings trilogy. I like me some good Christopher Nolan. I like Whiplash, right? But they're all very different movies, right? Very different movies, but they're all really well done. Bahubali is complete silliness, but it's so earnest and exciting, and the story is engaging that it's just great. It's just awesome. Whiplash is not going to appeal to everybody, but it's one of my favorite movies of all time because it's so well done. And so to me, that's art. And I think that's kind of what hero design is that I'm sorry, but I call BS on the fact that it is art, it's just not for you. That's true to an extent, but there's good niche and there's bad niche. And I think that that's something that I will always stand by. You get what I'm saying? I don't expect everyone to like Whiplash, but you have to appreciate it. I don't everyone like The Big Sleep. It's a pretty tight, complicated gangster movie, right? 1946, I can't remember. But it's a great movie. Like, there's a lot of movies that I've watched that I don't like, but I have to respect. And I think, like, you can tell the difference between effort. You know, Venture is effort and quality and design, you know? So to me, I know, you guys know, I'm the analogy guy, but like, I was thinking about that. I was like, dude, good hero design is a lot like movies or music, you know? And not everyone has to agree, but they have to go, man, you could definitely tell there was some effort put into that. Like, even though it's not my cup of tea, like, that was, whew. And for me, I like everything. I like a lot of different things. The Hateful Eight, I don't know, maybe? You know, one second, I'm how much do you think a character's personality and aesthetic play into how much people want to main them compared to their kit? Like, I personally think a lot of these characters could have their kits completely changed. The mains would still play them. Definitely has an impact. Halo effect, for sure. In fact, there's a character on this list which is wildly overrated in terms of hero design because people just like the character. Which one? Cheers, Ellie. Which one, guys? Who is it? Who's the fraud here? Who's the fraud who's overrated because they're just super cool? Yes, Ramatra. Esther Matra. For sure. So many people are defensive of this guy's garbage execution. Garbage execution. Like, a sleeper, almost as bad as Malga. Really poorly done. Has potential, but really poorly done. But people forgive him because he's just so freaking cool. He's just awesome. His lore is awesome. His voice actor is awesome. His lines is awesome. His energy is awesome. It feels awesome to play. And so I think that's an important part, right? Like, it's like having a beautiful board game that has like a really bad art design. It's kind of hard, you know, it makes it a lot easier to enjoy something when it looks and sounds cool. It is an important aspect of the kit, you know? That's like saying, oh, it was a terrible movie. It was a great movie, but the soundtrack was terrible and the cinematography was terrible. I mean, that will have a palpable impact on the quality of the movie, right? Great movies usually have great soundtracks and great visuals, and that's not an accident. He's so cool. I mean, Ramatra is one of the best characters. I mean, you could put, if you sat here and told me that Ramatra has the best character, hero, personality design, voice lines in the entire game, I don't think I would disagree with you. I think there's a lot of characters that are up there, but man, I would have a hard time disagreeing with you. He's sick. He's sick. He's awesome. He's a little generic because, you know, having a really tough bad guy is very, I wouldn't say easy to do, but it is a good thing, a tickle that we all like to have itched. But man, they didn't halfway do it, man. They did it all out. Freaking Rex jumping on that one. Yeah, Michael Myers. Yeah, kind of. Yeah. Oh man. But I think Ram is, he's great. Isn't it more about the casuals and competitiveness? Like, who cares about Tracer's personality? Yeah, I don't know. Oh, I was gonna look at Jag. You sent me the updated Marvel Rivals. Is Jag still here? Is Jag dead? I think I found it. Is this, so the second thing, I see what you linked me here. Is it the same thing as the other one? How did you do this? Are you insane? I love you. This is so cool. So shout out to Jag here. Let me change the Marvel Rivals thing here. Three hours. I mean, so chat, shout out to Jag, Track, and chat right now. for being a psychopath and doing something incredibly insightful. Now, this does not factor in bans, correct? I think even Gavin would appreciate this. Check this out, y'all. So, look at the number of matches here. Checking profiles manually. Oh my gosh. You psychopath. So this is your Marvel Rivals meta. Now, this does not factor in hero bans, yeah? Like, we don't know the number of times that these heroes are being banned. This is just playtime from profiles. So that definitely has a factor. Just based off of, like, limited experience here. I don't know what y'all saw. Who's getting banned all the time? Hela, for sure. Psylocke, Winter Soldier, Hawkeye. Yeah, Hawkeye for sure. Psylocke. Luna. We'll put Mantis. Hulk? Really? Why Hulk? Is it just because Zebra? Cheers, Alexa. Of course. Oh, shut the frick up, Alexa. Dang it, man. I always fall for those messages. Dang it. All right, so I'll zoom in a little bit so you guys can see a little easier. So you guys can't see this. Hang on, I realize my face cam's in the way. Hang on. So Hulk, and there's Psylocke, maybe Hulk. Obviously, this is not this. These aren't actual numbers here, and even this is just the sample size that we have. This isn't like objective truth. Now, how did you find these profiles? Is this just you going in the top 20, 30, 40, 50 and just finding all the non-private profiles? Jag? How far down did you get number-wise approximately before you entered enough to not go clinically insane? Do you remember? Like top 50, top 100? Three per person? What do you mean? Oh, I see. The top 3 heroes. Gotcha. Okay. So a couple of things to point out here. And what we're going to do is I'm going to kind of use this as just like conjecture. This is, let me change my headline text here. So this is total conjecture. This is the highest rank. These are the best players. And so we're just kind of spitballing ideas. This is definitely not perfect by any means. There's some selection bias in here, and also meta hasn't really shaken out perfectly either. But I think there's lots of little interesting questions. Like here, let's look at it this way. What we'll do is we'll use this as a way to ask questions. We're just going to kind of ask questions. So first off, Doctor Strange and Magneto, like these are really, really big. So Doctor Strange has a monstrous win rate, at least within the smaller sample size. What I would not do is I wouldn't read too much into the win percentage necessarily, because a lot of that could be inflated by a couple of characters. Who knows? It might also be the fact that if you're willing to play a tank character or tank characters, you're more likely to win. For example, we could kind of use this as hinting that playing 2-2-2 or 2-1-3 really increases your chance of winning the game, as opposed to 1-3-2 or something like that. So like the more likely that you play tank, the more likely that you're to win the game. That could be our kind of conjecture or guess. Beyond that, yes, exactly, Michael. I really do feel like Doctor Strange and Magneto are quite strong, and I also think they have really good synergy. Doctor Strange is an excellent solo tank to control angles for a long, long period of time. He has a good ultimate, very good ultimate that scales really well. I think one of the things you notice a lot about characters like Venom and Hulk, in my limited experience, they don't always have the ultimates that scale as well. Hulk ultimate feels a little bit hit or miss in my limited experience. Venom ultimate is pretty weak. Penny's ultimate is Hulk goes crazy. Okay, good. And I know it's a reset. Yeah, Hero Bands definitely skews this data. Cap is pretty mid. But basically what we have is like the sustain tanks, shocker, do really well. Sustain pressure. The other thing I've noticed about Doctor Strange is he freaking does a lot of damage. Watch Boger and Strange, okay? It just constant damage. Like you do so much damage with Strange constantly. Yeah, the reason why I'm not as impressed with the Hulk ultimate, maybe I would, at least on a visceral standpoint, is because it is something that you can sustain through, it feels like. Whereas Strange feels like difficult to do so. But yeah, Strange at least very, very strong sustain, a lot of damage. He just kind of holds an angle and just constantly applies pressure. And because he doesn't have to move as much, I think Strange is just a good representation of how the dive tanks in this game don't always function as well. Magneto, similar situation, but what I think really makes Magneto really strong is the bubble. I think being able to bubble anything that can do anything aggressively is just unbelievably useful. Bubble is just a phenomenal utility, and I think one of the things that Marvel Rivals is lacking in the 66 environment is utility tanking. There aren't a lot of tanks that really can do other things to help another person. They're basically just initiator tanks. You guys know that term from Overwatch, right? Main tanks. Go in, go in, go in, go in, but nothing you can really do to help your team directly, right? There's no off tank. Well, Magneto has the bubble, and that's unbelievably useful there. So Magneto basically has yet another shield, right? So we got double shield going on here. It looks like a lot of the meta. But guys that also can complement each other as well, and as well as having... is Magneto good? I don't know. What do you guys think? At least the highest level here. Yeah, also Portal. Yes, thank you. Portal, very important. Salty Egg. Very, very, very important utility. But yeah, you got bubble, you got a strong ultimate, you got strong damage, you got strong utility. Mid, okay. But yeah, I think Doctor Strange and Magneto are just incredibly consistent. Incredibly consistent. Well, actually, you were right, Salty Egg. I forgot about the Portal, but yeah. But yeah, it's just consistent value, consistent damage, and it makes sense, right? Makes sense. Luna Snow. A lot of people playing Luna Snow. I mean, she just feels like the strongest support. A lot of self-sustain, good CC. Ultimate feels like the best ultimate in the entire game. In terms of consistency of output, 12 seconds of basic invulnerability, and you can pretty much consistently exploit it to give both damage boost and healing. So, there's that, right? It's not just to live. You can also increase your team's efficacy. Like, there's nothing that really counters Luna Snow's ultimate besides some sort of burst one-shot ultimate by a character that isn't meta, like Iron Man, for example. Like, you just don't really... You can't really one-shot people through Luna Snow ultimate outside of a one-shot by characters that aren't very meta at the highest level, because those ultimates are kind of easy to avoid. It's unbelievably strong, healing-wise. The damage boost is strong. It's offensive. It's defensive. You can't kill her. You can't kill her team. And the characters that would counter it can't counter it because they're not meta. It's broken. And this is not to mention her neutral, which is just really strong. Healing, a lot of damage. She's hard to kill sometimes. Yeah, she's great. She's just really strong. She's just really, 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 really strong. I think we can kind of piggyback that off of that into, let's check off the ones that we've done here. We'll go to blue here. I find Mantis to be similar. Obviously, the ultimate is more speed, I believe, instead of damage. But again, pretty simple permanent damage boost basically for what? You can damage boost permanently like one person at least, right? If not two. Because you can keep damage boosting yourself permanently. You can damage boost at least one person permanently. And if you're hitting headshots, which is not too hard to do, I feel like you can damage boost 3 people constantly. Almost constantly, depending on how much healing you need to do. Yeah. Ult's good. Probably not quite as good as Luna Snow. Doesn't last as long. But you can also shoot while you're doing it as well, which is really nice. Her CC is really good. Yeah. I look at Manda's and Luna Snow as not being super great in the frontline trades necessarily, but just raw output of value, and their ultimates are insane. Like superior DPS. Like, I hate to be that guy, but they're superior, not DPS heroes like Overwatch. They're superior duelists. Manda's is very difficult to beat in a 1v1 if she's able to focus on that 1v1. Because of her shift, you mean her freeze or her over block? Like her over, like the thing where she goes crazy, right? I haven't played, it's been a while since I played Snow. But yeah. I guess while we're on the support train here, Cloak and Dagger. It's piercing guy. Actually, I'm just gonna remove this. Cloak and Dagger, I think, is underrated. I think Cloak and Dagger is probably something that people will take a little bit of time to figure out. My thoughts on Cloak and Dagger are this. Obviously, brain dead aiming, which is kind of a bummer. But the utility is actually pretty tricky. I think Cloak and Dagger, there's a lot more cooldown management that there is with some of the other supports. The ultimate is underrated. It's just not immediate. It takes time, but it really ramps. The heal boost is really strong. The self bubble is decent, right? But the real sucker, yeah, exactly. The real sucker is not just the fade, which, makes you basically like you disappear and everyone's invulnerable in that little thing if they don't move. That's hard to use, especially in lower ranks. But the thing that's not hard to use, is Cloak's wave. Is that the E, I think? Cloak's wave. That sucker is a freaking AoE Discord orb. You will pop it on a tank trade and watch the enemy tank melt. It's really good. It blinds and it hurts. You can just watch the tank trade. Like if you're ever doubting Cloak and Dagger and you're getting stuck in a choke, pop your Cloak E on the enemy tank line and watch what happens. And you can just shoot off of it too. You can even use your little right-click thing for verticality. I think Cloak and Dagger, I really like Cloak and Dagger's cooldowns. I really wish there was some sort of mechanical expression. That's my selfish thing that I like. I understand why not. But I actually think they're a pretty tricky combo. A lot of cooldown management, very high skill ceiling, at least for the support cast. Sleeper good. I think we may see this climb depending on the meta, depending if teams get more confident and comfortable playing with those. Maybe not, but I do think that Cloak and Dagger is underrated. It's also because they're not super easy to play. Continuing on the support lineup here. Rocket Raccoon. I don't have a lot of insight to Rocket Raccoon. His single target healing's fine. Damage boost ultimates are always fine. They're underrated, I think. It's like Bongo in Overwatch 1, Orissa's Bongo, where people thought it was kind of weak, but actually it was one of the highest win rate ultimates in the entire game, just because it's not immediate, visceral, noisy, loud, but it adds up. I think it's good. The single target res is really useful. The armor is not good. There's a little jump thing too, I think. I think that some of his utility is really poorly done. I think the single target res, I'm not a huge fan of reses, but it is very powerful. The single target res is great. Very, very helpful. But the armor just feels like an afterthought. It's 25 armor that gets melted instantly, and it's always put in a really uncomfortable location because you want people to use your armor, but you put it on your res thing, which you don't want to have out in the open. So what the frick? It's complete unintuitive hero design. And I think that really limits a lot of the capabilities of using some of his utility because you don't actually use aspects of his kit. Weapons, whatever. The ults, like I said, pretty solid. The dashes definitely give you some skill in there. I just don't feel like his utility is as good as the other characters because you just don't use certain aspects of his utility. So it's more of a design issue that may be holding him back here. But like any character, he's probably a little underrated because he doesn't immediately as obviously played. So yeah, Jeff I think is kind of bad. I think Jeff is at least at this rank. I think he does. I think he's a fine character. He has a lot of single target healing. I really like what they did with the bubbles, where they gave him a little speed boost in the bubbles. I think it's really clever. It adds a little bit of spice to the character and it makes it a lot of fun to play. His ult is actually pretty easy to counterplay at the highest levels. You can just shoot him if you don't get eaten, and you can still kill him. He can't. I don't think he can heal himself while he's underwater. Yeah, so I mean, it's Jeff. It's Jeff. He's silly. He's nonsense. He does his things. Now, Adam Warlock is interesting because I thought Adam Warlock would be played a lot more because I felt like his self-healing was really strong. But it may just be that self-healing isn't as necessary in a non-dive meta, which is kind of what we're in right now. We're not in a dive meta at the highest level right now. Not really, right? No real dive tanks. Only really one dive DPS, which we'll get to in a little bit. So having the single heart sustain, and even if there was a dive meta, maybe a character like Manus is just better. You just permanently boost and then sleep. So the personal self-heal doesn't feel as useful. The res is nice, but and the immortality field essentially is also really good. But I always looked at Adam Warlock as kind of like, he maybe fills some gaps with the res and the extra immortality that Luna and Mantis don't have. But I don't know that you would take him over Luna Mantis in a 2 support situation. So looks like we have a pretty high win rate, which is off of a really small sample size. So really don't read too much into this. But keep an eye on him. More interested to see his pick right here. And is that it for supports, guys? Loki, where's Loki? Man, Loki's not played at all. I find that surprising. At least not here. I don't think Loki's busted. But I would be curious to see, like, I don't think he's super strong. Certainly not as good as the other supports. But some of his immortality and his neutral pressure is pretty good. It may take some time. It's in my Discord, Ritzy. Here, tell you what, I'll pin it. I'll pin it, and there's a Marvel Rivals channel in my Discord, and it's pinned in there. Yeah, that's true. I also think that his ultimate is, it's fine, but you're just essentially copying somebody else's ultimate. Of course. You can also get again off of Loki clones. That's true. Yep, that is very helpful, I will say. No, I don't think Loki's bad. I think Loki probably, like Cloak and Dagger, will take a little time for people to figure out. And also, this is a very small sample size, so don't read too much into this, right? Don't read too much into this. Yep, that's true. You can build headshot resets off of your resource resets off of killing duplicates. Okay, let's look more into the tank. I know we want to find a side tangent on support here, so let's actually finish the tank here. Bruce Banner, Hulk. I don't fully understand Hulk's value. Maybe you guys can help me understand Hulk's value. Maybe it's the CC that's really quite good in the bubble that enables him to actually dive. I feel like he's really clunky. As a character, I've not really enjoyed playing him, and even watching Zebra pop off in him, I still was like, man, this just looks like an infinitely worse version of every dive tank I've ever seen. But in terms of effectiveness, maybe there's something that there to be found there. I cannot get over his jump. I tried. I've played him for half a dozen games. I can't do it. I can't do it. Maybe I'll give him a shot again. A major damage boost to Iron Man and Strange is probably worth pointing out. Iron Man doesn't necessarily have the highest pick rate here, but Doctor Strange does, so that synergy alone is probably a big deal. Because Doctor Strange is definitely probably one. I feel like Doctor Strange has to be in the top 5 most powerful characters in the game right now. Just kind of in a vacuum, regardless of meta. So I think Doctor Strange is probably one of the characters that's defining the meta right now, along with potentially some of the supports and Hela. So I think that that's probably why Hulk feels good right now. We see this in Overwatch, right? We some characters are played because they're really strong. Some characters are played because they fit really well with the characters that are really strong. So, yeah. Interesting. Obviously, it's a difficult character to play as well. Bruce Banner, Groot. I think Groot just has immense objective and staying power. I think his ultimate seems okay as well. You know, root AoE value, it's just generally good. You can always combo. You can always force cooldowns out of it. I don't think there's a lot of mobility with him. His damage is okay. He just lives a long time. Yeah, just a slightly worse Doctor Strange ult, yeah. I don't think there's anything miraculous or secretive about Groot. The question is how good is his ability to live in a location? Thor, that's a real surprise. I thought more people would try to play Thor, but we've had complaints about Thor's design earlier. We'll kind of pair Thor and Captain America. Both have like interesting on paper kits. They're kind of tickle monsters, and their ults kind of are cheeks. Their team ups work together relatively well, I believe. I think Thor really gives Captain America a little bit more sauce for sure, but still, it just isn't enough. It just isn't enough. No real sustain, right? Exactly. Like Thor can just get shot in the face a lot. She Marvel on my rival tie sub as well. That's hilarious. Thank you, Stock Overflow, for the sub. So we'll have to wait and see. Again, really small sample size here, but I think Thor and Captain America just get shot in the face a lot. Thor combo with Hela is just banned out at Diamond Plus. What's the combo? Is that just increase her damage further? I'll add a command really fast. Jag, do you want to type something up and drop it in chat that I can do a command for? When Hela gets killed. Oh, yeah, the res. That's right, the res. I forgot about the res. Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I'll get a Jed Bob. Thank you for the sub. Basically, this is just the top 100 players breakdown of all their play time and win rate and so on. So we're kind of asking some questions. Venom, not a surprise. I think Venom's kind of cheeks. He's a lot of fun to play. But he's really simple. His ult is pretty bad. He doesn't really have a whole lot of teeth. And he feels really easy to CC as well. I think Winter Soldier dumps on him. I think Mantis dumps on him. He's hard to kill, but the thing is you don't need to kill Venom. You just need to force his E and then get him out. And it's really easy to get him out. I think Venom has a lot of surface level appeal, Michael Myers, is what I'm saying. He's a lot of fun to play, and then that's it. That's the depth right there. It's like playing Overwatch Classic Mercy. You're like, oh, this is satisfying. All right, anyway. And that's kind of like where the lack of strategical depth and lack of utility really hurts. Can live a long time, but again, living is not good enough. You actually have to have teeth off of the dive, and he has no teeth. And no utility either. So I would be surprised to see Venom be meta anytime soon. Like, I look at some characters, and I'm like, this character I could see, like Cloak and Dagger, I could see sneaking up, Adam Warlock, keep an eye on him, and so on. I don't see Venom being strong at the highest meta unless they like some major balance things. I just don't know what he really brings to the table right now, There's no real clear utility. There's no debuff. His ultimate is weak. He's easy to shoot out. He feels kind of like a noob stomper where like you can kind of solo control like a silver lobby by just solo diving and killing people over and over and over again. But the second supports can even have any sort of wherewithal at all, like it does not scale well for the Venom. He has no counterplay to that stuff almost at all. Zilly, I would just say practice one thing at a time, as in one thing per game, and just mix it up. Practice should be fresh. Practice should be fun. I think Penny's the same thing. I think Penny's unbelievably defensive oriented. It's really hard to take space with her, even though she technically has like the grapple. I think the ability to shoot down her mine generator or her web is like really important and not that hard. I don't find her ultimate to scale that well at higher ranks because you can sleep her, you can CC her, you can just shoot her out. Thank you, Jag. Let me copy and paste that. Like, her biggest strength for me is how fast she builds ult. But I really, like, you just freaking you get shot a lot as Zelly. Or Zelly, what am I saying? What the frick? It just went out of my mouth. I'm reading Zelly's name as I'm saying that. She just dies a lot. Like, you could just shoot her or CC her or hook her or anything, you know? She doesn't really... The thing with Penny is she controls space, but she doesn't control people. You understand what I'm saying? She controls a lane, but she doesn't control people. And you can make an argument that's similar to Doctor Strange, but Doctor Strange at least has the capability of repositioning himself a little bit easier. Well, that's not necessarily true. Penny can reposition herself too. Maybe it's the damage output that feels more consistent with Strange and the shields, that the sustain that allows him to consistently control angles. But it feels hard to like control people. You can stun people, that's true. Well, I think that's what you just said there, though. She's good at stopping dive tanks. But I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Either way, maybe you're right, because that's right. She does have the root. That's true. That's true. I don't know. Maybe as people get more comfortable with her grapple and her wall climb, they'll get more out of it. But basically, it feels like if you can't hard root the enemy tank, you pretty much lose every tank trade. And your mobility... Okay, you know what it reminds me of? Okay, freaking get fricked. Okay, hear me out. It reminds me a little bit of Diva. Not because mech, but because... Think about... Compare her root to her... Like, Diva in Overwatch, if you can matrix enemy tanks' damage output, you can often win tank trade. If you can root enemy tank, you can often win tank trade. But if you can't win tank trade through your root or through your matrix, Diva's kind of got slower mobility that restricts her from being able to just avoid the tank trade if she doesn't like it. In the same way that I feel like Penny, even with her grapple, maybe she can... Maybe that's just something we need to kind of wait and see. It doesn't feel like as confident that you can play like a dive tank. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't, I'll just avoid the tank trade, just dive. I don't know that you can do that. Maybe I'm cooking too much. I'm definitely cooking too much. Shut the frick up. I'm saying that like your options if you can't win the tank trade feel limited. But yeah, maybe my biggest complaint though, and as I'm kind of like spitballing stuff, is she feels incredibly defenders focused, which is just I think that there will always be limitations around a character that is incredibly defensive focused. Remind me about SK's tier list later. Let's move on to DPS here. Did we miss any tanks? No, right? Hela, I mean, I don't really know what to say. Hela feels like, if not the strongest character in the game, in the top 3. Obviously, the seasonal damage boost, you guys could probably guess my opinions on that whole idea as a concept. It's kind of silly. Just balance it. You know, do it because it's needed, not because it's just random. I don't understand. She throws knives, right? Or something like that. I don't know why she's hit scan. In fact, I didn't even know she was hit scan until a few days ago because it just seems so unintuitive, especially considering you have characters like Winter Soldier that are projectile. She's incredibly strong. She's a mechanical skill check where if you're good enough mechanically, you really cannot lose any duel in the entire game outside of maybe Hawkeye if he hits the shot. Literally, you cannot lose a duel in the game. I think you could beat a lot of tanks in a 1v1. You have one of the best get out of jail free cards in the game, if not the best. Your hit scan, you have hard CC, and your ultimate is solid. Your ultimate is not like S tier, but it's probably A tier, if for no other reason that it's a get out of jail free card in and of itself. She's just insane. She's insane. She's an insane duelist. She's insane in close range. She's insane in long range. Like, this is the thing. Like, there is no effective weakness range for her. There's no range that she can't contest you, right? She's up close, she's strong. She's far away, she's strong. Her stun is easier to land up close. Her damages can be spamming, iframes. She can reposition verticality. She has no weakness at all outside of, not even utility, because the CC that she has is also really useful in tank traits. If you don't ever need to use it to defend yourself or win a duel. There is no weakness with her. It's like they gave Kiriko 275 HP, let her keep her Suzu, gave her a slightly different shift, and they made her hit scan. And then gave her a hard CC. Like, her just is insane. It's insane. And then, yeah, exactly. It's not just that, but it's not just one type of damage. She also has incredibly potent... Like, the problem with Kiriko is she's a really good duelist, but her tank pressure was really weak, right? Not with Hela. Hela has some of the best tank pressure in the entire game, in my opinion. In my experience, rather. So there are no... shut up, Sarah Lee. There are no downsides for Hela. She's good versus tanks. She's good versus supports. She's got a good ultimate. She's got good CC. She's got good utility. She's got good burst damage. She's got good sustain damage. She's hit scan. She's long range. She's mid range. She's short ranged. I actually cannot think of a single weakness outside of technically she doesn't have a self heal. That's the only potential weakness. And she even has I don't know what the average health pool is, but doesn't she have 275? No. So she has slightly higher squishy HP. And res on Loki Thor, right? So she has a relatively strong team up. I think that may be the only downside, is that her team up heroes aren't necessarily as common. Like, if she had a team up with Mantis, we just never want to play again, right? So, yeah, she's crazy. Yeah, she doesn't even die if you kill her ult form. Yep. Yeah, I mean, she's reasonably permabanned. She's unbelievably broken. She's, I would say, up there with release Brigitte in terms of broken. She's one of the most broken characters that I've seen in a video game. The only reason that she's not abused as much, and this is probably where she resembles more release Sojourn than anything else, maybe probably, but stronger, is the fact that it is an aim check, right? You can't turn your brain off with this character entirely, because you do have to shoot people in the head. And you do have to shift away, but if you can hurdle those, you don't even need elite level aim. You just have to have decent enough mechanics, and then there you go. Oh yeah, she was absolutely broken in the beta. My first game that I played with Hela with washed coach mechanics, right? Destroyed the lobby. Just held angles, never died. People sneezed healing in my general direction and just auto-aimed the entire thing. Nobody can contest me. Nobody. So, yeah. I stopped playing her because I liked her. Her gameplay loop just felt fun because it was server admin. I was like, this is dishonest. So, yeah, we'll move on here. I mean, she's pretty clearly obnoxiously broken. Psylocke. I'm disappointed with Psylocke personally. I think that she's quite potent. She's got a lot of one-shot combos. Like Hela, I find that her tank pressure is also really situationally strong, which is odd for a flanker, but here we are. She's basically a flanker that can also do a lot of damage to the tank. I think her ultimate is also quite solid, simply because it often almost completely lacks counterplay. There are frames at the beginning where you can cancel it, but it's very difficult, almost impossible to do so. And if not a guaranteed kill, it is guaranteed zoning, and it lasts a long time, and you can also move with it. And it just, you just win duels. So, yeah, it's just another boring AoE ultimate. So I'm ignoring hero design complaints about Psylocke, who I think has a lot of potential, but the execution's kind of... she's not that hard to play. I think this is the dangerous thing with Psylocke, is that she's not that hard to play to get a lot of value. If you have a base... And by the way, not that hard to play. I'm not talking about bronze players can pick her up. You have to, like Hela, you have to have a certain threshold of minimum mechanics. But if you could do that, high-level players abuse the crap out of her. You have stealth, which was, I think her stealth mechanic is fairly decent. I don't even mind her dash mechanic. I don't have as many complaints about her as I do with Hela, but she is really strong. She is really strong. So I think she will remain strong. One of the other things I want to point out too about Psylocke is this is generally one of the strategical things about first-person shooters and combat games in general is, you guys are here, so you know what I'm talking about, the value of an angle and the value of a flank. Okay? So the idea is that, like, you have a lot of frontline pressure in a 6v6 format, double tank, double stack, right, ever. And then you have like a character like Hela, which takes a slight off angle, but can generally play more like mid ranges and whatever. It's really nice to have a character that can kind of take a shorter flank angle and pull attention from the main line flank. And basically, you need somebody that is not fully self-sufficient, but is relatively self-sufficient and definitely has high mobility to do that. Psylocke really fits that niche well. Like, think of Psylocke as like a tracer, kind of like where you can kind of plug her in on any angle on any map and she'll do something. She has verticality. She has a lot of horizontal mobility. She's quick. She doesn't die instantly. She has burst potential on tanks, DPS, and supports. And so the concept with Psylocke is that, like, she fits that niche of being good, consistent pressure on any target that she goes versus, whether they're good supports or whether they're not. Her team up is Tracer Recall too, right? What is a team up with as well? It's a really interesting team up, but who does she team up with? Magic. Okay, that's kind of niche. But yeah, I think that, like, she really fits that niche really well. Not only is she strong, but from like a competitive standpoint, having like a longer range character and a shorter range, short to mid range flanker character really is like, it's like having the sauce on a sandwich. You know what I'm saying? And Psylocke fits that niche really well. And I think she fits it better than some of the other flankers that are a little bit more high risk, high reward, kind of all in, where Psylocke is just pretty much consistent pressure. Yeah. Winter Soldier, I think I feel like Winter Soldier is a lot of fun, which is maybe why his pick rate's really high. Like, you can see his win rate, considering his pick rate, doesn't feel like it's near as good as some of the other ones. I'm a huge Winter Soldier fan. We talked about a lot about that earlier. I think Winter Soldier is like that mid-range, consistent pressure. His ultimate is not as good as Hela's. It's fine. It's just not as consistent, which is hard. The hook value, I feel like Winter Soldier has to be exceptional versus dive tanks. I've had a lot of success versus dive tanks, not only because of the hook, that's the easy answer, but also because the slow. If you don't block that slow, it hurts. If you don't block that slow, it hurts. Hook and slow will mess you up if you're a dive tank. And many a game, I have hooked a Hulk, and even with a little bit of healing, or a Venom, a little bit of healing, I do not give a frick what they do to me. Part of it's the overshield generation that helps to sustain him, but you can bully dive tanks if you have a little bit of healing. His burst is really good. I don't think Winter Soldier is dominating as much as Hela is. I think part of the reason is that I think Hela does everything Winter Soldier does, but just better in every way. There isn't really a range that Winter Soldier can consistently contest Hela. She's better short range, she's better mid range, she's better long range. Her ultimate is also a lot more consistent as well. And utility's close, right? Utility's close. But basically, Winter Soldier is kind of like the alternative Hela in terms of like that mid range pressure, but Hela's just kind of better in every single way. So Winter Soldier probably better in the dive tank matchup, but again, the dive tanks just aren't all that relevant right now because hook, slow, etc. doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And a lot of his burst damage is a lot more situational around his abilities instead of just his mouse one. Hela's, again, is just a press left mouse gun. Again, exactly. That being said, I would not be surprised to continue to see him have relatively high pick rates, at least now, because, dude, he's so much fun. I can't, my heart says it. I have to say it again. He's a blast. He's great. He just feels great. So, I mean, it's not a surprise to me that he's literally the lowest win rate character in this entire list, which, again, this is not completely honest statistics. This is a small sample size, but, you know, of all the characters, yeah, he definitely feels like because he's so fun, people are going to play him. And also, to be fair, like I said, his niche is contested in often cases by better characters with better ultimates and better range, like Hawkeye, like Hela. Yeah. Okay. Namor. I mean, Namor is just budget Hela, but like literally worse than Hela in every single way. He has some nice burst combos. I think Namor's niche, from my understanding, is a little bit easier anti-dive value. Because of your turrets, it's pretty easy to chip down characters like Spider-Man, Black Panther, makes it awkward for them to set up angles, makes it awkward. Does pretty well against, again, good versus dive tanks, dive heroes. Those characters are not meta right now, so it doesn't feel like as necessary for him to be useful. And in terms of raw ranged pressure, he's just worse than Hela in every single possible way. I don't find his design all that interesting. That's not really why we're here. But in terms of pick rate, I think he's going to be kind of that character that will be used to solve a certain problem. And if that problem isn't manifest because you're playing versus Doctor Strange and Magneto and Luna Snow, then there's no real reason to play him. There's no real reason to play him. He doesn't really do anything exceptional that other characters don't just do better. I think his ultimate is a little underrated. I think it's one of the faster AoE ultimates to pop out, so you can really catch people even in higher ranks off guard, which is pretty cool. It is another AoE ultimate. But there's nothing super unique about him in that aspect. What would you say tanks are best for solo tanking? I don't really know. I think the safe answer is a character like Strange, because you have so much of your own self-sufficiency that you can hold a lane on main for forever without demanding a lot of healing. I actually think characters like Venom situationally are also good for that situation too, because Venom doesn't need to hold main, but he also doesn't demand his supports to babysit him because of his mobility. So you can grab health packs and so on. So if you're going to solo tank, my gut says something like Venom, something like Doctor Strange, for opposite but similar reasons. Thank you, Danger Zone. I think any tank can function solo relatively okay. But yeah. Shut the frick up, Sarah. Yeah, anything that doesn't demand support all the time and doesn't have utility that, you kind of want to share and then nobody's there to take advantage of it. I think Captain American solo tank too. Yeah, exactly. I think he's mobile enough to where he can kind of move around and avoid hot spots. I had success yesterday solo tanking with Captain America. Well, the problem with Magneto is I don't find bubble and cooldown on shield to be as good for solo sustain. Shield on demand is much better for solo sustain, much like a Reinhardt or a Sigma in Overwatch. It doesn't mean it can't function. It can, right? You do have a couple cooldowns that you can layer. You have some consistent range pressure, but you're going to probably find yourself demanding a little bit more healing, and it's harder to play slower with Magneto. And you can't reposition yourself. Can Magneto reposition himself as easily as Doctor Strange? I can't remember, chat. Right, but if you had a dive DPS, no, you can't. Okay, that's another big thing. Like being able to reposition yourself is really important for sustain. You can disengage bad engagements without dying. But yes, if you were playing like a Black Panther or a Spider-Man, that definitely changes things, right? You can enable like something that can use your bubble. Yeah. So Strange just feels like he just feels so consistent. So consistent for controlling a lane and living. Let's keep going here. Punisher. Punisher, there's not really a whole lot to say. He's a shooty guy. His ult's like whatever. His shotgun good. Turret is situationally good. Obviously, it doesn't scale as well in higher ranks because, turret. But I think the fact that he has basically another health pool at the front of the turret definitely... it doesn't mean it's as bad as you would think it would be, right? Smoke bomb's nice. He's fine. He's shooter guy, so good. I don't know that he's broken or anything. He does feel like he would probably struggle a great deal versus Hela. And this is the classic Overwatch example where you have a pretty good hit scan character and then you play him versus a sniper and you're like, ouch. And unlike Soldier in Overwatch, he doesn't have that mobility, consistent on-demand mobility. So he can't take flanks versus snipers like Soldier can. So I feel like this character probably should on paper really do poorly versus Hawkeye and Hela. Exclamation mark sheet, Neil. Star-Lord is weird. I feel like Star-Lord is like, again, like kind of like that archetype flanker, like Psylocke. But I was talking with Aerithal. I don't know if Aerithal's still here. Basically talking about like how like it feels a little bit like Star-Lord. There's like some text that you can do with the dash to speed things up. But if you don't hit those texts down, it feels like he's just a worse Tracer. Like a lot worse. Because his jukes aren't aggressive enough, especially in a third-person environment, to like make people lose you. Like Tracer's sustain comes from her blinks, not just her recall. It's mostly her blinks. Because you blink behind people. And it doesn't matter how high rank you get, that's hard. That's really hard. And so your ability to duel and contest angles is your ability to move unpredictably. And Star-Lord doesn't feel like he has quite that capability yet. Right. He doesn't want to get as close. He does. He feels like this weird mixture of like soldier tracer weird combo, right? So what you do is, right, there are some iframes that you have to utilize the iframes. You have to, otherwise you basically get punished. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I feel like his time to kill, like if you don't get those, like somebody was describing him as like an Elden Ring character, like a Souls-like with the roll, you know? If you don't get that, his time to kill feels much lower than pretty much every DPS in this entire list. Because if like you hit your shots on pretty much every character on this list, your time to kill is much lower. So then the question is, can Star-Lord drag the fight out long enough? And you pretty much have to use your iframes perfectly. But then you compare that to, like, let's say a Psylocke. Psylocke probably just does the same thing, but it's just a little bit easier. And the other thing, too, as well, my impression, maybe, guys, I'm wrong here, is that Psylocke has a lot more consistent tank pressure. So if she doesn't get that angle to get to backline, she could just take the angle and shoot the tank. And I think that she's just way better at that than he is. His team up is nice, though. Remind me his team up. So I really enjoyed playing Star-Lord. I played a lot of Star-Lord in beta and alpha. He was probably one of my top 2 or 3 played characters. But it was fun. But I always felt like, man, if these guys were a little better, I probably would have just died. Oh, can res himself. Gotcha. I think a good example is the E ability that you guys are talking about. That like Death Blossom, Reaper Death Blossom, AoE. It really just feels like a skill check in many ways, right? Like, it's not that it's a totally useless ability. Of course not. It's like one of those abilities where you, like, as you get better and better and better and better and better and better at the game, you're questioning, does this work? Does this ability actually do anything? Is this bad? Am I just like skill checking the enemy team? Which you never really want to have, at least at the highest ranked. It's fun to use. It's not like a bad design. It's just not something that's going to age as well in the higher ranks. I also have a similar impression of his ultimate, where his ultimate is a 6K until it's not, pretty much. You guys get what I'm saying? Like, I remember being in like I played Star-Lord once in the closed beta versus like a bunch of gamer journalists, and they're all like terrible, right? And I literally got like multiple 5 and 6Ks of that ultimate. They just couldn't stop me. They just could not stop me. And then then you play versus good players. And then anything with a ranged weapon just kills you. Anything. So it's like, all right. It feels like Death Blossom. You know, it's like, oh, okay, I'm dead. Well, right, exactly. Like anything, like the best thing, it's like old soldier's tactical visor from Overwatch. It's like, oh, I'm gonna kill everybody until they stop respecting me, and then I just instantly die. And that feels like it's just, when we talk about higher rank lobbies, high risk, high reward ultimates, unless you're comboing them. A great example is how Genji metas always worked out in the pro meta. Whenever there was a Genji meta, Blade was always married to something, because a naked Blade was very hard to set up because it is inherently a high risk, high reward. So you'd see like Rally Blade, Flux Blade, Malga Cage Fight Blade, right? It's a great ultimate if you can combo it. So you have ultimates like Hela's and you have like Psylocke. It's just consistent. You know, you could just not consistently get kills necessarily, but you're going to get space and you're not going to die for it. That's the key thing. Like, you're not going to die for it. If you mess up Psylocke's ultimate, you're probably not going to die for it. You're not going to die with Hela. You're not going to die with, Doctor Strange. You're not going to die with Namor. You're not going to die with what? But with Star-Lord, you might die. You might die. You might die. You might die with one of her soldiers. You might die. So, yeah. I think he's an interesting character, but he doesn't really provide that burst. He doesn't provide that same self-sufficiency. that I think Psylocke can just provide better. On paper, I feel like Psylocke fits his niche of angle control and flanker at this level, at this meta, a little better. Yeah, I don't think this meta helps him too much either. Magic's an interesting one. I mean, she's, again, I think probably character boosted because she's probably very fun in terms of the play rate. I think she's a lot of fun. I mean, her win rate looks okay right here, at least in the small sample size. But, you know, I find her to be pretty... okay, this is a horrific analogy, but I think everything is like through my Overwatch lens here. She's like a Reaper. Does that make sense? Like short off angles, frontline presence, doesn't have the self-sustain really to take the deeper angles, the flanks that some of the other flankers. She's too slow. But you can like maintain and sustain frontline presence for long periods of time. And as long as your tanks are able to absorb a lot of the CC and burst damage on that front line, you could pretty short angle, like short off angle, and kind of just sustain pressure with those goblins, sustain pressure with those swings. But you can kind of hold a lane or a tight angle, but it has to be like really good for her. You know, she's not near as flexible as some of those other anglers. She's a 15 damage boost from the season. Okay, I didn't know that. That's good to know. That probably is really helpful too. Check !Discord, Lefty. It might not be linking in the Twitch. I apologize. But yeah, like really interesting character. I think I think that her niche is very, very awkward, but a lot of fun. I think her ultimate also feels, if you're smart with it, it feels a little more consistent maybe. Like, you don't have to int with it. You can kind of just do what you do, but do it a little bit more. Yeah, no problem. Sorry about that. I don't know. I'm going to keep an eye on her. Keep an eye on her. Again, short angle, consistent sustained pressure, can't really flank, can get poked out, so she really doesn't want to contest anything from too far. What's the team up with Black Panther? I'm still catching up on all the team ups. What do you think about Captain America and Thor? I think they're good. Your combo is good. Yeah, combo is good. I just don't... This is like high level stuff. This is not... Okay, I feel like I shouldn't have to say this, but just to clear thing, Tracer recalled. Okay. This is not a ranked tier list. It doesn't apply to anybody below Diamond. Would be my guess. Gotcha, okay. Hawkeye just permanently banned. I think Hawkeye's weakness is that his melee options are kind of mid, so and obviously he's just permanently banned as well. But I mean, the guy is crazy. Like Hawkeye, everyone says this, but I think it deserves repeating. The most broken aspect of Hawkeye is not his one shot. It's not his one shot. You know what it is, Stat? It's the tank damage. It's the tank damage. That's the real broken thing. Hawkeye sleeper is one of the I think Hawkeye would really make certain tanks' lives miserable. Yeah, his ult is also nuts, agreed. I think, doesn't he do like close to 400 damage to the head? Yeah, the alt fire is terrible, I think. I really tried to use it whenever I played Hawkeye, and I just could not find the niche. But yeah, which is kind of a disappointment, right? It's 375, okay. But I mean, come on, man. Like, that is crazy. And the hitbox is pretty forgiving, too. So, Hawkeye is just permanently banned. Makes sense. He pretty much dominates the match whenever he's in. He's the only DPS that can potentially contest Hela, because if you're good enough, you do get that one shot. Some of his melee utility isn't quite as good. His ult is really good and very consistent. Yeah, blowing up walls to make angles. That's true. Yeah, I see no reason to use it in close ranges, especially in a third-person environment. But yeah, he destroys any tank without a shield. Exactly. He destroys anything at long range. He does have some short-range options, which even a character like Hanzo in Overwatch does not have. And his ult's great. Like, his ult... Is his ult S tier, chat? Or A tier? It feels like A tier, I guess, because, you have support ults in S tier. But it has to be A tier, no? Like, it's such a weird ult, too. Because it feels like, man, if you hit it at the right time... Yeah, that's true, PK. That's true. If you hit it at the right time, do you just guarantee the kill? Like if you don't kill him, you just died. Like you can't avoid it. You can't avoid it. Like that is like, you know, again, it's classic Marvel Rivals. They just break all the rules, but it's like, dude, that's so like, what? It's like the rules of first-person shooter are set in stone. Nobody breaks this. Valorant doesn't break it. Overwatch doesn't break it. CS doesn't break it. But they're like, nah, yeah, corners don't matter anymore. I can still shoot you in the head. That's just like, that's crazy to me, man. So yeah, this character will probably remain really good as long as he has that ult, as long as he has the capability of ult pressure. A one-shot alone, I want to caution you guys, and a one-shot alone doesn't make a character unbelievably powerful. We've learned that from many times, right? It's what else you can bring to the table. And I think that there's, just because Hawkeye has melee options, because he has so much tank pressure, because he's not instantly fragile, and because he actually has a very relevant ultimate to bring to the table, as opposed to some of the other characters, yeah, he's gonna be good. I will say though, this is total conjecture. My gut still says that Hell is better. But Hawkeye probably, I think Hela might even be a good step better. But it's the fact that Hawkeye is one shot. People don't like the unpredictable. And I think that's kind of why Hawkeye is maybe as hated as Hela, maybe not quite as much, but you know, people don't like the unpredictable. Iron Man is like, you know, feels like has to be pretty niche, maybe played for the team up. What's the team up? Is it the Hulk one where you just do a lot of damage, right? Like you just basically just do more damage. You get like overcharged, right? It's the cooldown, you just get like overcharged. I played with it once, so I don't have a lot of experience with it, to be honest with you guys. But you just do like a lot of damage. But Iron Man, I don't know. Like, I don't see Iron Man. He's Okay, so there's this weird arc with Iron Man. Do you guys remember? Did any of you guys play in the alpha with Iron Man? Who played in the alpha with Iron Man? There's this really weird arc with Iron Man. Probably the strangest out of the entire cast for me. He was really bad in alpha. Like, I mean, F tier. Like, maybe the bottom 2 or 3 characters in the game in alpha. Like, he was cheeks. His damage was really low. His flight was really slow. It was just awful. Like, you build an ultimate, and that you just kind of prayed it killed some people, and that was it. It was terrible. Well, then, the beta, they buffed his damage by a lot, and they made his flight, I think, a little faster, too. They buffed him a lot. And so in the beta, this was before, like, everyone had played a lot of Hela and stuff. And it was just quick play too, so there's a lot of the time it was. You could just play Iron Man and fly and just literally the worst aspects of Pharah from Overwatch 1. And just not even, just shoot. And just spam. And I remember watching Samito play it, and I just got ocular cancer, bro. Like, it was so cringy. It was the cringiest thing I've ever seen in my life. And, you know, and he was playing it correctly, right? You didn't really have a whole lot of reason to fly around if you had a good angle. Your rockets were like fine, but not worth the risk a lot of the time. So you just kind of spam. You spam. Really strong. It feels like since then, I don't know if they've done any balance change since then. I think the biggest balance change that they've done is that people have just gotten better at realizing how to play around him. Hela's more popular. You know, Hawkeye is not terrible. If he's standing still, he's kind of stupid. Even the supports can poke him a little bit. What's up, Sherman?
Excel spreadsheet stream.
So you can't play Iron Man like a flanker. Exactly. Think of the sub. Think of the 6 years, Pokemon. You can't play him like a flanker. You just kind of fly in there and spam. If they have a hit scan, you can't play the character. Because the differences between this character and like current Overwatch 2 Pharah rework is that if they have hit scan, you can reposition really quickly with current Pharah and kind of flank and angle and do lots of creative things. You can't do that with Iron Man. He's basically spam or die. And I think that's kind of where he's stuck. His flight is a little awkward. His torpedoes aren't as valuable. He is just completely obliterated by any flanker. I mean, we're talking about like not even like Spider-Man or Iron Fist here. Guys, like Winter Soldier is not even a flanker, and he dunks on him. Like I'm almost confident that if Magic caught Iron Man flanking, the sword character, I think you just obliterate him. Like he can't. It basically you either hit your directs or you're dead instantly. So basically, he really does feel like he feels like Iron Man for me, guys. He feels like maybe the most map situational character in the game. So if you have like that perfect lane, that perfect angle, that perfect choke where the flanks aren't that good, maybe compositional specific. You guys are talking about triple tank, right? Like he feel like he can do quite well even in higher rank. But if you don't get that one lane that you need, there's not a lot you can do. No. That's my take. Give me 1 second. Moon Knight is better versus Choke. So yeah, I mean, I'm talking about like what the map provides in terms of verticality too, like verticality sightlines. But yeah, you're right with the onks and stuff. Any collabs with Samito? Not right now. We'd had a conversation about roll queue, which we posted not too long ago, which was fun. But yeah, I don't know. I think Iron Man's still going to be a kind of a niche character just because he is quite difficult to poke out or quite easy to poke out depending on the situation. I mean, Wolverine is, yeah, no comment. My favorite aspect of Wolverine was going into a game, walking directly up to somebody and doing my grab lunge thing and missing 5 times in a row, despite being point blank on it and pulling up the replay afterwards and looking at it, and my arms literally go through their body. And I'm like, all right, I'm done playing this character. Yeah, Wolverine is Wolverine. He's kind of a joke. I'm sure that this is a character that has potential. There's definitely some mechanical aspects that people will figure out over time. He's certainly underrated. Characters that are this bad usually are. People write them off too quickly. Case in point. But yeah. You play in the pin tanks in your team in one shot. Yeah, it makes total sense. Yeah, makes total sense. Moon Knight, we'll kind of zoom to the last couple of these. Moon Knight, great at AoE pressure, some nice verticality, but I think the key thing is that he doesn't have that gate out of jail free card that a lot of the other characters have. His mobility is really slow. Even if you do the super jump with the grapple, it's just not super responsive, so it's not really consistent as it feels like Juno in Overwatch. Like you can reposition, but you can't avoid and dodge stuff. That being said, like talk about AoE damage, it's insane. Cloak and Dagger, we already did supports. We're doing just DPS now. You'll need to go back in the VOD earlier. I think his ult's also like kind of whatever. It's not terrible. It's just AoE ultimate, number 364. Black Panther, Spider-Man, I think kind of fall into the same category where they're like probably really fun, but they probably get banned a lot by any streamer or whatever that plays them a lot. And they probably just don't have the same potency that allows them to contest flanks and kill flankers. Like Black Panther and Spider-Man are great examples of if the sustained supports are just too strong, if there's too many tools to defend themselves, with more effort from the divers required than the supports, then Black Panther and Spider-Man will struggle. It's easy to make a mistake with these characters. They both are buggy at times. You will die for the bugs. The ultimates are fine, but also you can get very punished for them. But yeah, supports really mess up the dive. It requires a lot of effort for the same amount of input. Was Iron Fist just not on here? I swear I saw some Iron Fist. Maybe there's just not as much Iron Fist. We'll talk about Iron Fist in a second. But yeah, they're hard to play. You get punished quite easily. And crucially here, compared to like something like a Psylocke, like the real reason is why is Black Panther and Spider-Man not being played, and yet Psylocke is? They're both flankers, no? Well, skill floor, right? I think Psylocke a little bit easier to get slightly better value out of. But again, it's also flexibility of targets, right? Spider-Man and Black Panther don't provide as much constant tank frontline presence. Value ceiling, yeah. So you just don't have, if going backline doesn't work with Psylocke, you can do other things, right? With Panther and Spider-Man, you're just not going to be able to provide that same level of frontline presence that those characters will. So to me, that's as simple as, especially in this current meta right now, with the supports and the tanks that we have, you need DPS like Hela, like Psylocke, and to a lesser extent, like Winter Soldier, and so on. They don't really have a target priority. They can just do whatever they want. They can shoot anything that they'd like. They can't poke at all, exactly. You can't even take, even in Overwatch, you could take a really tight angle as Genji and trade tanks. It's not optimal. You can't trade, let's say, a Zarya, but anything that isn't a Zarya, you can trade. You can win those HP trades. It's in Discord aimbot on. It's linked in the Marvel Rivals channel in my Discord. !Discord. But Black Panther and Spider-Man don't really feel like, even if they take a really superior short off angle, they can't poke. They actually have to engage. They have to use their cooldowns, which is unique and fun, but also can be very punishing. We talked about Loki already. For DPS, Black Widow, her ult, again, it doesn't provide the same amount of consistent value. One-shot characters are boring. Almost one-shot characters are problematic because they can still secure kills from far distances, which is annoying, but it's actually really hard to secure kills. So you can one shot with Manta is good to know, because that delay between the first shot and then the next shot, you might miss your window here. So maybe with Mantis that's it, but I feel like Black Widow could get her space stuffed in pretty easily. So pretty mid. I mean, I'm glad that she's mid, but she's pretty mid. Scarlet Witch, it goes without saying, really a noob stomper character. Her ult's kind of cheap, so you die mid-ult cast a lot of the time in higher ranks. The CC bubble is fairly easy to avoid. It's really annoying if you don't get out of it, but fairly easy to avoid. There's the problem with Scarlet Witch is that her damage is fairly decent, but the reason why you'd rather have a DPS Moira than Scarlet Witch is because DPS Moira can hold an angle and apply weak pressure, but she can apply pressure for a long time because of the sustain built into her kit, whether it's with the self-heal or the orb, right? So you can hold a weak angle, but you can hold it for a long time. I've coached a couple of DPS Moiras before. In fact, one that's still playing has had banned a couple of times. If you ever see an offensively named DPS Moira, that's probably sadly the one that I've coached in top 500, top 100. I saw him in a couple of Yeetle games the other day. You could just hold an angle forever, if you manage your resource right, and you could just basically be a nuisance constantly. Scarlet Witch doesn't have that sustain, so she can't hold the angle for very long. So she either has to literally Scarlet. We talk about support heal check on off of Venom, Captain America. The real support skill check is Scarlet Witch, because she can win a lot of 1v1s even in higher rank, as long as the target doesn't get healing. As long as if the target's healing, it's over. It's over. And not only is it over, but she probably dies. What's the Magneto team up? Yeah, it doesn't make her invisible, so you can follow her. Cole is also a lot better, I think, than Scarlet. Certainly a lot more consistent. Oh, yes, the sword. That's right. The Magneto sword. I totally forgot about that. That is really good. That really sauces Magneto up a great deal. That's a shame, because that actually was what made Magneto really fun for me to play in the beta. I forgot about that. Last one here is Iron Fist. Kind of saved the worst for last here. I think Iron Fist can still function in that. I'm surprised not to see him more on here. Maybe he's lower in the list, but I think Iron Fist can kind of function in that Psylocke, flanker, semi-quasi flanker niche. Okay, his frontline presence is not all that good, to be honest with you, and he doesn't have quite the same level of burst as a character like Psylocke has. But what he does have is, because he is so sustained, he doesn't have the same spikes, but he can sustain that pressure for a long time. He just doesn't demand the same amount of support and can maintain a distraction for a long period of time. Oh, remind me, Scroll Grown Storm. So Iron Fist is Noob Stomper. He's like Scarlet Witch, basically, but with sustain in terms of Noob Stomper. If you hit your shots, you can beat him. If you don't, he will kill you. He has the sustain, and he has outplay through his block, which is also more sustain. So he can play around that a great deal. And he can still fill that niche even in higher levels of an angle controller. But the reality is that you're just not going to get a lot of kills. Like, you're going to be a distraction. You're kind of playing like a third tank here. You're just not going to have the same spikes in value, and you don't really have the same tank pressure either. So he fits the niche well, but you're not going to get like, you need people to finish kills. Like, you're going to basically be a setup for something else. Yeah, kind of like a Captain America. Yeah, kind of like that, exactly. I also think his ultimate is not all that useful. It feels like he doesn't have, like, okay, he's a little sauced up the juice, but he can be CC'd. He can be killed. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's just, it definitely feels more like a noob stomper, where if you meet a certain healing threshold, now it's not an easy one, right? Like, he can absolutely obliterate even relatively high ranked players. But at like optimal level, you're going to catch him. You're going to catch him. You're going to catch him with his pants down. The only Iron Fist in top 100 is Chasm. Yeah. And then in terms of Scroll Girl, I haven't played enough versus Scroll Girl to say much. I think her damage is probably pretty respectable. It's a lot easier to aim than Junkrat because it's a lot more easy to see where you're aiming. The trap is... I mean, it's not great, guys. I'm not going to lie with you guys. It feels like a lot of her value is tied into, can I trap what I'm trapping? And then if you have a character with a shield or that just avoids the trap, then that's a huge part of utility gone. And then, I mean, the real elephant in the room is the ultimate, which is not consistent at all. Like, it is not a good ultimate. It is silly. It's like an ultimate that you use to, like, let's make some space, some chaos, and let's see if we can make something off of it. But it's not great. Her primary fire is probably her best aspect. I like her leap as well. She's fun to play. But I think at this level, like, that's not good enough. Samito plays Iron Fist pretty well in top 100. Yeah, top 100. Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, Samito probably also recognizes the good situations in which to play him, and probably plays him less like a pop-off character and more just like cause a lot of chaos and just live. There's not a lot of kill securing. So I think Iron Fist can definitely still fit that niche, like I was saying. But you're gonna need that. You're gonna need some follow-up. Last one here would be Storm, and I feel like this one is. I guess we really did save the worst for last year. She's just useless. Like, I think that there's some. Okay, here's the thing. I think the best thing that Storm can honestly do is do the exact opposite of what a DPS hero or a damage character or a duelist is supposed to do. It really feels like the thing that Storm can bring to the table is not controlling angles or shooting or dueling. It feels more utility, like sticking with your team, giving AoE speed or damage feels vaguely useful, and basically playing on the ground. You talk about poor hero design in terms of intuitive. She's the exact opposite of what you think she's supposed to do. You're not supposed to fly. You're not really a good duelist that much. You pretty much, like, I feel like Storm should probably automatically lose almost every 1v1 in the game, especially as you get high ranked. Cheers, Suit High. And her ult's fine, I guess, like another AoE ultimate. It lasts a little bit, which is nice, but nothing really crazy there. It really feels like you'd have to find somebody that's good at aiming, that's willing to lean into the team utility side of Storm and see what you can limit test out of it. Maybe there's a way to get it, to get value out of it, but it just feels lame to pick the duelist category and sit in the middle of your team. Like, we're not just talking about it feels lame to support your team. No, it feels lame to play inside of your team. Even as a support, that's not always the most fun thing to do. Her speed boost is pathetic. Damage is kind of pathetic too. So, and then even you got the weird alternate fire, which is like, doesn't do any damage. Like, I don't know. It's odd. So keep an eye on her AoE, her aura, because it's the only thing that she really brings to the table. Everything else is strictly inferior to every single thing. Every other thing. Yeah. She's a mess. Every duelist should take angles. just different angles depending on their character, verticality, length, breadth. Storm, I don't know where the position is for Storm. I mean, it really might just be inside your team. So at this level, that's not good enough. Yeah, it's not good enough. Unless someone found a meta where you could really abuse that speed stack or a damage stack, it's not good enough. Questions, comments. This is mostly conjecture, but this is really fun. I don't know how you guys felt, but I had a blast, honestly. Most characters don't really need speed. Yep, that's true. That's true. Yeah, the flight is useless. Like a lot of the flight in this game, and this kind of becomes more of a design discussion. A lot of the movement in this game is not responsive. Some movement is insane. Spider-Man, instant. Psylocke, instant. So many characters are like super fast, and then you have like freaking, what am I thinking? Freaking Storm, Iron Man, and freaking Moon Knight. You know, it's like, well, please do not shoot me. So there's like this odd discrepancy in terms of like the responsiveness of the mobility, which is interesting. Yeah, Hulk as well, yeah. Third point of Asgard, yes. The very choke-oriented one, yeah. I wonder if there's a situation in where you could run like 3 tanks, 2 supports, and a Storm. If you were running 3 tanks, you'd probably run Cloak and Dagger. Maybe Luna. And run a Storm in there, somewhere like that, I think that might be interesting. No real angles there. No real dueling needed. Just AoE utility. Would Storm provide more AoE utility and pressure than a third support? Do we just go goats? I was been hearing from some of my viewers that apparently triple support has been looking more attractive in some of the higher ranks. I don't know if that's true or not, but I think the reason why here's the thing, chat. You want to know why goats isn't meta? There's 2 reasons why goats isn't meta in this game yet, and may not be. Number 1 is there isn't really an easy AoE sustain support right now, so it's like a little bit more tricky to keep multiple health pools alive. But I think there's even a more important reason. I think that, well, it's not that tanks aren't good, because if you go back to goats, like, tanks weren't oppressively strong in goats either. It's the fact that you had this certain tank synergy that worked. You had Matrix, Bubble, Shield. There's a reason why this is the meta pool, Strange Magneto. And outside of some team-ups, potentially, there isn't like a third tank that does Matrix. You know what I'm saying? There isn't like we talked about like the utility of tanking, There aren't a lot of like really strong utility tanks. So Mantis is just a DPS, so triple support isn't more. Yeah. Maybe you're right. I don't fully feel like I understand the choices between Luna, Snow, and Mantis. I feel like on paper Mantis feels better versus Dive. I was wondering if Mantis would struggle getting sleep value off of a Strange Magneto compared to like a Dive tank matchup. Yeah. No, I feel like most people run both too. I'm saying like if you were to choose one, if we were to run like some other support. I don't feel like I fully understand the strengths between the two. May was used instead of Diva for a bit. That's true, but that was kind of after the meta had already evolved. You can never replace Diva unless it was a GOAT's mirror. Does that make sense? You couldn't play the game without a Diva. Unless you were playing in a mirror. If they swapped to DPS, the first character you'd swap would be May. I actually coached a team that played made GOATs for a while. Yeah, there's not a lot of tank synergy. Let me get my glasses. Something about staring at a white screen just hits different. I gotta get my little blue light glasses here because my eyes are killing me. Yeah, see, this is like I don't want to like. I know it's pretty negative about a lot of the Marvel Rivals tank design, but I don't want to like poo-poo necessarily anybody who likes playing Venom or Captain America. I just question people that say that like, oh, after coming from Overwatch, it was such a breath of fresh air, tank-centered. Like, dude, if you like Marvel Rivals tanking, I get it, but I don't get anybody that says they like Marvel Rivals tanking for the synergy aspect. There's like no way, right? There's no way. You don't synergize with your tank just because there are two of them. Do you want that? Go play 6v6, right? Maybe look at replays? Maybe, yeah. Can you share replays in this game? Said Malgo destroying Marvel Rivals tanks. Wait, really? Really, Jack? Oh man, frick me. That's what I'm gonna look a little bit of replays here. Yeah, let's do that, man. Let's do that. Let's look at a couple of them. How does this work? How does this work? How do you do this? Leaderboards. Click top right. Ah, here you go. Anyone that you guys see? Anyone want to watch? Is this Mace to the face? We did pugs to them in the beta. I trashed him a lot on Winter Soldier. It was fun. We can watch some Mace. We'll watch a Mace VOD here. He spams Magneto. Okay. How do you do this? View career or spectate? Or you could just watch him play? Or no. Wait, what? Wait, I'm spectating a live game? Does he see that I'm spectating? Does he see that I'm spectating? You don't think so? This is so cool, man. Wow. Why Overwatch needs to do this? What a clever idea. What a clever idea. That's actually huge credit. So I give credit to the Overwatch community for creating the replay. The whole concept of the replay viewer, which is just wonderful, right? But man, this is clever. Wow. I never even thought of this.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Is there any big names in here, y'all? Should we try a different replay?
You mean when you humans set the surface world ablaze with your weapons of destruction? Lovely. Wow.
Yeah, I agree, aimbot. I think you're right. Desumi is sure for? Okay. Let's watch a little bit. How's the volume for you guys? It's a little quiet. It's a little quiet for me. I don't want it too loud. I want it to be a little quiet.
All you need to do is capture the mission.
So there's Mace. I mean, that's the tank matchup makes sense. They're gonna portal out. There's our Namor Winter Soldier combo. Black Panther. So like short to medium range. I assume Hela got banned. I kind of want to watch overhead here. I think I have to hold middle mouse button. I need to tweak all my settings with this. Wait, I'm clicking the wrong thing here. There you go. The controls leave much to be desired. Loki on both sides. So Mantis, it must have been Mantis Hela bans. Both teams banned Mantis and both teams banned Hela. That's my prediction. I don't know what y'all think, but I would. There's no way we don't see Mantis Hella. Angle. See, this is exactly. So this is exactly what our setup is expected, right? You've got an angle with your more mid to long range. Then you have your short range DPS controlling a slightly different angle, right? Support from your support that's more long ranged here. Then your more tank focused support. Now, I think the Magneto, if I was this Magneto, I'd probably be playing a little bit further forward depending on the ult situation. So they have ult advantage now. So there's, I guess they don't have ult advantage, but at least a neutral thing. I don't really see, I'm curious to see what Magneto does here. Because I think, oh, you banned 3? I thought you only banned 2 each. But yeah, this is the kind of stuff that's like really important. The pressure from the Black Panther, that's going to force a positive cooldown trade. Now, that soldier's going to need to drop. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. This is really cool. Oh, I see. Now, what this is going to mean, I think Styx gets a little silly with it. Why isn't this? Oh, he's already dead. I need to set my controls. Hang on a second, y'all. Fast forward would be... How do I change this? Wait, why won't let me change it? The frick is wrong with you? NetEase? What? Why? I think the Black Panther just gets a little silly with it. Yeah, he gets silly with it. Because he's actually got such a nice cooldown trade there. If he just holds that angle. But what they're going to do now is Team Red's going to basically just full clear out this angle and full clear out high ground, which means Punisher's going to have to back off and they're going to have to give up that high ground. Because they have to control point and the high ground, which means a 6-man rotate clearing top is good. But the thing is, it's not that big of a deal for blue if that happens, because it's such an inconvenient rotation for 6. Did they commit here? What would you do, chat? What would you do? What do you even Magneto ultimate here? I'm curious. Let's just watch. They copy? Who the frick does he copy? Doctor Strange? No way he copies Doctor Strange at that range. He copies Magneto. What? Is that just to buy time? And then Rabbit... Wait, what? So there's real Magneto... Fake Magneto. He blocks the Spirit ult, which is huge. Does he do that reactively to block the Doctor Strange ultimate? I think he tries to block the Doctor Strange ultimate. It still hits Punisher, looks like. But not good enough. So they catch the engage. Magneto doesn't do much. I think, no, Magneto ult forces Immo from Loki. And then Loki is able to use his ultimate. And then that forces the enemy to copy, who copies Luna and pops ult. Now, does Magneto ult one-shot, chat? How much damage can it do if you shoot it? Does it go through Luna? No. Not maybe Duck. At full charge. So in theory here, as long as they don't shoot this, they're fine. They use ultimate to layer. Oh, he gets the kill. That's actually huge. This fight is still winnable for blue. If Punisher can live... I'm surprised Punisher didn't press Q there. Oh, that's a questionable ultimate there from... It just gets blocked as well. Questionable ultimate from Unoven. If anything there, I think you use your Punisher ultimate. Punisher ultimate just basically overclocks your damage, no? Could he have killed Strange or Magneto faster there if he'd popped it? I wonder. And CC immune? Gotcha. Feels like an impossible fight to win for blue, no? Magneto ult and Luna just shuts us down completely. Pretty main focused. Honestly here, I would have preferred Winter Soldier to hold an angle like... shoot. I don't know, man. You're running double poke DPS into a dive character. Can you even hold a different angle here? With Pocket even? What if he had Pocket? Could he do it? How would I do that, Pirate? You guys gotta hold my hand through this process. I do not dry ice. Besides Boger good, I guess, you know, but I don't know. Open history and leaderboard? Alright, after this fight, I'll look it up. So he is going to go in. He gets Magneto bubble, and I guess he's going to ult this. I mean, he really should. Even just to force out ult here from Surefour. There's the Namor ult. Oh, that's brutal. That's brutal. That should probably kill Magneto here. Yeah. It's so fast. It's like the fastest AoE ultimate, I swear. And just to win off of that too is brutal. Surprised they're going all the way to spawn here. I guess they're just chasing her. Yeah, I agree. I think he's a little early. I don't think that one was too bad. I would have preferred him to press Q there. Just if nothing else to guarantee him to be able to get out safely. What the frick is Rabbit doing? Or was that Mace? Oh, no, they're portaling. They're portaling. That's what's going on. What is happening here? Oh, I hate when it does that. What? Yeah, he catches them in the portal. And I'm so lost. And then that's going to force support ult. But this support ult is going nowhere. Because it's going to get traded. And now, Red also... Look at the space Red controls. This is all Namor needs, man. This is all Winter Soldier needs, man. This is bad stuff. I think we're going to see again pretty soon here. There it is. He doesn't quite get the angle that he wants. He loses the Punisher, which sucks, because you'd love to hit Punisher with this. You just guarantee win if you get the Punisher. But still, it's some pressure. There's the Strange ult. Blocked. Hits. Shoo, this is rough, but no sustain. That shouldn't... Yeah, okay, they're going to pull it out. They actually go cloak. Wait, no way. They actually committed there. That's crazy. Yeah, okay. Give me the better replays here. Yeah, Namor actually did a lot here, I will say. The ults were big. Alright, what am I looking for? You said top level Asian scrims, or just top level scrims, period? How do I do this? Career? Yeah, but which player am I looking at here? Nevix, Finzi. Wow, look at these names. Sparker, Tap, Mace. So many players. Dredro. Page 6. NLE Choppa. Okay. Aramori. Fi, Gale. Glitch, Monk Mutta, Choppa, Faker. And then you said view career. And then history. Good old Nevix. And then which one here? So obviously the custom games, yeah? Hulk Strange team up with Iron Man. This map has a lot of verticality. Hela, Mantis, Luna. No bans, yeah? No bans? I assume because it's scrim. Oh, there are bans. Psylocke banned, Hawkeye, Star-Lord. Weird. I must be missing something. Maybe. Let's take a look. I love this song so much. Well, the bands are for blue light stuff, because my eyes are... I've been staring at a white screen all day. It's not for vision. Probably player specific.
Vile creatures have risen from the realm below.
Okay, let's get sexy with it, boys. So they're playing around point. No huge surprise there. I think this is where defender's advantage is clearly the best. You got multiple different high grounds. My expectations of this is going to be a lot better in terms of setup. Like, for example, we actually have a support on high ground here. We have a dive tank on high ground. We have Iron Man playing around really the only clear vertical cover here, which is, you know, here. Really, really good to control space, aka Pharah mode. This looks like a teleport moment. Yeah, they just flip the map on them to avoid that defender's advantage. But if they rotate here correctly, you still have an Iron Man angle. You still have a Strange angle. Yeah, what is the Iron Man for red gonna do? How do you do anything? Oh, they're not on Iron Man. They're on Namor. That makes more sense. I was like, how the frick do you play Iron Man here? Like, where do you go? But like, look at this Hela angle. I mean, this is first-person shooters, y'all. This is first-person shooters. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what the Namor is for. Maybe he's just good. Maybe it's just not that complicated. They're bubbling, they're angling, they poke Hela out. I really think the Hela angle is really important. Like, I think this is a big mistake. If I'm coaching this team, I'm getting our Mantis to permanently pocket this Hela and just spam here. There's nothing that can one-shot you. The only thing you have to worry about is sleep and or the enemy Hela. This angle is way too OP. I think this is a huge mistake. They absolutely should be obliterating this choke, because you can't possibly take that trade there. Now, Iron Man, in theory, should be able to get a lot of cleave here. And there's like the team up. He has a team up with damage with Hulk, yeah? Okay, so he's going to damage boost his beam, and there it is, yeah. I mean, that just is so broken. But it really is an all-in. That's the classic thing with this character. Like, if you don't hold the choke, you die. I think that there needed to be a lot more proactivity holding that angle here. Where's the Hulk? Oh, Hulk is dead? What the frick happened, yo? How did I miss this? What happened here? Oh, he just fed. Did TP juke him? Yeah, it's not a great bubble trade. You need to let them come into you and then trade once they've committed. Like, you'd bubble now. So he ends up taking a lot of damage, losing space. And really, most importantly, like because he loses space, his re-engage, he gets murked. I will say as well, the nice thing that this teleport does is it really feels like there's this support and positional advantage here, because the supports just don't have good LOS on this choke here. So this is something that they're probably going to have to adjust more scrim time here. Yeah, re-engaging is half HP too, right? I think he could given it a few more seconds. But number one, you need to play around your HP. Number two, you need to have a better setup for your supports around this angle to like to punish this. And then number three, and probably the most importantly, and I'm gonna keep beating that dead horse, Hela had to hold this angle. Like had to hold this angle. You cannot let the enemy team dump all their things here. You have to hold this crossfire here. Yeah, exactly. The lack of vertical mobility with Mantis and Luna has to be like a major weakness for them. Has to be. So then Hulk dies. So then Iron Man dies. And so, I mean, they're cooked. And now Namor has space. And that should, in theory, be it. A lot of Chinese teams and a lot of other esports, Age of Empires, Overwatch, have their team name as the start. It's very, very common. It's like a cultural thing. Does that left angle, maybe a left-hand peek, make it more viable to play the upside ground and shoot? Yeah, no, the reason this angle is better is because you get a better direct access to backline. Bam, 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 bam. Just jiggle peek, bang, jiggle peek, jiggle peek, jiggle peek, jiggle peek. Yeah. I do rivals coaching now? No. We'll see. I know I could coach it, certainly from a strategical standpoint, but I'm still learning a lot of the matchups and stuff. Call of Duty thing too? It's weird that they stay Iron Man. I mean, I guess you still have defender's advantage, and there's still like enough. Like, I imagine I was gonna say Iron Man probably will play around here, but he's actually even deeper. But yeah, this building that's why you're playing Iron Man. How good is the jiggle peek being the left, knowing that's the third person right now? I don't know. Good question.
We need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
I don't love the support positioning here. This is, again, where the lack of vertical mobility really hurts, because it really feels like we're playing around our dive tanks, our Iron Man. Like...
Ready to radiate.
Time to kill, baby. Time to kill, baby. Yeah, I mean, there's just no support here either. There's no support here. I just don't see how this works. It was a poorly timed dive as well, I will say. Like, the idea was there, but Hulk needs to go first. Look at the timing on this dive. Do you guys see it? Check it. You Overwatch players, you know the issue here. Besides, you know, Hela. You see it? Who's tanking? Who's tanking right now? It's not Hulk. It's Iron Man. This is why Hulk goes first. Hulk go first, so Hela look, and then it's an effort to turn away from Hulk. In fact, the CC is probably what enables this to work. Yeah, it's a huge timing issue. No, the Hulk didn't miss the jump. There's just a miscommunication on the timing of the peak, right? I disagree. I think this map could be okay with Iron Man. Maybe third point's a little too congested. I'm not as familiar with third point, but I see the vision here. I see the vision, not to mention the team up, right? And as bad as I think Hulk may be in some aspects, he is going to be able to contest high ground angles in a way that a lot of other tanks won't be able to. And yeah, they're testing stuff as well, so... Oh, wow. That was cheeky. Nice ult. Holy crap. He's really getting this from downtown and nailing the placement on those ults, too. Hulk is basically a diva without defense matrix? Yeah, kind of. The difference between, I find, Hulk and Winston is the fact that you're like Winston with bubble, right? Which allows you to like be a little self-sufficient, but it doesn't feel like you get like without bubble you can still kind of do things, whereas a Winston without bubble can't really do things. Feels like, yeah, it feels a little more selfish, which I think is really important for an off-tank character. Like, you can kind of, you're not as married to the fact that I can't do anything if I don't have my bubble. It's like you can still kind of control space, harass. Oh, is he just going to solo ult? Or no, what is he doing? Oh no, he's just going to break. Yeah, this just feels like a complete lack of space control. Iron Man's kind of getting gimped, which means Strange is kind of getting like, honestly, the story of this match is how little value Iron Man has had. Not because I don't think the character is unplayable here, but because he just hasn't done enough damage. And in the windows where they've had good dives or opportunities to good dives, they've just failed. And so what ends up happening is Choppa's losing the tank trade because basically Namor's brain off, spamming from a slight off angle onto him the entire game. Wait, whoops. So they're just losing these tank traits really badly. No way they can test this. This seems... I guess I'm a hater, man. They got a trade. They hit Luna with it. But man, this should not work. They not only did Red have 2-man advantage, but they also had decent space too. Hulk ult this? Surely. Oh, it's a huge ult. That's it. Yeah. They'll cap that. Honestly, could have been a lot worse. Like, they did get some ults out. Wait, they got another ult? Oh, no. Wait, Faker. Yeah, I don't know about that ult, but... Well, when he says Hulk plays like Diva, he's saying controlling of off angles without being as cooldown reliant, which I think is fair. Yeah, what's the team up with Namor and Luna, y'all? See, I look at this and I'm like, geez, the limitations of Marvel Rivals supports is kind of sad. Like, this is right, but it just feels so like I think, yeah, I like this, but it's just the vertical mobility. Sandspire, thank you for the sub. Will this work? Will this work? So you got to pocket. Jeez. Yeah. To be fair, that's also pretty sick. I think he had a fully charged... what the frick? What did he have? Or no, he didn't have a fully charged. It was just partially charged. But he goes primary fire into the E, right? Oh no, he primary fire melee, primary fire E. Yeah, so there's your burst combo right there. That's really heads up from Choppa, man. That's really heads up from Choppa. Not something you expect a Strange to do, but yeah. I guess I'm a hater. I did. This is kind of like why Strange has grown in me, because I do think that this is something that like the character can do unexpectedly. And this is why I think he's probably one of the more fun tank. Like maybe, I think he's the most fun tank to play. Yeah, he just obliterates them, right? And that is a duel Hela can't win. Oh, it's buffed by Hulk too. Wow. Okay, but yeah, also this dive is actually well timed too because the tank comes in for. So even if he didn't get the kill there, Iron Man 100% gets the kill. And I think he also used overclock for it as well. Did he? Yes, he used overclock. So maybe they get 2. Yes, they get 2. How the frick did Felix die to an overclock? Oh, come on, Felix. My friend, you are Luna. He is Doctor Strange. Yes, you lost a little frontline presence, but come on, brother. This is not where you play. This is not where you play, my friend. This is way too close. Way too close. So all Luna needs to do is hold... Honestly, I don't even like this angle, period. I think this is the angle to play around this destructible here. Can you do that? Yeah. This is the angle to play 100%. Right around here. And then even if you... The thing is even if you lose, you have your Strange here, he's not going to stop this. It's not breakable? Well, that's perfect then, right? So that's perfect. So yeah, this is just silly. Really nice little dive there from Team Blue here. I want to see if there's a way if we could get, like, once their Hulk comes back, can, like, Hela start to swing this angle? Because this angle seems broken. Hulk would probably dive it, but yeah. Yeah, that trade was really unearned. And Mantis is dead now? Like, what the frick is Mantis doing? Okay, no, Choppa just comes back and yeets it. Okay, and yeah, good stuff. Okay, can I be honest, guys? Can I be honest? What is this garbage? What is this? This isn't even the only map where it does it. It's like, why? Why? Or no, it's not even just there. It is this map. It's like, why? Why? Who thought this was a good idea? Who thought this was a good idea? This is like Red Dead Redemption 2. Like, oh yeah, you don't have any toilet paper. You now have an infected rectum. Too bad. It's like, okay, there's a certain amount of immersion that I just don't really want to have to play with, okay? Okay, there's like a certain amount of immersion where I'm like, okay, thank you, but no thank you. I appreciate it, but no. But yeah, okay. Thoughtful, but no. Now, this is interesting. This is where on paper, from like my Overwatch brain, you're going to have to contest this top angle. Like, you're not likely to be able to break this choke as an attacker without having a significant ultimate advantage, which I don't think they have just yet. The other question is, can you take an angle, try to contest their map control like what you did earlier, but hopefully don't get one shot? Well, minus, whatever the smog city, LA we got going on in here. Do you play Psylocke here? Like, is Psylocke banned? Psylocke was banned, right? So, like, what could you play here to contest this space? Can you do that with Namor? Can you do that with Namor and Mantis? Can you do that with Namor, Mantis, and Hulk? I think that has to be the approach here. There it is. Just as I said, right? Namor takes top. I want Mantis with him. He's going to ult this. Actually, so maybe you don't even need a supporter because you're just going to go for a big burst of an ult here. I like this. I like this a lot. I think this is a good setup from Red. They're going to look at the tanking. I promise you in 2 seconds or less, Namor's going to pop ultimate. Because, like, look, loud a noise, attention here. We'll probably see ult right on the choke. What that's going to do is, these guys are probably dead. Either that or they're going to get a nasty split. Let's see what happens. 1, 2, do it. There it is. Bam. So he actually does it on core, which is interesting because I think you're doing it more for the knockdown and less for the damage, which is huge. Like, if they don't have a support ult, like, Felix might get it in time, but, I mean, they're also Faker could just be dead here. No. Frick. No. Yeah, it is what it is. Iframes from Hella Ultimate. Well, he didn't miss. It looked like, I feel like that should have hit Hulk, no? Isn't there like a splash? It feels like the hitbox is pretty forgiving. Oh, that's so close. It forces Hella ult, though. Because iframes. So actually, maybe you just live that? 1 for 1 is not terrible. And then you kind of created a little bit of chaos here. Yeah, and then they're going to retake this here. Are they going to synchronize the dive, though? I'm not loving Hulk's HP. And again, I'm not loving the complete lack of support in this angle. Any poke damage here is kind of permanent, right? There's the support. It's a little late. Namor up top. Strange goes for the combo, and he's going to get it again, chat. He's going to get it again. Oh, no, he doesn't. Wait. Oh, he's fully charged, too. So he just goes for 1 volley. Wait, I'm surprised he doesn't go for the combo there. Okay, and then Namor? Oh, what a well-timed play! Everybody's locked in. Crossfire out the choke at the same time. Take advantage of the fact that Doctor Strange tries to get cute with it and fill the space that he leaves. He can't do full combo. He'll get stunned by Mantis or Hela or I guess both. Yes. Is there a leak in my house? Why? Is this a joke? Yeah, you're right, chat. You're right. That sucks. Huge play. If Strange can live, they're cooking. Oh! Oh! No! He just got yanked. Iron Man just got yoinked. You had that water fountain right now? Oh, it's just a cat feed. Oh, it's a cat water feeder. Or the cat water thing you guys are hearing. Let's see this. There's my angle, right, chat? Maximum! Nope. Maximum, nope. Wait, where's my... Oh! Oh! There's no way! That's sick, dude. Sit the frick down, you hunk of junk. Tin can, man. Iron can. Man, it's... You know what's crazy to me? This is like the classic, like, West versus East. I don't know if this is... Maybe I'm reading too much into this, but dude, Eastern players, at least in Overwatch, are really well known for not giving a frick, just popping ults. They'll see like a cooldown advantage, and they'll be like, yo, they blew a bunch of cooldowns, let's just go. This is it right here, bro. They gotta be careful. Like, Billy, whoever this guy is, I would say Billy, but it's the Asian name that I can't read. It's Chinese, I assume. Lunaso is pretty close. Lunaso could get killed here. What the frick? What the frick? What happened? Did she space it out?
A nice deep freeze.
Did he just miss? Did he just miss? Honest question, did he just miss? Or did she ult? She didn't ult. LOS? That's actually crazy. Freaking payload blocks it. That's tragic. He did hit Mantis though, yeah?
I am ready to put on a show.
Am I missing something? Why are you not pressing Q? Like, I get it. Like, you think you're up a couple here, but they just pop support ult here. You're clearly way out of position here. Press Q. Press Q. You're fine. It's over. Like, you're going to win this fight, and they're going to have blown a bunch of ults here. The frick is wrong with you? And then we use the support ult to try to save her, but it's too late. But they're not stacking support ults. It's the other support ult. This is Team Red we're talking about. Weird, man. Weird. I mean, this is just early in meta, right? People are going to make goofy errors at this level. But yeah, now this is like actually really winnable for blue because you're going to be able to layer your ults here. You're going to be able to, honestly, worth popping Mantis ult here. You don't have a lot of kill potential here, so maybe you don't. But either way, you're going to be happy with that. Yeah, so just sell your Hulk or whoever. Yeah, and there's the layering, right? And now Hulk's gonna die, because Mantis isn't back yet. And there's the lair. But like, bro, blue has to be so happy about this. This is like a completely lost fight, and support ults have been traded, and no progress has been made. So they're gonna try to kite that out. They don't have the CDs anymore, and they get traded out. Am I missing something, guys? Like, am I too old for this? This is this side? Am I out of touch? What am I missing here? This is the second ult, like 30 seconds that I feel like I'm watching a bronze match. And it's the second time with this guy too. Freaking Hulks, man. No, it's not worth stalling. You don't get a good stall here because it's just you. You need like a little bit of follow-up so you can get a little bit of distraction. Yeah, not real faker. Like, that's really important, no, that you have that ultimate for this next fight because you're going to play. You have another fight. You're fine. Weird, man. Weird. Between that and the Mantis ult, I don't get it. He's a faker. Totally fine to just die in cart there. This is where I feel like Iron Man has to be cheeks. Like, I think like this is where you're a lot more congested. It's a lot more punishing. This is where I feel like I'm surprised to see ASDFD staying on Iron Man here. I mean, that's probably just a practice strat, so that's just why they're doing it. But it's kind of like from a strategical perspective, like what does Iron Man provide here on this section of the map? There's your angle set up with Iron Man and Hulk, but again, like, of all the characters to be solo, I just don't... Iron Man is just not at the top of my list on a solo angle, you know? There's the stuff. Choppa's gonna get some serious pain soon. Well, let's see it, man. Can you get it? I wish the map design thing annoys me here. This really shouldn't... There really should be a path to here. I don't understand. There's too many dead ends in Marvel Rivals maps. There's just no excuse for this. Destructible environments or not, this having to go into here is just not. It needs to be destructible, and it's not. It's just open zone. There's just a lot of issues. It just needs to be. I made this analogy the other day. I was playing a board game called Clank, which has like a similar concept of like moving around the board. And playing the original Clank and the expansions, it's really funny that they learned from this. And there's like a couple of dead ends in the original game board, but there's like no dead ends in the other ones. So there's like paths that are less efficient or long or short or have health packs or don't have health packs, but there's like no real dead ends. So you want to encourage movement and give people choices, right? There's still going to be map sections that are good and bad for different characters, but this is just, there's just no reason for this to be here. And so this is going to be, let's see. There's the Namor ultimate. Who's he going for here? It looks like, again, he's trying to hit the tank line here. Which I don't know. What did he see here? What did he see here? That's a weak one. Been impressed with this guy's ults so far, relatively. The last couple have been really big for even just forcing ults, but not the best. You'd like that to, I mean, actually hit what you're going for, if anything. But yeah, okay, let's see. There's the Hulk engage. Hey, thank you. He's gonna get beam. He needs to get... And so that's gonna be used in response to the Hulk ult to shut down the follow-up here. This is a good old Iron Man ult. Like, even if this doesn't get a kill, like, this is gonna get some nasty zoning. It's gonna break Namor's turrets. Luna's ultimate's being used right now too, which is kind of a bummer. What did she see here? Oh, it's just save your life. She's got a little sloppy. The Hela angle there on the right. You guys can't see it. Let me turn my camera. It's a really, really nice little angle there. That honestly just forces it right there. I want to look at the Hela play from Dobby in a second, but I think this Iron Man ult has potential. There it is. Surprised to see him leave the angle though, even with the Hulk. I think you make Hulk come to you. Like, this sounds crazy, chat, but I would feel safer flying around, just trying to play around Hulk. Even if he grabs me, who frick cares pocket me, than I would flying out in the open with these characters. But yeah, nice Iron Man ult. Nice Iron Man ult. But yeah, cover is your friend. Like, you're not gonna run away from Hulk anyway. Support ult is used, though. I don't think Red should try to win this fight. Is there any point staggering, chat? Oh, they go attack Iron Man. What? I guess this is not bad here. Like, Iron Man's good here. You know what? Okay, here's what I'm smelling, chat. Okay, but there's a lot happening on our screen. We're gonna have to go back and break it down. Here's what I'm thinking. Here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that Iron Man is like the ultimate tempo character. Yes, exactly, Ryoko. I'm thinking that what's happened here is because you basically all in on your E, you know what I'm saying? And you have like that moment where you're like literally can like you guys saw it with the Hela earlier, right? Even though he messed it up and the Hela literally two-tapped him, The time to kill was crazy, and you could do it from any angle. I'm still a little skeptical about it, but I get it. Like, and there is a window of time where this character is really good, even versus tanks, right? So maybe that's the strat, is you just basically all in around that cooldown, and if it works in a coordinated environment, then yeah, there you go, right? Now, what I'm more curious about here is not the idea of what they're trying to do here, but why this Luna ult was used so early. Oh, they portal.
I am ready to put on a show.
They portal in, they ain't, which is really good for chaos, right? So they were not expecting that portal. So they have a, this is a good rotation, man. Like, honestly, like, credit goes to blue here. How do they know? How do they know? How do they know? Did they know? They must know the cooldown.
I'm ready to put.
Not the best teleport then. Could they have teleported? Frick. Could they have teleported like here? It feels like if you have full scouting and where they're positioned, you can greet the TP a little bit closer so you can connect on backline. You get what I'm saying? I like the idea of the teleport, but I wonder if you could have squeezed a little more out of it. Especially because you're initiating with a support ult and they don't have a support ult, right? Why not? Why not? Anyway, let's see what happens.
Put on a show.
Surely they have to use like strange ult here to stop this, right? Or I don't even know. Oh wow. Hell just gets murked. She was probably trying to iframe into ult. Oh, frick. He got CC'd. Yeah, he's just trying to use it to slow things down, to kind of catch the engage. What happens? Is that Hela? Chad, is that Hela? Is that the Hela? Is that the juice of Hela? They're clearly focusing him down right now. Like, they know this is what's coming. Hela doesn't CC? I thought she did. But okay, so yeah, he gets CC'd. Like, they know it's coming. I mean, what's E, chat? Is that not a CC? Yeah. I feel like that should be so hard to get off in that situation. I honestly don't even know what you would do. I feel like this is why you probably run Magneto, man. Right? Like, in this situation. I think you lose a lot of off-angle control, and obviously you lose your Iron Man team up, but you need that bubble, bro. You think Hulk did something too? You're probably right. But yeah, this push feels kind of cooked. I'm not gonna lie, guys. Why do I sound like super there, guys? My cadence. I don't know, guys. I'm friendless. Matchstick build. It's a joke. Wait. Faker? Faker heard I was talking trash. Oh! Dude, that is actually just so insane. Like, that is so insane. They have no business winning this fight. No business winning this fight. None. No business. No bueno. We'll see Hela ult. There it is. Hela ult. They're gonna buy the eye of Guagu. And then we're just gonna see, the problem here is that every trade's gonna favor blue. So if they can get a trade here and they don't have support ults, I think Strange should die. No. Sustain too strong. He gets a kill though. He gets a kill. That's huge. They have time here. They don't have time here. Maybe? No? Frick, that was close. Yeah, that was really, really close. Clutch play by Faker there. I gave them a shot. But yeah, it was a nice TP, a nice flank. It feels like old economy and layering matters so much. Really more so than even like off-angle control once ults are online. I think off-angle control and map control is still like just as important. But in comparison to for Overwatch, right, it really, like the sustained stack just feels so incredibly strong. And I like the way Hulk is being utilized here. It makes total sense. You kind of have a bully for those off-angles, right? And even the way that we saw Choppa utilizing that shift and burst combo in any DPS, it got a little too cheeky. It's nice. Is there a world where you would play Warlock instead of Iron Man? I don't know. I'm not the guy to... So basically, here's the thing. I can break down and explain what's happening. I can explain why it's happening. And I can even explain how it's happening. Heck, I can even tell these guys what they're doing wrong. But... And this is even the case in Overwatch. I'm not the guy to ask, like, is this character more powerful than this character all the time? Because I think that's... You just need the experience of playing the characters a long time to know that. And I actually don't even think pros are always really good at answering that questions either, because meta takes a long time to develop, and pros are very quick to kind of solve the meta with what's easy. We had a long discussion about this with Overwatch and hero bans. So can I tell you objectively that Iron Man is better than Adam Warlock? No, I can't. I don't think a pro player could either, though, to be honest with you. Give me just a second. Is Hella stronger than the common cold? Not the one that I've had. Although I haven't really had the common cold, but, you know. Warlock would probably be nice for burst healing. Yeah, I mean, I think the way Warlock's res works is probably also fairly useful. It feels a little gimmicky with how low HP they res. There's probably a way that you could counterplay around that, but yeah, it's hard to know. I've never died in 2 seconds to a common cold. Well, if you don't have the Hulk team up, you probably would be on Hulk over Magneto. Yeah, I agree. It definitely feels like, oh, you need Hulk for the team up with Iron Man. But then, you know, is Iron Man really better than your other options? Man, I don't know. I'm not sold on the Iron Man. I know I think they're probably more than anything else testing these things out right now. Yeah. Let's do a different map, y'all. Let's do a different map. Let's see if the meta changes on a different map. I'm looking more for other heroes. We just saw that one, yeah? Winter Soldier. There's our triple support right there, y'all. There's your triple... Oh, dude. This looks sauced as all get out. What the frick? Let's give this one a shot. These are scrims, custom games. Scrims around what I assume is preparation for a pro tourney, but I know jack all about professional Marvel Rivals in terms of the structure. I can't even follow freaking professional Overwatch in terms of the structure. I am a relic that can only tell you how to play the game, not what the frick is going on within the game, the scene itself. How do you deal with 3 support? No freaking idea. On paper, you'd want something like Iron Man. You'd want something... anything with, I mean, not even Iron Man, really. I think that would be more triple tank, no? No idea. You'd pray for enough space to run characters like Hela, run characters like Namor. They just have a lot of damage, a lot of consistent output of pressure, and that will abuse the fact that they won't be contested, and probably also have something that resembles one-shot ults. Because I think that's one thing that's consistently useful versus all of the support ults. It's the characters that can just put out, not sustained pressure, but just bam. Hawkeye, yeah, Hawkeye could be a decent option. Yeah. Yeah, it's not a bad shout, Legion, because if you're running 1 DPS, that's a lot less pressure on the Widow, and you can't sustain through a one-shot, right? So I can see the vision there. I don't know if Widow's good enough, but on paper it makes sense. Okay, kind of what I talked about in the review section of like the meta stuff, where you have mid range, short range, Punisher, Star-Lord. Wolverine, Star-Lord is a bit weird. That's double flanker, but yeah, makes sense. Space control character, angle control character, sightline control character. Let's see what happens. Do you see it? So this is clever because why would you run Jeff here, chat? I'm gonna get some water. You guys tell me. There's a really important reason why you're running Jeff for this exact strategy. You tell me. What does Jeff provide in neutrals that no other support provides? You got it. See, the thing is this, you're like, oh, speed boost, yeah. Well, it's not just speed boost to his Wolverine. It's also speed boost for Jeff. Is Jeff the fastest support, chat? I think he is, no? So, talk about setting up this angle in the first place. What other support could do this? Let's check it. Check it out. There's the angle. Take the position. So Jeff doesn't even speed the Wolverine. I was expecting a bubble there where they broke the armor pack. They actually just put Jeff on the flank. He just flanks. He's just freaking flanking. Bubble himself, shoot more. And then dies to a flanker. Yeah, so there's logic behind it. I really would have liked to have seen a cycle there with Wolverine. What they might be doing is they put Jeff on a solo flank behind, have him play basically just to be a nuisance. Okay, so hang on. Let's keep cooking. Jeff did not speed his Wolverine, but Jeff was able to provide a distraction on backline and sustain it. Why is that important now? Why is that important? Can you guys guess what Wolverine was doing? I mean, it has to be trading tank, right? Like some sort of backline pressure so that you could let Wolverine kind of just pressure for free, right? Right, so let's see what happens here. We see what happens. Let's see what our Wolverine player is trying to do. There it is. And now you go, this is when our Jeff is doing this. You see it? You see the timing here? I mean, that's some good damage, y'all. The problem is he gonna do it again? But Jeff is dead, so I think that kills it right there. You might try it again, because why not? There's your damage boost. He actually gets the catch. That's good. So he pops the damage boost, goes in. It's saying to me that ability is that inconsistent. So they're gonna Adam. They're actually using this with Adam. I didn't see the bans. I should have looked at the bans. Frick me, get chat. I have to check the bans. Where are we at? 414. I really should have checked the bans. Yeah, the shift is so clunky. Like, it's such a shame. Wait, is this a lock? What is this? Is this a global ban? No, it's not a global ban. Is it a lock? Or a team ban? How does this work? Protect. Okay, so they protect Mantis. They protect Luna. Okay. They ban Hela. ban Hawkeye, ban Psylocke, ban Hulk. So you're not going to see Iron Man. Your angles are more free. There's no one-shot characters. No Hela is huge. I mean, really, if you think about it, if you ban Psylocke and Hela, the gap between those guys and the other DPS is not as big. Right? Like, if you ban Hawkeye or Hela, I guess Hawkeye too, but like really Hela and Psylocke, like what we just saw probably wouldn't happen with the Psylocke on the field. You get what I'm saying? You just die, you know? So basically what you do is when you take the top dogs out, now all of a sudden you can run some of these more alternative strats. I mean, this is the same argument I was making with hero bans, right? It just is more fun to watch. You wouldn't see this if there was Hela or if there was Psylocke, because that angle would be contested. Is Psylocke that good? Let's put it this way. Wolverine takes that angle and runs into Hela or Psylocke instead of Punisher. I don't think he gets out of that. My experience with Psylocke is somewhat limited, but that's my impression. Maybe chat, you can correct me if I'm wrong. But it's less likely to see that kind of bold attempt. And to a lesser extent, yeah, it could have been he could have bought the shotgun. But the other thing, that the more important part of the strategy that also wouldn't have worked as well, is I don't think Jeff can take that hard flank. Because what's the entire purpose of that hard flank, chat? It's the ability to sustain pressure, right? On backline. Well, you can't do that when there's a Hela. Hela just spams one bullet at you or two bullets and you're just dead. You can't poke like that. You can't poke like that. Full rage. Support ult. Support ult. Huh?
Was it good?
Yeah, it was good. It was a jaw exercise, but it tasted good.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. I was no complaint.
She's real firepower.
There's the carry again. Ha! Dude, that's actually so tragic, man. This character is just such a disaster. This character is such a disaster, man. Look at that. Carries him in, beats the ever-living crap out of him. Ults, slams the sucker again, catches the raccoon, catches the animal. But, you know. Not enough. Bubble pop, GG's. And the freaking, you know, the freaking shark tries to help him too. No way. Wait, they win this? Space created, chat. Let's find out how they win it. My prediction would be maybe no way they win off of Star-Lord ult, do they? Maybe they do. I mean, he's got a lot of space, right? Let's see what he does. Oh, he does pop it. I didn't even hear it. Space created. Punisher down. So now that Punisher's down, it's really hard to shoot him out of the sky. That's the main guy to clear him out. Again, this wouldn't be possible. Hela wouldn't be possible. Full pocket. Flies out. Chills for a second. Resets. And then what are we going to see here? Magneto? No, would you res that shit? Oh, wow. Oh, gets out. Eats the ult. Huge. Yeah, I mean, that's it. They had Magneto ult and Faker didn't. Yeah. It feels like Magneto ult versus Star-Lord is so freaking good. Because it's not just a question of you get to shut down the ultimate, but you shut down the ultimate and you kill people. It's like, no you, and I win. It's not just one for one. It's not like support for support ult.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Now, I know, chat, there's probably like a lot of little things that we could look at here, like the pocket from Adam Warlock onto this guy. you know, a million little things here. So we're kind of taking like a more generic look. But if there is anything really important you guys think I might have missed, you want to take a look at, just like let me know. Little short off angle here. And this is where I really feel like Star-Lord really diminishes in value as a character. He just doesn't have good short range off angle pressure on tanks. Like, he just doesn't have the punch that a lot of characters have. You know, he has got the mobility, but he just doesn't do anything, right? He's just so ignorable. Magneto's ult is AoE damage. Yeah, that's true. But at least there's some strategy behind it. It's like saying Winter Soldier's ult is also AoE damage, right? But it's you know, it's tomato. That's actually not the right. You get what I'm saying. I'm gonna stop talking. I like the pocketed raccoon stuff going up top left here. I think that's where raccoon can be really good. What happens to Faker? Does he get snagged? He gets snagged, doesn't he? Freaking Wolverine, man. He pops his damage boost. Okay. Does he get bubble here? Because there's no way that you're telling me that Luna Snow can't shut this down. No way. No way. And can you bubble yourself? Does that stop you from being grabbed? Like, he knows what's coming. That's a good ult. Well, he didn't use it. Luna? Or Luna? He does get ult. He does get bubble. Ah. Bro, this is the classic. This is the classic, man. You guys don't remember Zarya bubble metas back in like 6v6 and even occasionally in 5v5? Bro, a pocketed bubble target is just... It really, your only safety is distance, really. Because that's the only defense. You can't break it in time, usually. I do wonder if a self bubble stops this. That would be question. I'm curious. Hang on one second. I'm gonna blow my nose again. But yeah, that was great. Self bubble does stop it? Okay, good to know. Then that's a mistake. That's probably from Faker, because Faker probably doesn't have any experience playing versus this. That would be my guess. But yeah. I'm also curious to see if they swap off of the Jeff here, because the deep flank, clearly not something that he's using now, right? Right? Okay. All right. Well, yeah. So, you can't make this up, man. You know what though? Okay, can I be honest though? Freaking good for Jeff, dude. This is what. Okay, remember, I had a coaching session today. I was coaching a Life Weaver. And I was like, man, you can't ask yourself, what value does my support bring to the table? You got to ask, what unique value does my support bring to the table? Because every support heals, man. Yeah, that just isn't good enough, especially in Marvel Rivals, right? Sustain isn't a strength in Marvel Rivals, really. You got to ask, what can my support do unique? And that's how you win games, right? So you look at this and we ask, like, again, what does Jeff bring to the table? Supports don't do this, man. They don't do this. They can't do this in Marvel Rivals. Jeff can. Jeff can. It's not the self-sustain, although that's part of it, because, you know, other supports have self-sustain too. It's not even the speed. It's just the ability to get in and out. It's the speed and the sustain and the vertical mobility. I mean, is he the only support that has consistent vertical mobility? I guess Loki technically can reposition run, and Rocket. It's really just him and Rocket, no? Rocket can dash. Yes, Cloak and Dagger, true, but that's a pretty expensive cooldown cost, right? So, yeah, I mean, this is good. So let's see what happens. Now, obviously, his ultimate makes this a little sexier here, but let's take a look here. And again, you notice the timing here. It's always synchronized. Bubble Wolverine, he's tanking, flanking Jeff. I mean, I'm telling you guys, chat. I'm telling you guys, you ban Psylocke, you ban Hela, you ban these characters that are either extremely strong duelists or superior flankers. This character can be a distraction in your backline for a long time. This is what a DPS Moira does. This is essentially what Moira does, essentially. Obviously, there's some mechanical requirements here, but this is what Moira does. It's on backline. It's on backline for a long time. My guess for Jeff Ultimate would be get 1 target or 2 targets. Probably needs to be 2 because you're out of the fight 2. If you can get 2 people in your ult, you sit on them. And you sit on them, and you sit on them, and you sit on them, and you kill everybody else. Well, yeah, I know the hitbox is generous, but you get what I'm saying. This is sick, man. I freaking... That's sick. That's cool. I love this Wolverine strat. I love the Jeff strat. I think if you were to counter this based off of my little limited knowledge here... Chat, what would you do? What would you do? Would you go Black Panther into this? It feels like... Or is that too high risk? Like, you could pretty much bully Jeff, I feel like. Potentially? Maybe? What would Black Panther do? I mean, would you be able to mark the angles with Black Panther? If you're running Wolverine, that's yet another DPS that's not likely to be on the angle. At least not one that, you know... Jeff, yeah, or Iron Fist, sorry. It just feels like any sort of like Iron Fist, Black Panther can win that duel, and also its absence, which means that you have like Star-Lord could be isolated. Like they're putting a lot into this is a solo tank too, so they're putting a lot into that specific spot on the map, right? You full pocket on Wolverine. It feels like there's more space for a flanker to do stuff here, but maybe it's hard to know. Even Penny could be good for the Wolverine strat too, yeah? No, Vanilla, I've actively set fire in any Christmas cheer I've seen. Yeah, interesting. I don't think anybody really knows, certainly not me, but it definitely brings the question to the table. Yeah, the CC is not going to stop the bubbled Wolverine necessarily, right? But it might make it so that the Wolverine's unable to sustain pressure after the bubble, potentially. And again, this is a hero ban enabled strat. This is not like unstoppable by any means. It's just cute. And like that's part of the fun of hero bans is you can pull out strategies that you could technically counter, but in the heat of the moment, like you're unable to adjust fast enough. Let's go back to third person here. Yeah, get Frick, Vanilla. Imagine being named after a spice. Couldn't be me. Right, Pepper? Nothing. Whatever. Tomato, tomato. Tomato, tomato, man. I just want to highlight again. I think we get another. Check this out, chat. What was the plan? What was the plan? Like, he's getting crossfired. I don't want to all put all the blame on Choppa because I also think the space control from Blue is, like, actually kind of offensive right now. Like, look at this. He's the only person even remotely part of his map disadvantage. But like, what is this? What is this silver 2? Like, what is this angle control? You really can't contest this guy necessarily. Not with a kit that you have, not with the lack of vertical mobility that you have. But surely we can throw like put some rocket heels up here or something. Like, surely our Star-Lord can do something off of this angle here. Like, it's offensive to me that this guy has to put full attention here while also getting shot in the back. And you could argue that Choppa goes here a little fast too, and I agree with that. But yeah, this is not good space control. And the problem is that, you know, holding the floor here, you could just kind of play the choke and be okay. But Choppa's actively pushing out while his team is still on the floor. He's cooked. Even without the Wolverine grab, there's a good chance he just dead. He just dead. Now we got a bit of an angle. But really now I think Red can just mirror support ult here. Or not, no, well, yeah. Adam Warlock. See, I keep thinking that there's no Mandas. Red actually has to be a little careful here. Because now they're the ones that get up all the space to overpush this. They gotta be careful. To a white person, vanilla probably is spicy. There's the chewer. Wait. Papa. He got his two. He got his two. He got his two. That's it. Big tiny choke. He got his two. Bam. Really good in support ult, chat. Okay. What the frick is that?
I have no idea. Lawnmower?
The Armada. Jeff ult is the support ult counter. You heard it here first. Support ult clump. Jeff ult eats clump. You get me? I love it. That's actually so clever. So clever. And again, you don't have to spit them off the map. You just chew them. It does decent damage. And more importantly, it's a 1-for-2 trade. Also, his gums are uncomfortable. It looks like he's wearing lipstick. Just sit. Sit. Can you... You have an Adam Warlock! No way they don't have ammo for that. That's absolutely worth an ammo. Does he not have it? Oh, that is an absolute war crime. Wait, where's the ammo here? Where is the ammo? Is the shift the ammo, yeah? Bro, what the frick, dude? What the frick? Adam, no. Your Magneto is fine. No. That's such a bummer, man. Yeah, damage spread out, but you know what I'm saying. So you know what I'm saying, right? Like I'm an unwashed peasant, okay? I'm not using the right terminology. I mean, they're not even pushing off of this. I mean, to be fair, it is a support ult. Frick me, man. That actually was such a good Jeff ult. That would have worked out really nicely. But that's really why Jeff ult doesn't scale as well, because it is an immortality field. So you can't die while you do it, because people can shoot and higher ranks. Actually, it's soul bond. Yeah. So, unfortunate. Support ult diff. Do they swap? Or do they stick? Because it is practice. It is a scrim. There's no reason to... Wait, what Res Starlord? I don't understand this game, I swear. What happened, chat? Oh, it's a team up. I was like, I know the ult, but okay, it's a teammate. Okay. Again, look at they're if it ain't broke, you know, like they still don't have an answer to the Jeff flanking. So Jeff, he's gonna flank again. Oh, that Punisher! Oh, look at that angle there. Holy crap! And check this out. This is kind of cute too. Check this out. So he not only takes the angle here. Okay, I thought that he blocked that off on purpose, but maybe not. Okay, they're gonna try. The timing of this is so important. You can get caught out. Let's see, do they punish him now? Look at the repositioning, too. Look at the repositioning. He's so quick. It reminds me a little bit of, like, Juno in Overwatch, where it's, like, no, like, burst mobility, but constantly repositioning. It's all, like Soldier 76 mixing as well. Diff. No? No, you okay. It's just insane, man. It's just insane. That's crazy. And again, I guarantee you, if we look at the timing of this, if we go back like a minute ago, when this all started, let's just click here. What's happening here? Jeff starts the angle. Jeff deepens the angle. Team walks forward. Team focuses Jeff. Jeff slow. Jeff slow. Jeff wait. Jeff wait. Jeff wait. Wolverine, go. Wolverine, suck. Same time. Jeff on backline. Bam, bam, bam. They panic ult. They Ranger ult. We Mantis ult in response. Ranger ult. I don't rocket ult. I don't know why I'm saying Ranger. Frick. What would you use in response here? Surely the play is Magneto ult this, right? Because they're popping rocket ult, yeah? Because everything is damage boosted, so just pop your Magneto ult. That's what they do, no? Whoops. No, they don't even do it. They just shoot. I guess the Mantle Assault is still active, so you don't really need to. See, here's the thing, chat. I'm still used to like Overwatch 1 pressure output, where like even if you popped a support ult, if there's an active damage boost out there, like a bongo or like a BAP window, you can't just like W key into that. You know what I'm saying? Like if it's still active, like it's gonna hurt you, right? So I'm not used to just a support ult just ignoring that. Like you just ignore it. You just walk right through it. I'm not used to that. What's the damage boost from Rocket's ult? Yeah, you basically ignore everything but a one-shot, right? It feels close to, what's the healing per second? It feels like 250, 200, somewhere around there. 40%. I mean, that's a lot of damage, man. 40% is really good. That's nothing to sneeze off. That's a strong ultimate, but it just swirls, man. 220 healing per second. Wow. That is crazy. But yeah, I mean, again, the team play here is like really nice. Like, this is a designated strat, and I don't understand that strange ultimate at all. Adam just immediately reses there, which I think is probably fair. You really need to make sure that trades don't happen here. So maybe that's why Strange whips it out, just to like get a trade, because you're at a point in time now where you need to cap. Man, look at that. Like, you guys are all like, oh, you just kill Jeff, just kill Jeff. But, like, even versus Star-Lord, look. He gets surprised. Pop out, heal. Like, this guy is, like, this is, if you don't, I'm telling you guys, from what we're seeing here, if you're not a melee or a Psylocke or something, I don't know if you can kill this guy that easily. At least when you're playing him like this. And here we go again. And see, now this angle's really good. I mean, here we go again. That is, it's so disappointing to me that this guy is so mediocre. Listen how cool this is. Look at his tail. Bam! He does get support ult, though. And he uses his passive to get his basically second life here. And they're just not ready to respond to the support ult here. If I'm honest here, I think this is just a poor plan from Red here. This is an Overwatch classic, and it's even worse in Marvel Rivals, where you just can't commit like all the way in when they have a support ult to catch. You just can't do it, because you commit everything and your ultimate, and then they press Q, so it's not just a 1-for-1. You also use cooldowns, and then you also commit your positioning. And in a case of Luna, you need to kite this ultimate. You need to force this ultimate from a position of safety, which for me, I don't know, man. Like, you either play this slow and you wait. I don't see any initiator ultimate that isn't just going to get you killed. Maybe you could Star-Lord it. I don't know if you have a good enough angle to do anything, but yeah. Yeah, Strange switches to Captain America. I don't have any immediate insight as to that, outside of maybe he could gatekeep a little bit of the Jeff there. He is a melee. Maybe they think that it's easier to directly punish Magneto for not having the tank pocket. This is where, like, I think these players probably have more insight as to these swaps than I do. It's just my initial guess. But yeah, you can't force, like, look how close they are. Watch this. I mean, you're not kiting this ult out. You're not kiting this ult out. Sayonara. I mean, Jeff is fine because, you know, Jeff. Yeah, let's so we're questioning why the cap. Let's find out why. Maybe it's not that deep, but A little scary. Yeah, that's a good question. I guess we should actually go back to the actual first fight, no? That would be intelligent, right? We don't do that here. I mean, he also just died, so it makes swapping a lot less of a questionable decision. I mean, he's looking at Jeff. And now he's not.
Time to stop them.
Can Cap just live getting grabbed? Is that it? Like, your Magneto bubbles himself, and your Cap can just live better than Strange, maybe? Because shield and dash, maybe? I don't know. Like, you're not really scared. I don't know. I'm definitely not seeing any marking of Jeff whatsoever. So I don't think that's at least not what we're going to see here. I mean, his shield's really good. So let's see. Because we're going to have the same gameplay loop. I'm surprised Red is pushing up as soon as they are right now. Dash to an angle, try to control Star-Lord. There's the catch. This is the moment of truth right here. Can he live this? So the key would be you're going to dash. He's already used his slam, I think. Right, chat? So you really just have your dash and then pray you have enough shield. And he doesn't have a lot of shield. But they don't have a support ult here. So if the kit itself doesn't save him, he's not going to live. Yeah, he just gets bubbled. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe on paper it's there, it just doesn't work out, but he still needs bubble. He would have died there. All right. What happens here, Jeff? What happens here, Jeff? He does the classic. He gets way too greedy. This is it. Do you know what this is? This is a flux. This is Sigma graphitic flux. You shot for the stars and you hit the gutters. You just need to pick a character. You need to go and get one or two. If you get one, you spit them into your team. If you get two, you sit on it. And now you're going to die for it. Yeah. Again, we've seen no weakness of the strategy, right? This has been really clean fights from Red when they don't make egregious errors. And again, this is all playing around the hero bans, but this really goes to show that even quote-unquote off-meta stuff can work. Two of some of the more perceived weaker characters in the game at higher level, ban around it, make it work. And they did get a lot of space out of it. This is still winnable here. They don't have Magneto ult just yet, so there's a brief window right now where if Red gets a kill, they can still win this. But it has to be now. And they did. So we're going to see Magneto ult immediately, I think. Yeah. Yeah, and that shuts it down. Like I said, 1 for 1 and a death. Yeah. I think Lou wins this because Luna. Yeah. It's okay. Not a terrible trade, though. You got Magneto, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ultimates, and you only used 4, and one of them just straight up whiffed, and one of them is kind of cheeks. So I think, like, you're pretty happy if you're Red here. Your strength, I think, is always going to be in the neutral in this matchup. So there's a term we call in Overwatch where we call ult cycle comps, right? Where, you know, the GOATs is a classic example, right? You're playing on Grav and you have Bradley. You always have a solution. The neutral is solid, but, like, it's more about, like, playing on the ult cycle. That really feels like Team Blues here. Yeah, Adam ult would have been huge there, right? Red really feels like they have a specific neutral set play that they're going to do over and over again. But you have Star-Lord ult, you have Jeff ult, you have Wolverine. These aren't like exactly S-tier ultimates here at this level. Oh, they almost got the trade. Oh, they did get the trade. That's huge. That's a fine trade, honestly. Because you could even justify if Adam gets here soon, or is Adam here? You could ult this. Totally fine to ult this. Right now. Yeah. One solo ult. You're a man advantage. Keep the snowball going. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go right now. Get your play, Wolverine ult now. They need to back up. Yes, yes. Cap could die here. They carry Cap in. He's going to have to ult this. He's going to have to ult this. Will he live? Probably. Ooh, 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 wow. Whew. Holy crap, man. Look at this. Look. 32 HP. And honestly, I think you take it if you're red. I think you take it. I think you take it because you're still in a spot now where you can just Wolverine ult this and just continue the pressure on. Let's see what they do. Are we going to see it? It needs to be now. It needs to be now. It needs to be now. Oh! Let's go! Soul bonded. And he still has his passive, so he still has his extra life. Wow, that's about as good of an ult you're ever gonna see. There's the passive kick in, and we're just gonna keep going. Holy crap! Did it? Wow, that was sick. Yeah, wow, that was sick, man. You know, so we're not really seeing, you know, the Captain America superior. This is kind of creepy of like Luna. What we got going on here? Like, it's kind of tragic, you know? We're not really seeing the superior Captain America sustain on main really representing himself here. Maybe Strange would have been worse. It wasn't good, right? Not like Captain America, but, you know, we're not... I don't know. Captain America to survive, but on a hairbreadth and having to use ultimates for it, too.
It's now or never. Stop them.
Support ult, and they actually go Winter Soldier here. Now, I like this. Okay, so here's why Winter Soldier is good. You guys tell me, what is Winter Soldier's niche? Maybe I'm overreading into this a little bit, but from what we know for sure, Winter Soldier's good at. Back on Strange, yeah. Right. To me, it's hook, right? So any tank that doesn't, like, it basically, I look at Winter Soldier as non-Doctor Strange Buster. I look at non-Doctor Strange Buster, and yes, you can also mess with Jeff, too. I don't think Magneto can stop Winter Soldier by himself, necessarily. Your shield's on a cooldown. So, I'm curious to see if they're going to try to play around catching Wolverine or catching Magneto without a cooldown. Maybe even Jeff. Because I actually don't think Jeff is all that good in the matchup either here. That's my impression anyway. Let's see what he does. Let's see what he does. I mean, you have to hit the ability, right? I would have hit that hook. I'm the greatest. They get him out. They actually clear the angle. But yeah, you're right. They did swap back to Strange. That's kind of what I was expecting, right? They just blow up Bubble and Wolverine just gets canceled right there. Yeah, I mean, he's just getting murked. So they did win the tank trade, though. I'm curious to see what's happening here. Because it feels like they lost a tank trade before. Maybe they put too many resources up top. Faker just didn't get the memo that, hey, we need to play slow. We're clearing top. Let's see what happens. I'm going to look from overhead here. I keep misclicking here. Yeah, the cat's kind of freaking. Yeah, this is Faker. Faker's trolling. Like, oh, he does get grabbed. He does get grabbed. But I don't think it would have mattered. I almost think that he was dead regardless. It's like, yo, bro, we don't need you to do anything heroic here. We're clearing the Jeff angle first, and then we can... So all he needs to do is kind of play slow in main. He doesn't need to be walking in. It's just like really, really basics, right? Like this is just... Not basics, sorry. Overwatch level basics, right? Like you hold an angle, you clear out another angle, you need to play slow in main and just control space, not actively push, and he didn't get the memo. Okay. Still winnable. Break bubble, and there's the punish. And the key thing is the fact that you can chain the CC. You hit the hook, and then you uppercut. You got a solid 2 seconds where you can't really do a whole lot. And Wolverine does not have the health pool to live that. You need bubble, and that's it. If you don't have bubble, it's not going to live that long. Support ult stack. I mean, this is just gonna be mechanics. There's really nothing to say here. The sauce of the matchup is gone. Outside of Jeff, probably on an angle here. Where is Jeff? Guys, where's Jeff? Yeah, he's on an angle. Okay. Yeah, I mean, Jeff is still doing Jeff things. He's gonna chomp, though. Here it comes. Support ult counter. Does he get anybody? Yes. So now he's gonna carry it. He needs pocket. He gets pocket. They pop Magneto to keep himself alive. Luna should be dead. Magneto should live. And if they can keep Magneto up for the next 2 seconds, I think they cap this. So she's dead. Oh, wow. Who gets murked? Oh, I don't think he should have been. I think he's mispositioned here. Astropan, thank you for the sub.
Just for fun.
Yeah, go for it, man. If you like to, go for it. Could probably get a replay review. Well, actually, I won't be streaming for 2 weeks, so I don't know. But yeah. Okay, yeah, I mean, Reg should win this, man. Jeffo has got the kill. Magneto was able to keep Magneto alive here. There's no support ult. I don't think that's gonna... Like, if something dies the next 1 second, I think we're good. I think you'll probably have to Luna ult here, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Yeah, it's not. Oh, there's the overhealth passive. Can we live that? Can we live that? We can. There's the soul tie. And yeah, the unique strat. There it goes, man. Wow. What a cool strat, man. I freaking love hero bands. And, you know, say what you will about balance, but there are some psychopathic, crazy, unique hero identities in here with just some really unique aspects of the kit, and it's really what's allowing these characters to really flex their muscles. Novelty is always great, but that was a lot of fun to look at. I don't know if obviously, if you're still here in chat, I assume you agree. But that was surprisingly interesting. It was rough around the edges, as it expected to be. But, man, that was fun. That was fun. I felt like there was like a surprising amount of that I felt like I could actually kind of follow what was going on, you know? I hope that I was able to help you guys follow along as well. And I appreciate the recommendation. A few of you guys recommended looking at replays. I didn't even know this existed in the first place. So that's a nice change of pace. Worst to look at visually? Yeah, for sure. I don't know how to describe it. It's not that there's more going on because it's 6v6. I don't think that's it. Everything just looks like, is it more like, okay, let me look at it this way. From like an art perspective, do you see how many more different colors? Like, look at Magneto. There's a lot going on. So it's not always clear who is who. And I think it's because Overwatch has like so many wildly different hitboxes. It feels a little bit easier, and I can't believe I'm complimenting Overwatch's visibility of all games. It doesn't feel like I can clarify who is who. Whereas in Overwatch, visibility clutter aside, right? At least I could tell who's who. There is a lot going on here, even from a third-person perspective. And I don't think that that's necessarily something that they can really change. I think that's just cooked into the IP, right? Because a lot of them are humans, right? Like that. I mean, you have Shark, right? But they're humans, so it's like Overwatch kind of caricatures a lot of their stuff. So, but man, a lot of fun to watch. I really like the hero bands. Like, I think this would have been infinitely more boring if it wasn't for the hero bands. It just made so much fun. It worked, which was also cool. I'm actually just curious. I'm going to stop there, but I do want to see... how can I not... Where's my mouse? Why can't I move my mouse? Chat, where's my mouse? Okay. Where's my mouse? My mouse is gone. There we go. That was weird. I want to see if they try another strategy. I assume they don't do the Jeff strategy on, or Wolverine strategy on defense. It wouldn't make any sense doing defense. Let's do it.
Deliver null distance below the surface.
Oh, they do. Interesting. Maybe they run the Atom because of the... Because the Rocket made a little more sense on defense with your ultimate, your res, armor pack, so on. Rocket doesn't feel as good on attack, I think. Although you can reposition, that's to be fair. Maybe they're going to try Soul Bond versus this combo. Yeah, the res with the team up. Yeah, so blue caps it. Let's see what adjustments are made here. Damage share, yeah. Yeah, so they keep the Jeff for the angling, but they move away from the Wolverine. Yeah, they move away from the Wolverine. That's funny. They still find value out of the Jeff on paper, obviously without really looking at this. Even without capitalizing off of the Wolverine's push. Because his off-angle pressure, I guess, is just still so good. And then they go Spider-Man. Maybe more of a first point thing because of how open it is. Yeah, anyway. Cool. Cool. We'll stop there, chat. That is all. I will not see you guys for a few weeks. I'm going to be taking a couple of weeks off. There's a small chance I might stream in a couple of weeks, maybe just for gameplay, but it'll probably just be gameplay, just something chill. No, like, real analysis, no real coaching, nothing super sweaty. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, all the like. Have a good Happy New Year to you guys. I will see you guys around the new year. It's been a good one. Got a couple of more videos. YouTube will still be putting some stuff out. We've got a bit of a backlog, some projects you guys might have forgotten about. We'll be throwing out there. I'll still be around in Discord. In terms of messages, I'll be probably extra slow to respond to messages. Try to avoid social media as much as you can during the holidays. I will be around, but it will be more like situational, so I might be a little slow with messages. But yeah, fun stream today. Fun stream. Take care of your family. No matter what you may do for the holidays, just be kind, be considerate, be helpful as much as you can, and enjoy your time. Enjoy your time. That's all. I'll see you guys later. Thanks for being here. Bye-bye.